Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to another episode of the Truth of Faith podcast. I'm your host, Cliff Stephen. We got a great guest today. What I will say, if you're new to the faith, if you're a baby Christian, go read the Bible first. This episode is for uh, Christians that aren't babes. This is for warriors of Christ. This guest is a teacher, a great teacher. He's been a great mentor to me. I've, you know, I've come to some real realizations through his slides and his presentations, and it really helped me grow from a babe Christian to somebody in the faith. This is a meat podcast. You're gonna get meat, real stuff here. This is for the warriors, the people, disciples of Christ who are battling on the side of Jesus Christ. And I just want to say before I welcome this guest, go to his podcast, Manna Daily Podcast. He needs some support, guys. He's making these slides, he's doing these presentations. He needs some funds so he has a little bit of breathing room. Please go support his podcast. Become a member. Give him $3, $5, $10 a month. It's 2 coffees a week. If you separate those 2 coffees a week, he gets to really dive into the books and make these great presentations. We can't do this without support from the listeners. So please go support him. And that guest is Brandon Kroll. What's up, brother?
Hey, Cliff, thanks for having me back on. And also shout out to everybody who has been supporting Cashapp, Patreon, and PayPal. Honestly, if you guys didn't do this, I would not have the time or funds to purchase said books and do all this stuff. I'm kind of getting to the point where I would be okay with like semi softball debating or doing some contrarian Socratic breakdown of asking why somebody believes what they believe, and if you disagree, that's fine. But as Cliff was saying, $3 to $5, $3 a month, that's like $36 an entire year. If you're doing $5 a month, that's like $60 for the entire year. I mean, cheaper than Netflix, folks. And you're getting semi-curriculum fellowship, and you're funding somebody that doesn't believe in Gnosticism, the Masons or Jesuits or the Jewish dispensationalism. That's, again, if you want somebody with integrity these days, I say invest with that, as opposed to, as Cliff and I have been saying, all these big shows. They seem to have all these a lot of supporters. Us little small fry, we're over here limping by month like a flat tire to get to the finish line.
Hey, and the thing is,
So
too, like this podcast, Brandon's presentations, you're not going to get milk. We're not going to give you milk so you can just feel okay inside with life and Jesus, and you're just going to, keep on putting through. Brandon's giving meat for disciples of Christ who are in the battle. They understand we're in the end days, that the field is ripe for harvest.
yeah.
It's now. It's not in 4 months. And I just read that in John. Jesus said, no, we're not going to harvest the field in 4 months. It's white and it's ready for harvest now. And I truly feel like this is the time. So if you want to keep going to these big shows and helping them out and keep getting your little fluffy messages so you can just keep being comfortable in life, God bless you. And I wish you the best. But what we're doing here is we're in a war, and we understand that. And Brandon needs funding. His work is crucial. And I wouldn't say that if I didn't really feel that way. Again, I've got so much from this. I grew up as a baby Christian through all the stuff on Trump, and all the videos. Every video we ever did made me understand what this battle really is and who we're fighting. We understand we're fighting principalities, maybe fallen angels that have been doing this. And this is what Brandon shows for thousands of years. And if you don't begin to understand your enemy, you can't fight your enemy correctly. I mean, obviously, Jesus is king. He's all powerful, but you're a better warrior when you understand through reading and prayer and having the Holy Spirit, and you understand your enemy. Then you can really put in some serious work. And that's what these presentations are for.
And before we start, they say knowledge is power, right? Knowledge is power and ignorance is bliss. Which is the better of the two? Can you answer me this? We started this whole spiritual warfare with a tree with the knowledge of good and evil, right? Today we're still arguing with our politics, the lesser of two evils. When we get to Hosea 4:6, it says, "My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. And because you rejected knowledge, you will no longer be my high priests, and I will also forget your children. So it is a sin if you do not know how to decipher and discern knowledge. It is not to say that knowledge is wrong, but if you do not know how to do this through a Christian lens, you are very susceptible to possibly being deceived. And this is where I'm coming from. It says in the last days, right, that knowledge will increase. So this is the time where you really want to make sure you got some oil in that lamp, because oil is Holy Spirit discernment. You can read the Bible day in, day out. Pharisees, the elders, the scribes, they were all reading the scriptures, but what was something they were missing? No discernment, because if they did have discernment, as we've covered before, John 8, the Pharisees, when they confronted Christ, you would recognize who I was if you truly were in the faith, but you're doing it for the wrong reasons. That's why you don't understand scripture coming to life right here and now in the present. And the same truth applies no matter how many centuries goes apart from that. You will know truth if you are in the Word, right? I've been saying there's a lot of people that are coming out, false teachers. They're preaching a Gnosticism. It's a blend between Christianity and Gnosticism, where they're just preaching it's all about knowledge, bro, and we'll find the inner enlightenment. And this is what's really irking me, is that they're not doing it because they genuinely want to help people. They want to grift people. And this is what brings out so much ire, and this is why I do shows with Cliff, and I'm not getting as many invites with all these other shows. You want to know why they're probably not inviting me back? Either one, they think I'm a narcissist, which is not the case, because I love doing this to help the ecclesia, because nobody else is teaching you like this, particularly from what I've been seeing. And secondly, they're doing it because they are going to be they're doing it for clicks and views. And I've always said, I'm not in this for viewers. I'm in this for recruit fellow doers. Don't be hearers of the word, but be ye doers also. Without any further ado, Cliff, are you ready for today's show?
I'm ready, brother. Let's go. Let me say a quick prayer.
Sure thing. I'll pull this up while you pray.
Heavenly Father, the Lord of hosts, merciful God, I pray that you send Brandon and I the Holy Spirit. I pray that you speak through us through Brandon's message. And we just pray that you guide us through this talk, Lord. Through your loving Son, Jesus Christ, I pray. Amen.
Amen. What do you think? You like it?
Bro, you're good at that.
I put a lot of time and effort goes into this. I was telling a guy it's hard for me when I'm trying to... I'm not the administrative department by any stretch of the imagination. I really suck at that technologies and stuff. Where I try to do my best is with the presentation, compiling slides that we see all the time on our social media, but trying to bring a new perspective to it as opposed to just getting bombarded. Somebody break that down, because when I see it again, I want to be able to write a comment and encourage people, and or it helps build my own discernment, right? So I called this one Statism, Dressed to Kill, a social and spiritual critique against uniforms. And I just added the last two slides like 5 minutes before I got on, because I was hit with it as I was driving home, and I was like, I'm going to put that on there because I think Cliff's going to appreciate that little trivia. I was kind of chuckling too at the length of the title, because it sounds like one of those 1700, 1800 books of dissecting.
It looks like a book cover. All your art does. Cover art.
Trying to go a little bit in that direction. And again, this is one of those ones that I've had for almost about a year or two. I was bouncing around this idea for some time. I told a lady like last October I'd be doing this, and unfortunately you had things go on, I had things go on. It's hitting us all at once. Special shout out to Erica Grillo for sending support. She's really helped Cliff and I through some tight times. But yeah, I've been prepping this. I've been prepping like 3 other shows. I know people are like, Brandon's going on a little bit of a lull. I don't even know why I'm supporting him anymore. He doesn't do as many presentations. I have been prepping presentations, so do forgive me. I just have not been able to find a host because most people don't want to talk to me anymore. Why that is, I'm not sure if that's spiritual warfare. I'm not sure if they're pissed at me. I don't know. But Cliff and I tend to have a good time, and people tend to like it when Cliff is hosting. So
yeah, no, I'm excited. We were playing this probably a week ago. And again, this is going to sound crazy. I'll make it quick.
yeah,
It was a beautiful day out. I go outside. Skies were clear. I go for my walk. I come back. There's literally between 6 and 10 chemtrails right over my house. I mean, I know it sounds crazy, but they were nowhere else, and they were short. They weren't the natural long ones that they usually do. And I'm not going to lie, 2 days later, I had a vicious sickness. It started in my throat, went to my head, then it was in my lungs. I'm still getting that stuff out. I mean, maybe it's coincidence. Maybe I mean, I just, nothing is out of the realm of normal anymore. You know what
Yeah,
I mean? And I know it sounds crazy, and I know people are going to hear me say that and go, oh, he's
one of those
paranoid.
guys.
No, I know what's going on, like, and I'm very observant of everything. So it was just weird. I seen them to the point I was like, that's weird. Then I got deathly ill, so I was coughing, so we had to push it off a week, but we're here and we're gonna get it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I had to start with, of course, a favorite quote, one of my favorite quotes from Mark Twain. Clothes make the man. Naked people have little or no influence on society. Now, unfortunately, Twain was a 33-degree Freemason, but I do appreciate his sense of humor once in a while, right? And I thought that was quite fitting to start this particular topic on uniforms. Now, in part, I've had this gal over at the cafe. She was coming over and she's chatting with me, and she's asking questions like, "So, like, why are you against people in uniform?" And I'm like, "Well, I'm against people in uniform because I think you should base it on a per person interaction, not on a uniform." She's like, "Why?" I was like, "Well, in all honesty, that person, if you're serving them and they're a complete jerk, you might just still supposed to respect the badge or the uniform simply because they're wearing it." I was like, when somebody comes in here, do you respect them automatically? She's like processing. She's like, I was like, did you get told you have to respect a person in uniform every like whether at that school or whatever? She's like, yeah. All right, but do you respect them? She's like, I don't think so. I said, good. That means you're an egoist. She's like, a what? An egoist, somebody that says like I don't uh fall down to the spooks of society. So basically, Max Stirner is a gentleman back in 1850s or so. He basically was making Marx have a conniption fit because he turned philosophy on its head, where he basically said, I don't have to bow to the monarchy. I only do that because that's conformity. You tell me I have to do that. But when I ask you to explain that, you're not able to articulate that. So if you're telling me I have to succumb to a master, I've lost the whole purpose of what it is to be an individual. I am the master of who I
Mm,
am. Therefore, I disown that. And again, Marx is like, well, this is what makes the German people great, and why would you say that? Blah, 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 blah. And anyways, I appreciate that about Stirner. Now, uh, going on the other side of this, you might say it's existentialism, which is Soren Kierkegaard. He was a Danish philosopher who very much is misunderstood, but as I'm reading his stuff, he was more so convicted on the concept if I'm a Christian, my faith is equivalent to obedience, which means I actually live out my faith. I take responsibility and accountability for that. I deny the church's authority. Now, I think it was his brother, was a priest, and he decided to leave the church. He would even stop parishioners on Sundays and say, "Why are you going to the church? Like, you really shouldn't." Why? Because every priest is a layman and every layman is a priest, was basically a premise that he was starting to promote. He was denying the aspect of accepting communion, and they said, "Well, why would you do that?" Because if you tell me a priest has to be the guy to administer it to me, then that's really diluting the whole purpose of what it is to have communion. I should be
mm.
able to have that with a layperson, right? And this is throwing everybody for a conniption fit. Because they're like, well, what's your problem, right? What's your problem with the institution if that's the problem? What? Is you made it an institution and you took it away from what it was organically, spiritually speaking,
Mm.
right? So while I appreciate somebody like Stirner, I think that's true. Because what did God say? Let us make man in
My own image.
our image,
Our
right?
own image.
Our image. Now, whether he is referring to the angels, whether he is referring to a spiritual component here, right? I do believe that Stirner is correct. Now, granted, he didn't believe in God, but he does make a solid point. Are you your own man, Cliff?
Oh, absolutely.
Dang straight, and I think that's correct. So, as my own man, I want to have a sense of honor, correct?
Mm,
That is where we get the root etymology as well for honesty.
mm,
You are taken by your word. Same thing with God. So if we are in covenant with God, like Abraham, right? As a Christian, we are in covenant as in a marriage, right? Now, Max Stirner would say something to the along the lines of, if this deal isn't working for me, I can just walk away because I am my own autonomous individual. If I gain nothing from this, I walk away. Correct. And I think in turn, that's what a Christian should do. What? Hear me out. Because again, if you are basically saying, okay, I'm my own individual and I'm submitting to God. Now, am I doing it because my parents told me to, or I'm coerced by the point of a sword, very the Crusades or whatever? You have to accept Christ because this is the one true way. Mm. No, I'm doing it out of my own personal conviction.
mm.
And as I was asking a computer thingy here, I said there's a flaw with Stirner's thinking because he's saying that our morality is determined by ourselves. And I said there's a flaw with that because when you were born, you learn your morality and your ethics from whom?
Parents, neighborhood,
Exactly.
culture.
You're dependable
Yeah.
until a certain point. And this is where I'm looking again from a biblical lens as I'm reading a secular semi-author. I said, okay, this is true because when you become a man, you get married, right? At least if you're going by original cultural traditions, you got married, and he became what? One with his wife,
One flush. Yep.
right? Because you now leave mom and dad and you start a new family tree. You branch off because you become your own sovereign individual. So you're able to lead your house, right? Now, as opposed to what we've had bastardized, I've been doing a little bit of this etymology breakdown. Oh, that's the patriarchy. Patri is the root etymology for father. Patriot, father. You're fighting for the fatherland. So you're over here making trolling fun about the communists fighting for Mother Russia, right? But as a patriot, you're fighting for the fatherland. Is in essence what you're saying with etymology. Now you can argue all the minutia in the comments. Have fun with that. I don't really read them anyway. But you follow what I'm saying? Because as a dad, you're starting a new family tree, but you have things that you control under your roof. But here's the flaw that I was finding in Stirner's thinking, and the thing was popping up saying back to me saying, yes, you're thinking upstream from his analogy. Correct. If I am being born into existence, what therefore gives me life? I'm asking that question. Right? Well, for going biblically, I'm going to respect my mother and father, right? So, in essence, spiritually speaking, I'm going to respect my father in heaven because he gave me the breath of life. Again, this is for Christians. This doesn't necessarily mean if you're listening, you're like, well, I'm an atheist, or whatever. That's fair enough. Yeah, I'm going to meet you where you're at. But this is where I was finding a little bit of a flaw. But as a Christian, this is us, right? Putting on the spiritual uniform of heaven. We are choosing to be in this covenant. We're not conforming to become one with like a marching unit, right? Because what we have here at the definitions. Uniform, having always the same form, manner, or degree, not varying or variable, unchanging, consistent, equable, homogeneous, sorry. As the dress of the Asiatics has been a uniform from early ages, the temperature is uniform, right? A heartwarming, identical experience of everything being exactly the same, proving that individuality is clearly overrated. Now, this is where some people might start arguing, well, this is why I support liberalism. And in a sense, I think there's a little bit of a nod of classical liberalism, not to the point of liberalia, which is a very interesting practice back in ancient Rome. But you could just make the easiest case as well liberty, freedom to do as thou wilt. I just as equally would argue, yes, as a Christian, I am choosing to follow the commandments. I am choosing to obey God, but I do have that liberty and option at any point in time to stray from the way, right? This is where we call, oh, I'm a backsliding Christian. I had a little phase where I fell away. And yeah, we all have those moments, but you have to admit at a certain point you made a conscious decision to do something, right? And then you have to weigh it through. Is it premeditated? Is it not premeditated? Was it an accident? Blah blah blah. Right? There's a lot of contending factors. But the aspect, as you said before, there's times where you got upset and then you prayed about it later and you apologized and rectified the situation. That's good. But you did that as somebody told you you had to go do that, or did you do that as an individual?
Individual.
Thank you. Now, a lot of times when you see somebody in uniform, we're doing it for what? The good of the country, the good of my community, the good, right? And they're justifying this collective mindset. Well, if you just obeyed, you wouldn't have suffered. You gotta respect the person in uniform. What if he wasn't respecting me? Well, that's irrelevant, right? This is the arguments that you'll hear online. Now, I know some people are consuming my stuff or they're not watching all my episodes. I really would plead with you. I know it may seem long and daunting, but this is why I'm promoting those names I just talked about with Cliff. And did you find it fairly easy to understand when I broke it down?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm reading heavy books and I'm trying to make it very simple and concise of okay, give me the microwave version if you could, because that's way too much for me to break down all this, that, and the other thing, right? And that's what I'm trying to do because I'm read a secular author and I'm like, I think his conviction's solid. Because as a Christian, yeah, every day I take responsibility for me. I don't impose that on somebody else. I don't say respect the pastor, respect this thing, respect that thing. Now, granted, I could say you respect him. Why? He's knowledgeable, right? But you respect everybody. That
Hmm.
means the guy in the sound booth. That means, the lady who plays the piano. I'm using a church setting. You
Yep.
respect everybody, right? Why? Because that's the golden rule. Whereas if you elevate one person and put them on a pedestal, that's where we start getting a problem. The only one that's on a pedestal is Christ. That's God's word. That's the authority. That's what brings us all together. So I had this lady the other day. Now, granted, she didn't comment back to this, but she wrote this thing on Instagram. Oh, this is so unfair. Now, what is she saying this to? She's seen this video of a guy that's walking up to somebody that's in uniform saying America first or special country that starts with an I, ends with an L over in the Middle East. Guy's squirming. Oh,
I seen it.
yeah, yeah. So again, this is a common question you're seeing with a lot of troops. They're just looking down, and then you're hearing the comments. Well, that's because when they sign some sort of contract, they're not allowed to give their political opinions while they're in uniform. Right?
Mm.
When they're in uniform, I can't do that. So you're basically telling me you sacrifice your autonomy as an individual when you are in uniform. That means you have no say. I have to pick up the gun. I have to aim over there. When we're reading about the centurion that comes to Christ, if I tell him to go over there, he will do it. If I say come here, he will. You follow where I'm going with this analogy?
Yes.
It shouldn't be to the point where I have to tell you to go do something. With Christianity, it's voluntary.
Yes.
If you love me, keep my commandments. Let's fill that one more with a different little word, little tweak. If you love me, obey my commandments.
Mm.
Right? So I'm writing to this lady, and she's saying this is unfair, right? And I said, nah, it's fair. You should be allowed to troll these individuals. You wear a uniform. You by default surrendered yourself. The question is based on conscience or patriotism. And again, I'm using terminology that the average person would understand. Not that I concur with patriotism. His neutrality equals cowardice. What?
Agreed.
He's
Greatly.
he serves a paycheck, not any ethical code of personal conduct. Well, okay, so again, if you're wanting to use the argument patriotism, I'm fighting for the fatherland, right? Or are you fighting for your own conscience? Now, this is where I would go back into the mentality. Are you a warrior? You'll defend the people that are in your tribe because that's what I'm called to do as a man. I'm supposed to protect those that cannot protect themselves, right? There's that mentality. And then there's the I'm fighting for the country. And what are you fighting for? The corporate class? Imperialism? Taking somebody's oil? I mean, at this point, dude, you can't claim stupidity. Or if you are, you really are brainwashed, in which case, by all means, get dressed up in your Barbie doll outfit of authoritarianism drag and go to the whatever battlefield you want. Be mercenary cannon fodder. I don't care. Well, you don't care about me? I don't. Apparently, because you'd rather fight for some plot of dirt as opposed to fight for eternity. And I don't understand how Christians, right, especially, are making this justification.
Hey, and it's funny, real quick, the uniform thing. So I was crossing the street. It was right after an on ramp to the highway. So I look one way, I run to the middle. I look the other side, it's clear, I run. Now I probably walked 5 minutes. A state trooper whips up on me. Boop. I look in, he's 25 years old. He's in his little Gestapo state trooper uniform. Now here I am, cowboy boots, working jacket on, hat. He was probably 22, 25. So I'm 15, 16 years his senior. And this is what he said to me. What are you doing? That's unsafe. You can't cross there. Go in the crosswalk. And I felt like being like, listen, bro, when you were still in your dad's ball bag, pardon my French, I was crossing the street. I know how to cross the street. I'm 41 years old. You know what I mean? But there's that disrespect. Like, who are you to pull up on me telling me I can't cross the street? Like, yeah, if you want to get me for jaywalking, write the ticket and stop wasting my time, young buck. You know what I mean? But they're like, "Brr." It's like, what are you so gassed up because I crossed the street? Like, why are you not chasing the fentanyl dealers or the people that are trafficking children? No, I'm gonna get the jaywalker. It's comical to me. It
Yes.
really is.
I got pulled over for a ticket because there was some guy that pulled out a little moped thingy from gas station, and I nearly hit him. And I was literally like, dude, that was one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. Is pulling out into traffic, right, at a decent clip on a green light, and that little thing that's going very, very slow. So eventually, we were coming up to another light, and I sped in front of him so I could turn because I'm like, I'm not gonna get stuck behind this guy. And of course, the cop pulls me over. I was like, well, did you see? No, I didn't see that. But you're gonna come after me, right? As opposed to somebody that almost caused an accident for pulling out with a really slow vehicle. And yes, there was a sidewalk. You didn't need to be in the street. You see what I'm saying? You could
Oh
argue the
yeah.
minutia of like, this is the guy, right? That almost caused an accident. If I had stopped an emergency, somebody else would crash into the back of me, and then therefore my insurance premiums are going to go up. But you're going to come and get me because he's like, "Oh, I clocked you. You were speeding." Yeah, so I could get past the slow moving vehicle in the middle of the street. I don't know, dude. I'm tired of this stuff. I just got another thing where the toll booths in Massachusetts. They're like, you still haven't paid. I'm like, I already paid it earlier in the month, so I wrote in the back of this. I'm gonna send them their money. I said, I know you're a government agency and therefore bureaucratic incompetency abounds, but this was paid via check and mail last month. If you're going to collect a tax, please improve your efficiency.
Oh, they're gonna get. They gonna like that.
I don't care, dude. But you know what? Like, dude, if I'm already putting in effort, either to do this
Yeah.
online, either send it in the mail, and you're still gonna send it, and then additionally send me more money that you want from me, it's like at least do improve your job. Because I'm having other issues with all this stuff with my landlord. And I gotta go drive, and I gotta go file for the restraining order, and I have to file specifically what I want in there, and I don't get somebody to advise me as to what exactly I want to form in that restraining order. I gotta do all that research myself. And I'm like, what am I paying you taxes for? If I got to do all the work and I got to do all the commuting, that's not helping me at all. And again, I was telling the fire marshal, my landlord, he didn't shovel around the fire hydrant. You gonna come and say, well, the best I can do is yell at the owner. Okay, could you do that? Yeah, I said, and if he doesn't do it, who do you contact next? The state police because we're on a state road, or are you gonna do something about it? You know, I don't actually know. You've been the fire marshal for 15 years. How the heck do you not know who puts in the ticket?
Yeah.
Which means you don't actually enforce anything. And this is what I'm talking about, dude. If you're going to go after somebody who's jaywalking and this thing, it's like, you know what? There's the friendly reminder, and then there's I'm coming over and I'm just doing it to flex. Because the gal the other day, she had, I think, was it 5, 6 people in uniform, army, I'm going to presume. They all came in, they all order. They're all freaking robots, dude. All them jar heads shaved and everything, clean shaved head and all that. They go and sit down. The guy that comes in is their sergeant or lieutenant, whatever it is. He comes in, he walks past them, goes all the way down to the bathroom, jiggles the door handle, it's locked. Comes back, he's like, "There's 6 of you standing here. Not one of you had the decency to tell me that it was freaking locked or somebody was in there." Goes over there, he's very nice to the girls, and she comes over, she's like, "I see what you're talking about. All of them were freaking mean. I was asking them how they're doing today. I was asking about change and stuff like that. And they're just also, Whereas the other one, he's being nice." So there's another thing with another cop came in. She says, "This one's always asking how we're doing, blah, blah, blah." I said, "Yes, that there's peace officer, genuinely actually doing what the title says. And then there's somebody that's only flexing because they feel empowered because of some articles of clothing that they wear." So anyways, last thing for uniform. Not changing in form or character, remaining the same in all cases and at all times.
Asshole. Sorry, I gotta stop.
Well, here is the thing, folks. If you never change your character and you always have to be the same, like, "Oh, I can't have an political opinion," or "There's a protester," blah, 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 blah. No, like, I sometimes appreciate some of the people that are trolling them because I don't think they ever think with their conscience until somebody actually says something. Like, are you thinking about what you're doing right now? Well, I put on the uniform, I put on the mask, I put on the riot gear. Now I'm standing in line and someone's calling me out, like, "What would I do if this was my children? What would I do with this?" I've never really thought about those questions because I was just told to come into work and there was a problem today, right? That you're never stopping to think, am I doing this for the right reasons? Are you doing it for your country, your community? All right? Wouldn't the best way to serve your community is not having to join these particular organizations that bring such ire from the public? You would think. You would think, but we've had it drilled in us that we need to respect these sorts of things. Now, granted, some people might argue that my etymology here is completely flawed. As someone wrote a comment today, if somebody's sharing one of my stuff, "This is flawed, a fallacy of etymology. Flawed etymology." I'm like, well, you kind of look like an inbred special person, so I'm not going to say anything more about that because then I looked on his profile and he's saying, "Mourn all the kids or Muslim kids that got killed in a school." Yeah. Or mourn something else, whatever is going on in America. And again, because they're Muslim, I don't need to have any remorse. It's like, well, it's a Samaritan, right? Or the guy that's sitting in the ditch. I don't really need to care about him, do I? Yeah, you do. I'm sorry. I hate to break it to you. If you're truly a Christian, you don't love other Christian countries that are in the Middle East or in Africa or something like that. You love them regardless of what their belief system is. You don't hate them because you think they all hate you. Well, they say death to America. Yeah, and they call it the nation of Satan. Do you understand from their point of view, they get their women all dressed up in burqas so that they cover them and they have a sense of modesty about them. And over here, we have women that are stripping on a thing called OnlyFans and special sites, right? For strangers to look at them and look at them in the wrong way, to use them. I think that would be a nation of Satan because some of them, their dads, are the freaking pimps.
It's crazy.
I'm just saying, dude, when you're looking at it from their perspective,
Yep.
don't you go pointing fingers till you take care of the people in your own country. You want to say borders? Can you take care of the people in your own country with their thinking and that warped mindset? Well, that's the liberals. No, these are Republicans too. What?
Hey,
Yeah,
and
conservatives
those
are getting on these sites. Have you ever heard of a girl called Haktua? Yeah, yeah.
Hey, and that's just it. And those people who are saying, defending America against those heinous acts, they ain't doing nothing for the kingdom in America. They're not helping American Christians, or they're not even helping unbeliever Christians. They
Right.
just think the Muslims are bad. It's all right. You know, that video you posted the other day, and dude got all mad, like, oh, you're casting stones at them young men. I said what they did was disgusting, because it was. They were harassing children, saying foul things to them.
Yeah.
Like, yes, who I am, and like you said, I'm an individual who follows Christ. That is bad behavior. They're in their 20s acting like 10-year-olds.
Yeah.
It's disgusting.
And we as Christians are supposed to defend the widows, orphans.
All of them,
Well,
not
again,
not
widows,
just the white
orphans, but
skins, not just,
yeah,
everybody, no matter religion, race, creed. Like, we're called to be the salt of the earth, to protect the weak, in the, the widowers
vulnerable.
and the
Yeah.
vulnerable. Thank you.
So again, I pulled this up. People can disagree with me, but let's be honest. There's the thing called Babel, right? I call it my Babel card when I do some of this etymology, and you don't have to agree with me. You can even make a clip of that and say, "Ah, look, he's going his Babel card." The Roman god personified as the sun was known as Sol, for Sol Invictus. You ever hear of the Sol solar eclipse, December and all that? Or sorry, the winter solstice. My mistake. Sorry. The Greek counterpart of Helios, a poetic word for the sun. And then I was like, okay, well, if Sol is a sun god, what does dire mean? I get into it. Well, according to your dictionary, word Nick, and all that stuff, we get the definition: one who dies or is about to die. One who dies. So if we combine those, right, when we do compound words in our English language, if we're trying to go by, spelling, as it were, we would get soldier or soldier, which means destined to die for the god of the sun.
Wow. And
So we're
again,
destined to
baby
die for the
Christians.
sun
Oh,
god. Sun god.
sorry. There's a small delay. I apologize. But again, this isn't babe Christian stuff. This is real soul, the ecclesia, disciples of Christ. Like, this is stuff that's gonna help you in understanding the battle.
Yep. And again, dude, early church, Caesar and the Lamb is the name of the book. I think it's George Callis something. I have the book up here. I should have put it in the slides. And then the early church on killing, and the author last name is Cider. I don't have the first name available at the moment. If you want to get those books as a Christian, I would highly recommend it, because then you'll look into the um what is it, the military martyrs of the early ecclesia. When they were convicted, they're like, I can't do this anymore. Why? I can't serve Caesar's legions and do this at the same time. I have blood on my hands. I'm doing it for the. They're convicted. They were denied communion because they were known as men who shed blood. Right? We don't do that as Christians, because our Savior turns our weapons of war into plowshares and prune hooks and or fish hooks, varying on translations. Find that in Isaiah, and I think the other one was Malachi and or Micah. I know it began with an M, but that's where they were citing a lot of the early church thinkers. That's what they were constantly reiterating, is like, how can we have this person in our midst, in our assembly, ecclesia, body, if this is who they are? This is their occupation. So with that in mind, Roman, right? This is from Henry David Thoreau's Civil Disobedience. I'm going to be citing it for a couple times. Highly recommend buying the book or it's a booklet. It's like 70 something pages, 60 something pages. You can't go wrong. Really helps you with the 1850s, understanding what's going on. He basically was put in jail for not paying taxes out of protest of slavery. Yeah, we've always had a sucky country. Sorry, people. But he goes, we are not prepared to believe that every private soldier in a Roman army had a name of his own, because we have not supposed that he had a character of his own. So we watch all these little, whether it's your little YouTube things or your little shorts that pop up on Facebook, the ancient Roman world, and you see all these legionnaires marching in lockstep. How many of them had names? All of them.
Yep.
How many of them do you remember? None of
Not
them.
one.
Right? You might remember the guy who led it, Mark Antony, Caesar, Pompey, right? Marcus Aurelius Crassus. Oh, sure. I know a couple of these guys, Marcus Aurelius. But you remember the leader. You don't remember the soldier. right? So if you had a character of your own, what I just read about the uniform thing, your character doesn't change. Why? Because you're just part of a uniform. You're part of an assembly. Marching means a singular unit, right? March, month that we're in. Now, when I originally posted about, I don't know, 10, 15 slides on this, I compiled a bunch of quotes from people who either wore uniforms or their thoughts on them. Here's just a few. When you put on a uniform, there are certain inhibitions that you accept. Dwight D. Eisenhower. That's the guy that led the D-Day landings. I think there's a movie with Brendan Fraser portraying him coming out this year. Inhibitions. Inhibitions that you accept. Interesting. So you're telling me the uniform breeds conformity? You just accept the things that, otherwise I might have had a little bit of a problem with. But I make the exception because now I'm part of a particular unit. Right? I think there's a Rise Against song that's talking about this guy that's basically having PTSD, and he's reflecting in the lyrics as like we went over there and we got our guy. I started kicking him around, right? Started peeing on him, and then I saw the other guys were doing it. At first, I objected, and then I was like, "Yeah, why not?" I joined in, right? And he's talking about how he's remembering the little girls, the father having a little girl, right? Seeing me take away her daddy, and now he's thinking about this in post, and he's like, I was, why did I do that? Because when you become part of a herd, right? When you become part of the pack, as it were, you start losing your conscience as the individual, and that's just a common trait when they're saying, and that there's a couple of books I'm going to be looking into next, just talking about the herd mentality. When you're with other people, somehow you start thinking that's okay because your conscience is ejected out from the equation. Yet
Hey, and I
Arthur,
lived it. I lived it in the projects.
yeah,
Everybody gets on the same mindset. So when everybody's doing what they're doing, that's the normal. And everyone has that same exact mindset. So there's no one to say, hey, stop, that might be wrong, because everyone is in that survival, that, like you said, that just that same mindset where you get lost in it and you lose your individuality. And I lived it, I've lived it.
and it's good that you're actually able to reflect on that because there's other ones where I'm like, my favorite kind of veteran is one that has regrets
Mm,
because it means you still have a soul. You're still convicted. I
yeah,
love it. And I don't want, again, I'm not saying traumatized or PTSD. I'm saying somebody that's like, you know what? I was wrong. We were lied to. I really like one of those kind of guys. Why? Because it means you actually think about what you do. Granted, maybe in hindsight, when you first started out, innocent, dumb, programmed. I get it. Propaganda's all over the place. But if you're able to sit back and reflect and then actually tell somebody else that why you're against something, I applaud you, good sir.
absolutely.
As it should be for a Christian with a testimony.
Mm.
Believe me that every man you see in a military uniform is not a hero. Arthur Wellesley, 1st Duke of Wellington. A man becomes the creature of his uniform. Napoleon Bonaparte. Wow, I became a creature? Telling me I'm no longer a man? This is a guy that led a lot of armies. A
A
lot of
lot.
armies. You believe Eisenhower? Do you believe? I'm not sure if this is the same Arthur Wellesley. I think Wellington wasn't a Duke of Wellington that went up against what's his face Napoleon at some point.
I'm not sure.
A uniform, right? The uniform make for brotherhood, since when universally adopted, it covers up all differences of class and country. Robert Baden Powell. So it's no longer a class because we're all one, right? Doesn't that sound a little cultish? We're
When
all
it's time to
one.
die.
We're all one.
Yeah.
And you're going onto a battlefield, one who is destined to die as a soldier. I think that's very sad, dude, because that's like watching one of those things where somebody just becomes zombie like and then they start going down the little treadmill until they fall over the cliff and they get consumed into some kind of lava like thing. That's what it's sounding like, right? I was scared every day I put on the uniform. George Brett. Well, Brandon, those are just selected. Like I'm talking about some people that led armies here, you know? And I think in hindsight, dude, when we're reading about some of this stuff with putting on uniforms and you're being scared, what does that tell you?
Mm.
So a lot of times they're saying a lot of conservative individuals. Now again, I'm not for left or right. Just saying statistically, there's a book, authoritarianism, and I'd have to look up the author's name. It's coming in the mail at some point. It's very soon. But it's talking about how a lot of conservatives tend to like authority figures. Why? Because a little sense of insecurity there. This is what Dad always said to do. This is what an authority figure says to do. There's this sense of security because somebody seems to have know-how, right? Somebody knows how to lead. So I don't know how to do that myself, but I like the pattern, right? What we hear a lot of people say, because people are like, oh, Brand, I'm rolling my eyes right now. This is just ridiculous thinking. What do you hear a lot of people say? Get in the military and hone up, get that discipline in me. Discipline. Discipline. Okay, so you know have equated authority with discipline, right? And you like that because you want structure. Now, who was it that was talking about this back in the day? I just had a flashback. Oh, that's going to irk me now for the rest of the day. There was an individual back in the day.
Bro, my dad said it to
I'm gonna have to
me.
look that up.
He's like, son, I'm gonna have to go back to jail because there was structure there. And I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
Dad, you don't need jail to get structure. You literally write down a plan how you want to live your day, and then you do it.
You
Yeah,
execute it.
no, I can't. In there, I wake up, I read the Bible. That's heartbreaking. He knew he needed the Bible, but he couldn't pick it up at home. He wanted to go back to jail where he would have been forced to. It's the same thing.
Self-discipline.
Yep.
Self-discipline. Fasting is a great way to get there. If it requires a uniform, it's a worthless endeavor. George Carlin.
Mm,
E-
legend.
yes. Every uniform corrupts one's character. Max Frisch. Okay. And I'm of the same mindset because, like we read the definition, right? It means always the same, never changing your character. So if it corrupts your character and you never change your character as a Christian, is that good?
No.
No, no. We're supposed to be constantly, what does Paul write? I die to self
Daily.
daily. Man, a daily podcast. That's what it's all about. You're dying to self daily because I have to understand I have to kill the old man. I have to kill the flesh. Why? Because the minute I go under that water, when I emerge, I'm understanding I'm breaking that celestial firmament and I am now born again. To be still down here, I am now what? I am a citizen of heaven, a celestial ambassador. I am a colonist from heaven, recruiting souls for eternity. That is my mentality. Everything else is dead to me. I don't put on the uniform of Caesar. I'm putting on the mindset of Christ. To put it very succinctly, I don't think that's very hard to grasp. Do you think that was hard to grasp?
Not at all.
It shouldn't be. So, I accidentally put a double slide here. I'll have to eject that out next time. And then I wrote one of my own. If it wears a uniform, there's a good chance it lacks a moral compass.
Hey, and even if they don't lack a moral compass, like you said earlier, they are going to allow certain things that go against their morals because they're in a group now. Well,
Right.
there's four other guys. I don't want them to think I'm a weakling or whatever they think. And then what happens? They push their morals, their Christianity to the side and go wipe that family out. It's
Right.
just orders.
And again, this is anybody, whether it's a cop, whether it's, and I'm not saying, oh, well, I'm a nurse and I wear scrubs and blah. I'm just saying, be mindful. Because, yes, it might be what the state requires. It might be what your job occupation requires. Like Cliff was saying, like I was going over to this, uh, temp agency, right? And they might, and even, dude, even at my other job, how come you don't wear the shirts that we give you? How come you don't wear that? And I'm like, because one, it's thick and it's hot. You're not really thinking about the employee because I'm in a hot environment. I'm not putting on thick linen next to a hot machine. So, duh. Secondly, I just never really have been too fond. It feels itchy wearing
Yeah.
a uniform. It feels weird having something with the name tag on it and stuff like that. I've never been good with uniforms. This has been inbred. Again, this is not taught me. I just have always had this instinct in me. I'm finally getting to the point, Cliff, because I'm doing my own research and I'm bothering to read the voices of those who've gone before and their thoughts on the matter, that I've come to my own conviction. Same thing with somebody who comes across a Bible, or you're trying to process what's going on in the world. I came to that conclusion based on my own conviction. God gave me a brain and he gave me a heart, and I'm over here assessing, does the golden rule sound good? Cool. Cool. Now, can I apply that? Well, what do you mean? In Christ's time, they ask, who is my neighbor? Today, we ask the question with an adjective in front of that. Who is my legal neighbor? Some things never change. It's always, nothing changes. Everything's nothing new under the sun. But it's that concept that you dwell upon that saying, you know what? It changes today, and it changes with me. Because I'm at the helm of my own ship, right? And I'm in charge of what I'm going to do. Yes, that Mandela quote, quote unquote, I am the master of my own fate. Yes, you are. Right? Israel, right? Jacob, after he was named, means he who struggles with God. There's no problem with struggling with God. Well, Brandon, that doesn't sound like obedience. Look at Christ. Father, if they could let this cup, this commitment, this covenant pass from me, please do it. Not my will, yours be done. Struggle. That's a struggle. I understand you want this marriage to go through. It's an arranged marriage, right? It has been since Abraham. Now you're going through with the bride of Christ, right? This has to go through, but you're going to have to shed some blood in order to get that bride. I don't want this. What does he say on the cross? Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. Right? They're all cheering for blood. Does this sound like a marriage I really want to be in? She's pretty messed up. She wants my head. Yep. And then he says, Father, why hast thou forsaken me? Think about that for a moment, folks. This is what the struggle is all about. And yet he's still deciding, you know what? I'm putting my life on the line. And then eventually get over to Ephesians. Husbands, love your wives as Christ laid down his life for the church. You're doing it out of conviction and conscience, and because there's a higher calling above what your what your average day is asking of you, right? And some people are not going to understand because we're doing it from a spiritual perspective and not from a flesh perspective. That which is of flesh is flesh, Nicodemus, and that which is of spirit is spirit. But what would the other Pharisees say if they find out? I don't really care. I'm explaining to you what it is now. And again, Nicodemus sees him at night. Christ, right before they start the Passover, Nicodemus comes in the broad daylight to put him in a tomb. I don't care what other people think. I don't care if they see. Because conviction, it's not afraid to be in the dark. It's not afraid to be in the light. But it usually comes to light. I'm willing to walk in the light because I get it.
And I think that's when you're really born again. When you're really born again, these are the things you should be going through in your mind. If you're born again and nothing in you has changed, your heart's the same, you still gossip, you're still not nice, you don't share, you don't love, you can't receive love, then I have to say, are you in the faith? Because I could just say from my testimony, like you said, dying to self every day, every single day, I'm making sure I'm following Christ and I'm not following myself. There is that, and there's struggles. There's days where, the other day I woke up, the fridge is down, and I'm like, I want to get angry and cry. And I just said, you know what, Lord, it is what it is. You know what I mean?
Yep.
You can't bug out. You got to have faith. You got to keep going no matter what's coming. And you got to pray about it. Like when Jesus had that moment when he asked God, like, is there another way? But he was praying. You're going to go through stuff. If you're not praying, imagine if Jesus didn't pray. Now it says he prayed twice and then God sent an angel to minister to him.
Yep.
How many times do we go through the day and we're going through something and we try to fix it ourselves, or we just get angry and hurt? Like prayer, it's the super weapon that I don't see a lot of Christians using. Like you should be in prayer. If you're in this battle, trying to change, try to die to self, you should be praying every day about stuff.
Yeah. And not putting your security blankets and peace and safety, which is a lot of times what patriotism is going to get you to do. Right? I want peace and safety like a certain guy during his inauguration address, whitehouse.gov. Cross-reference me, folks. He said the line, peace and safety. What do we get in Thessalonians when they say peace and safety? There's an anarcho-libertarian book, and then in the back, it was talking about a lot of statists. They like the concept of peace and safety. That was the starting inscription of what you're going to read in this book on the back. And I'm looking at it going, anarcho-libertarians talking about we don't want to look at the world from that perspective, that we need the government for peace and safety. But this is, I'm reading the back going, I kind of chuckle because it's probably not a Christian author. But that phrasing, right? Everybody's willing to sacrifice, right? In order, as long as you put a king over us, we feel comfy. We feel comfy now. We're not supposed to be like the other nations. With that, I'll bridge into this. George Orwell. In our age, there is no such thing as keeping out of politics, and again, politics from the Greek means the affairs of the city. All issues are political issues, and politics itself is a mass of lies, evasions, folly, hatred, schizophrenia. When the general atmosphere is bad, language must suffer. I should expect to find this in a guess which I have not sufficiently knowledge to verify, that the German, Russian, and Italian languages have all deteriorated in the last 10 or 15 years as a result of dictatorship. Now he's naming all these different nations, but in the same mindset, if everybody's following the dictator, right? They dictate what you do. And why are they able to do that? Because you're getting into the uniforms of the dictator. Doesn't matter the nation, but this is ultimately what happens. And then again, Confucius once said, when words lose their meanings, people lose their liberties. And or was it liberties and freedoms? There's another word that they use, varying on the Chinese translation. Yeah, and because you don't know how to think for yourself and you're putting on this costume, what happens? You start being the enforcer of taking away the natural ability of every single sovereign individual on behalf of the state. He then goes on, another quote, George Orwell, nationalism, on the other hand, is inseparable from the desire for power. The abiding purpose of every nationalist is to secure more power and more prestige, not for himself, but for the nation or other unit in which he has chosen to sink his own individuality. So you see where I'm bridging that dictator nationalism. The concept is, you know what? As a singular unit, for the good of the country, we're all going to unite. United States? Well, Brandon, are you asking for everybody to be... I'm just saying. Well, people don't seem to be understanding when I'm doing these other shows and I'm having a talk between an anarcho-capitalist and somebody else that's thinking a little bit more, the system's okay, we just need to refine it so we're actually caring about the constituents, the people, and the communities. Now, granted, I'm not agreeing with either or 100%, but it's the aspect of what am I asking? Well, as Orwell just said, I want to keep out of politics. There's no such thing as doing that. You're going to be a part of the affairs of the city. Even Lot didn't get to option out, right? You have to leave Sodom and Gomorrah. Why? Because the affairs of the city, yeah, it's about to hit home here, brother, and you need to get out, right? You have to be part of it, right? But you're in the world, not of it. And when you're in the world, what are you supposed to be doing?
You're
Well, I
supposed
use
to
this.
be in the salt of the earth.
Right. And as I've used this analogy dozens of times with you before, you're supposed to be that, Paul. Sure, I'll talk to you, philosophers. You want me up there, sure. Please explain to me this unknown God. I leave, I continue on my missionary journey, but every day that philosopher still goes atop of Mars Hill, and they pass by that one spot that Paul pointed out. And you leave that little blank spot now with a question. As opposed to something I used to see every day, It's now a question of, do I really know what I believe? That's what a Christian is supposed to be doing. Is every time you encounter somebody and they hear you say, I don't really do politics, I don't do nationalism, I don't do patriotism, that they raise an eyebrow and go, bro, what? What do you mean you're not part of the collective? Don't you care? Don't you vote? Don't you, right? No, I do care, but I don't need to pass legislation and laws in order to be a good person. I just do the golden rule, right? I live the Sermon on the Mount. I try my best to be a peacekeeper, right? And try to implement that into my life. I might be flawed once in a while, but when you see me, my testimony reflects, it has an echo of who I am inside.
Mm-hmm.
Now, people, they like their Platonic cathedrals, right? It's like the perfect soul is within you. I remember we were talking about that. God knows my heart. The perfect soul is within you. Because you go outside, yeah, the cathedral's nice. It's a good structure. But when you go inside, oh, look at it. It's so beautiful. And that Platonic thought, you have a perfect soul already inside you. You just need to unlock it from the confines of your flesh. So just look within. Enlightenment, inner enlightenment, right? This is what that concept is. You go inside, you look within, you go inside the cathedral. That's what we've done. And it started allegedly with Augustine and implementing some Platonic thought into the Christian circles. And what are we doing today? Right? Oh, we are the greatest country on earth. We are this, we're that. And I'm saying this could be anybody. I'm just saying, as Americans, we know what it's like, bro. We hear it all the time. And you get cocky, right? And you think you're better than everybody else because you're filtering and defining yourself by your nation, right? And you're not defining yourself through your God, which is defined through the Holy Spirit,
Mm-hmm.
right? So don't identify with the nations. Do not be like the other nations. There's a reason God was saying in 1 Samuel 8, they didn't betray you, Samuel. They betrayed me. And woe unto them when they'll be, saying, oh, look what the king did to us. You asked for this. I wanted to have a personal relationship with you, my people. And you decided to put a king as an interceder between all of us. You wanted somebody elevated in your midst when you had me. By nationalism, I mean, first of all, the habit of assuming that human beings can be classified like insects, and that whole blocks of millions or tens of millions of people can be confidently labeled good or bad. Another quote from George Orwell.
Mm-hmm.
Do we not kind of see that already? Oh, get them out of our country! Right? As they're waving a Bible. In my country. Yeah, my country. Oh, okay. All right. Did God draw the border? Well, I'm just curious. Where on this continent did God draw the border? He made the continents. Yeah, the land is all His. Who drew the border? Well, yeah, you did. Man drew borders, right? When we took over the Mexican Mexican War, we took all that chunk of land, and how we did it was we sent a military contingent to instigate a little bit of a kerfuffle where the Mexicans were forced to retaliate to defend their land. And what happens? Oh, we need to retaliate. They shed American blood, American soil. Yeah, we needed to. Right. So they now use this as a provocative motion to send more people over there and instigate a war. And they're even saying that Lincoln at the time, you're so unpatriotic as a senator, right? To say we're not going to do it. And he's like, well, yeah, because he didn't tell the whole truth to the American populace, right? They said he almost committed political for doing that, right? Now, I know Einstein was in the club, but he does give an interesting quote here. And again, like I said, I just quoted Mark Twain. I'm quoting him. I'm giving you a little caveat. I am aware, so don't freak out. Nationalism is an infantile disease. As a citizen of Germany, I saw how excessive nationalism can spread like a disease, bringing tragedy to millions. I'm against any nationalism, even in the guise of mere patriotism. Privileges based on position and property have always seemed to me unjust and pernicious, as did any exaggerated personality cult. Wow. So you have this guy equating patriotism to cults. Right? You define yourself by the nation that you're a part of. You start losing your autonomy as an individual. Here's a band, right? It starts here. Here's a little red band to put over your shoulder, right? Here's a flag to put up front. Buy my merch. Put this on. Put this sign in the front. At a certain point, what are you loving? You're buying little idols, little trinkets, right? Well, I'm not like a Catholic. I don't get beads. I don't put little statues in my house. But you put little signs in your front lawn. You get little big signs of the guy that you like in the front lawn. I see it all the time, right? And you define yourself. My guy won. Oh, have you ever met that guy? Most people probably no. No, they don't care about you. They want your money. You're just saying earlier, the sense of avarice, that's what politics is. We're not supposed to be, as Christians, it says don't get your money through filthy lucre. What does that mean? You're not getting money by doing dark things, right? You're not doing shady deals on the side. We're not supposed to accumulate money like that. So when you're sending money to an individual, that's the lesser of two evils. You're still sending money to evil, but you somehow don't have money to send to ministry. You pause, you reflect on that. That's between you and God. But that's kind of something that I'm looking at once in a while. Is like, why are we thinking about these priorities when you're using Caesar's money? Are you using Caesar's money to break somebody else's shackle? Or are you using Caesar's money to accumulate Caesar's wealth?
Yeah, you trying to be in the good grace of someone whose interests line with yours so your pockets could get fatter.
Right, right. When stupidity is considered patriotism, it is unsafe to be intelligent. Isaac Asimov. Patriotism ruins history. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. Why? What do they always say? The victors always write history. And again, the people who read the history book, like I'm pretty sure in the UK, they probably have a different version of World War II and how it ended. In our country, we have this version in that country. Right, because it's all filtered through the perception of that particular nation. Right? And you see the world through what? Your nation. If you're in Britain, I know it by the Queen. I know it by the Union Jack. I know it by, right? And we conquered the whole world. We're the empire where the sun never sets. Right? That's how you define yourself. In America, hoorah, we're the big guys. We did this. We cleaned up that. Right? We're always the last in call to fix everybody else's problems. Right? It's like we're the bastard ace in the hole that they always need us for. Right? We're the war country. We like it, as Carlin was saying. We love it. Right? And that's how we define ourselves. And what does God say? When he's giving us that great commission, Christ, go forth and make disciples of all nations. All nations. It also says that you're going to be despised by all nations for my name's sake. Now, if Christ is God's word made flesh, they're hating you because what are you doing? You're obeying God's word, and you don't define yourself through the eyes of the nations. You define yourself through heaven, right? My mind is set on things above, Romans 12:2, right? Be not conformed, uniformed, be not uniformed. They can think of that, just a bridge of a degree here. Be not conformed to things of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind, that ye may prove what it is that is good and perfect and acceptable will of God. It's not filtered through the definition of nations. Another quote from Orwell. The nationalist does not disapprove of atrocities committed by his own side, but he has a remarkable capacity for not even hearing about them. Do you see
you
that?
You can't even have a conversation about it. There are people going to hear what we're talking about and go, how dare you? you can't even have a conversation, like a calm conversation. What is me talking about nationalism got, like, why does that get you so angry? Because you're programmed to be angry.
Because you love things of this earth rather than things of heaven. I wish you were this passionate calling out blasphemy when a guy gets a menorah award with the inscription Prince of Peace on it. If I said I'm going, let's use a hypothetical here, Cliff. Christmas play, right? I don't believe in the aspect of Christmas, but let's say it's a Christmas play, and I walk up there and I introduce myself as the director, and you know what? While we're talking about the Prince of Peace that was born back then, I think there's a little Prince of Peace in all of us, right? Yeah, I'm the Prince of Peace and I'm the director of this play. Would you have a problem with me? I would hope so. I would hope you would get up and say, "Nope, this guy's a narcissist a-hole. Down. Nope, you're not fit to be in our circle." I would want that response. But when a leader of a nation that is literally the antithesis of Christ and a lot of his characteristic traits, when he takes that title, you're not even slightly miffed? No, because you keep making exceptions and excuses, and you say this isn't a war, and yet they're talking about the possibility at the WHO of a nuclear fallout. Still not a war. Yeah, your cognitive dissonance between confirmational biases, right? On this little mag-around that you're going about, you don't want to hear about it, and when you do, you make excuses for it. And for Cliff and I, we don't go left, we don't go to the right into, as it says, I think it's Proverbs 27:4. Unless we stumble into evil, we don't do that. We don't put our trust in man. Foolish is the man that puts his trust in man, Jeremiah 17:5, or in flesh. We put our faith in Christ. And you got a problem with us all of a sudden when we say, "I just follow Christ. I don't care about this, that, and the other thing." And they're literally following our pages going, "Is he a liberal now? Is he a Democrat? Is that a Biden? Is Obama? Clinton? I don't. What side does he favor? Was he against the idea of government? I don't understand this. Why? Because what did Cliff just tell you? You're programmed. You have to choose a side, and we're telling you you don't need it. But everything would fall into chaos.
What
So
it
where's your faith? Are you able to get out of that boat and look to Christ while the storm rages around you? Ye of little faith, and you're doing that in the political realm. Go ahead, Cliff.
Hey, even the traditions of men, right? Jesus hated the old traditions because it got so straight from God. That's what he didn't
Yes,
like about the Pharisees. What's America and all nations do? They talk about tradition, 200 years of tradition at um West Point and blah 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 blah. We're not called to follow traditions of men. Jesus said it out of his own mouth. What did he say to the Pharisees? I don't know it about being wearing nice robes, but
I
inside
have
you,
that.
what? Oh, do you? All right, I'll
Yeah.
let you get to it then.
And
My
again,
bad.
dude, you're correct. You're already getting into that right mindset because again, verses will pop up and going like, "I think this makes sense because this would align with this. This would align with that." It comes naturally to you because when you're convicted or you're starting to see this, you're like, "Yeah, this checks out biblically."
Mm.
Every man be proven a liar unless you filter everything that a man says through the word of God. Now, again, Orwell, agnostic, but he really appreciated Christian ethics. Where did he have a problem? The institutionalization of Christianity. He saw it as a little bit too dogmatic. Same thing with Tolstoy, same thing with Nietzsche, same thing. There's so many great thinkers out there, dude. They had a problem with institutionalized Christianity. Was that critique wrong? No, but it didn't make them want to go through the doors or accept the faith. Why? Because something felt wrong. So if a intelligent person is observing from the outside and they're saying that this feels wrong, right? There's a continuity here. Their convictions are not wrong. But what do we have as a Christian?
With
The
the Holy
fear
Spirit.
of the Lord or reverence is the beginning of wisdom. So anything you get with philosophy or the lovers of philosophies of men and stuff like that, if it's not based in the bedrock of having reverence for God, your creator, it's useless, right? You're
And
foolish.
that's what I love about you, Brandon, that you go through these guys. Now, here you are, you're naming their names, and I know people are going to go, well, they weren't Christian.
Right.
But what the special sauce they were missing was reading the word of God and understand that aspect. So when you go to their teachings, which do have weight, they were brilliant men, then you add the aspect of the word of God plus the Holy Spirit that resides in you, constantly trying to die to self. Now you could bridge the point that they had to stop at. Like you said, you could go more upriver and give more understanding to the great thoughts that they did have when you align it to the truth, which is Jesus.
And their critiques, and this is why,
Yes.
Cliff. Thank you. That what he just said, folks. Thank you. You just made my heart skip a beat. This is why I'm showing people when you and I've used this analogy before when people are telling me, but Brandon, Gary Wayne just cited from the Quran in his book. I don't know if I should keep on reading it because he cites the Quran, and this is not any shade towards you, but I'm like, if I'm reading George Orwell's 1984, right? Am I thinking, oh wow, this guy's an agnostic? No, I'm not thinking that. I'm not thinking that at all. I'm thinking, wow, this is very profound. Or now I see things in the news and I write, this is very Orwellian, right? I use him as a reference point, but he's an agnostic. Respected Christian ethics, but an agnostic. Okay, let's keep going. When I'm starting to cite somebody like Brave New World, Aldous Huxley, people are over here citing this, that, and the other thing, and I'm over here like, okay, well, his grandfather coined the term agnostic, and he was the nicknamed Darwin's bulldog because he was such an advocate for defending Darwin at lectures when people would say this is heresy and not biblical, right? And Aldous Huxley was in the occult, but you don't seem to have a problem with that guy when you're citing him as another source of a dystopian future. You could say the same thing with the author of Sherlock Holmes, right? Well, what's wrong with Sherlock Holmes? He was an occultist and he did seances with his wife. Actually, there's a whole story with Houdini and that connecting with that, trying to prove that whole thing a fraud. But that's neither here nor there. Go look into other YouTube videos with that. Do I still like reading Sherlock Holmes? Absolutely. But am I aware of what the author was outside of that? Same thing with reading Tom Sawyer or Huckleberry Finn. I'm able to still read what these guys wrote, but am I thinking constantly in the back of my mind, these people really weren't following Jesus? No. And now I have to ask you the question, is that because they're white?
Mm.
Is this where the Islamophobia comes into play? Well, it's an extreme book. You think there's not extreme books when you have Hegseth praying for I will be done while he's prepping for Armageddon? That's not religious fanatics? It can be done with any text. I don't care if it's Jewish. I don't care if it's Christian. I don't care if it's Islamic. There is extremists in every single group. The problem is you're shutting the book immediately when it's just one passage is quoted as it's not worth my time, it's irrelevant, but you're willing to read fiction written by other people who are either confused or in the occult or were still searching. They didn't quite find the answers. Now, you, in turn, when you're saying, I'm a critical thinker, what does a critical thinker do?
I would
You
say think outside the box.
you ask the hard questions. How to Read a Book by Mortimer J. Adler says one of the best things you can do for the author is disagree with him.
Mm.
I would add on to that, please write out how you disagree. Write a dissertation. This is what a lot of the early ecclesia big thinkers, this is all what they did. They write books about somebody that's bashing Christianity. Here's my 5-book essay to counterpoint every single aspect that this guy condemned Christianity with. I'm not kidding, Cliff. These are the kind of thinkers that we had. And I love reading it because sometimes it's going, I see where you're coming from, and I actually agree with you on a certain point. That's a fair point that you just made. It is? Yes. You agree with me? Uh-huh. But this is where I would disagree, and this is
Mm.
why. And then you bring up scripture of things that they may not have read themselves, because as Gypsy Smith and Evangels from the 1800s, when you know what he said? There's 5 gospels: Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, in the Christian. But most folks, they don't read the first 4. Your life is supposed to be that. And
Mm.
you're over here bashing somebody because, well, you're not Christian. Like I was saying before, if they're not friendly to Christian nations or they're slaughtering Christians out there, then obviously we need to bomb them. Really? That doesn't sound like what Christ was promoting. Not that I'm not saying you can't have self-defense moments, but I am saying this. That's your first thought? Because they don't love Jesus like me, then they deserve to die? What kind of Christian are you? Like I said before, religious people are willing to kill for what they believe in. A person of faith is willing to die for what they believe in.
Preach.
I'm just saying, dude, when we start thinking like that, you start taking what you, like you just said, take it with a grain of salt. Really great idea. I appreciate his critique. Thank you for your contribution of bringing a thing called life into this world. Move on. Right? But we can't even do that. Can't even do that. Statism is sadism. Nationalism is narcissism. Patriotism is peasantry. That's my summation. Statism, you like seeing somebody else suffer, whether it's through your voting, somebody else is getting it for the next 4 years. Ha ha. Right? This is your mentality where if you're going to ancient Rome, oh look, they're bringing the Christians into the arena. They shouldn't have defied Nero. Let's do this, people. Get eaten by lions. Right? You like seeing it. Somebody else is getting abused because they oppose the state. Same thing with Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. We're not bowing to that statue. Well, then get in the furnace. You like seeing somebody suffer if you defy me. Right? Nationalism is narcissism. You think you're better than everybody else. And what does God say? Right? Christ? That which is in the least of my brethren, right? That which you did for the least of my brethren, you did for me. James and John, stop arguing about who sits on the left, who sits on the right. If that's how you're thinking, you're not getting it. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but this is not what the end goal is all about who sits on the left, who sits on the right. You're all supposed to be helping each other. Luke 22:32, I have prayed for you, Peter, because Satan desires to sift you like wheat, that when you are ready, strengthen the brethren. You're not putting other people down. You're not thinking you're better based off of the kingdom. I'm from Rome. We're the best ever. You're over here going like, you have nothing to say for yourself? If you're the king of this region, guy who's standing before me on trial, Christ, if you have nothing to say. If you're a leader, wouldn't you be touting your own glory? No, I don't have to explain myself to you. And patriotism is peasantry. You're fighting for a corporate class, and you have no idea that you're doing it. You literally are paying money to be put in bondage with taxes. Now, granted, some of us are aware, and we're rendering unto Caesar. We're aware now. We understand that these coinage is shackles to the state. But we're understanding it's a shackle. This is nothing. When I die, it is nothing. I leave with nothing. It's a bright side to all of this, but you're starting to think about things above, not what I accumulate on this earth or what I'm a part of. Patriotism, you're praying to we're at Memorial Day, right? Memorial Day. Remembering the dead. Not to say that's not good to reflect upon somebody who's passed, but in a sense, you're remembering somebody who shed blood for you and or your country, the fatherland. They put blood into the fatherland so I can be free. Wait, what? I thought if check me if I'm wrong on this, Cliff. Did Christ die to set us free?
From sin?
Yes, and to redeem us from this world. So if we're over here now having a whole day where we're remembering dead people, would you not say that's a little bit of a form leaning into, in the very least, somebody would have to give this concession of worshiping the dead with divination? No, I'm not. Yeah, you are. And when they give you a little folded up flag and stuff like that, a flag of the state, that's how we remember him by. The little red streak in here, that's his blood. Wow. And you don't tell me that's not, because what do we have with communion? This is my flesh. This is my blood. Do this in remembrance of me. You're doing the same thing. And I'm not saying it's not good to have memories of this, but when they filter you at this programming, do you really think that person who now has gone into eternity, gone into the abyss, if they have a conscience still, I don't really know, but let's say they did for a second. Let's go into the Greek thinking for a moment. Do you think they would want people still celebrating their death? Granted, it sounds great to talk about Valhalla when you're going into battle. I get it. It sounds great. But in hindsight, you took away your little life as a vapor. You made it shorter because you had to fight for the state. You had to fight for your country, your nation, whatever. And what were you doing as a Christian? What did you invest for eternity? You weren't doing too much on that, were you? Well, I gave my life for my country. In comparison to eternity, is your uniform going to still be on your body when you get to the pearly gates? Your flag, are we hoisting that at the heaven banquet halls? Are we putting that on the wall in the corner?
Your general ain't gonna be there. Your president, you ain't gonna be. Well, he told me to. God's
Right.
gonna say, "You're sitting here." I don't. What do you mean?
He
You're
told
here.
me to. There's a buddy of mine, lovely statist, also a dispensationalist, and he's telling me, Cliff, I think it was 2020, 2021 when I went up to see him. He's telling me, yeah, when I was deployed over there, I was against the concept of getting the injection. But then I went to my colonel and I told him I had a conscientious objection about this. He told me I had to do it or I would be dishonorably discharged. So I got it. And I'm thinking to myself, so what the hell are you fighting for? No, somebody's listening. Why would I be asking this question? Because I'm thinking to myself, if you say you're fighting for freedom and whatever, you're fighting for a conscience aspect that I think everybody has the right to object if they disagree.
Mm.
Right? That's what you're telling me. You're fighting for my constitution. I have rights. But you have no rights because you're ordered to do something, but you're dishonorably discharged. Who cares what people think?
Yeah.
I stood my grounds as a man of honor that I die on my terms or I concede and I say yes and no of my own accord. I am not forced to do something. I do it because I love somebody. I'm not told to do it. Christianity is very voluntary. You can choose how far you want to go. But my buddy, I was ordered to do it, so I conceded. Wow. And I'm thinking to myself, I think I wrote this prior. I was writing in my fictional series. It says a soldier, right? What is his first order? To obey all orders. Those are not the words of a free man. That is a credence of a slave.
Yep.
So if you cannot objectify an order or at least stand the ground saying when push comes to shove, I would rather die for Christ, or I'd rather be put in the furnace, or I'd rather be thrown into the lion's den, as opposed to lose my autonomy as an individual. And in Acts 5:29, you got Peter saying, do we obey God or do we obey man? Push comes to shove. Where do I stand? So when I hear that, dude, it grieves my heart. And again, I didn't have, at the time, I didn't have the time to the heart to say it, but that's what I was processing in my head. I was like, I'm ashamed of you.
Hey, even the patriotism thing, I just want to make this clear. I am not against soldiers who gave their life. Like I knew a soldier. I knew a few of them and they were great guys. But one of them, he's all banged up. He's having severe mental problems. He was a Satanist for a while. Like he was so broken. He told me how the organization that's supposed to take care of the troops after, they weren't helping him. They were like, he was on 50 meds. Like they were basically killing him slowly. And he still was like, yeah, the Marines. And I'm like, bro, you just told me they're not helping you. They're killing you slowly. You're overweight. You're sick. You're
Right.
depressed. You're suicidal. And it's like we've said it before. It's that mentality like, yeah, well, he only beat me once, but I love him. He's really, you know what I mean? And it's
Codependent
spot
Stockholm
on.
syndrome.
Yeah, they're
Yes.
codependent. One minute he's telling me how he's trash to them, but then again, he's still defending them. And that's the part where that's why I have this disconnect and this hate for these people being used, them
Yes.
being brainwashed to go against their Christian values, to go murder in the name of nationalism. And it's never it's never freedom. When have we been attacked? When have we really had a fight for freedom? It was never about freedom. That is the biggest lie they feed you, and you just freedom, freedom,
Freedom.
yeah, really.
And it breaks my heart, dude, because I'm reading a book, read a book, An Economic Interpretation of the United States Constitution by Charles Beard. I keep mentioning it. I keep telling people, you really want to buy it. Because they basically were saying that you could not vote sorry, you cannot get into political office unless you owned property, slaves included, and or you had some sense of prosperity. You had a certain amount of money. You could not run for political office otherwise. And I'm thinking to myself, so that sounds incredibly flawed. That I need to have prosperity in order to be in charge of everybody. I said that is technically political eugenics.
Or is it that you're easier to control? You're more likely to do what they want because you have things to lose.
Well,
Modern
right.
day
Well,
Christians.
again, the voter, the one who has nothing, or you're an agricultural individual, such or whatever, you gonna trust me? I'm the one apparently that made money, and of course, in man's logic, if you make money, you must be smarter than me. So, by default, I guess if you're successful, you're smart and you're fit to lead. Especially in American thinking, that's kind of
Absolutely.
he had a business and now he wants to be a senator, and I think that's great. And blah 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 blah. And they're political prostitutes because they do insider trading. They go for APAC money. I mean, they care more about corporations over their constituents. Let's be real here. And then I read something like Revelation 18:23, that the voice of the groom and the bridesmaid heard no longer in thee, because your great men of the earth, the merchants,
Mm.
by their pharmakia sorceries, were the nations deceived. And I'm thinking merchants in all of our money terminology, currency, banks the side of rivers, right? Drowning in debt, head above water. Fill in the blank with all this terminology, right? It's aquatic based. And the merchants, right? One if by land, two if by sea. How do you transport goods? Usually over waterways, especially these days, right?
Yep.
Need to transport goods because after the flood, right? Now we need to go all over the water in order to get this thing to that country and so on and so forth, right? And with land, every land that we know tends to have a government over it, right? Beast of dry land, the beast of the sea.
Mm.
I'm wondering sometimes now, Cliff, if
Ooh.
that might have something to do with the beast system, right?
Mm.
And people who love money. The mystery of iniquity doth already exist. I think it's over Thessalonians or Timothy saying something to that effect. And I'm like, yeah, because people love money, which Christ clearly pointed out, right? And they love their government. One and the same. They connect to the same. Whose face is on the money?
Mm.
Caesar, government. Give to your government what is required of the government, right? Tolstoy, he said, government is violence. Christianity is meekness, non resistance, and love. And therefore, government cannot be Christian. And a man who wishes to be a Christian must not serve government. Leo Tolstoy. To abolish war, it is necessary to abolish patriotism. And to abolish patriotism, it is necessary first to understand that it is an evil. Tell people that patriotism is bad, and most will reply, yes, bad patriotism is bad, but mine is good patriotism. Similar equation. Yes, she's a bad witch, but I'm a good witch.
Mm.
What? Like I made a snide remark about, I don't know, a year or two ago, and it was said in dark humor, make witch burning great again. And of course, I'm surrounded by everybody in this little Thanksgiving get together by people who are Catholic, and they're all raising their eyebrows like, oh, so that's bad. That's bad. But kids getting mutilated in Gaza, you guys are all making fun about people who are protesting the Macy's parade for Thanksgiving. That you find as problematic, right? You have a problem with all these other little stupid things, but when I'm making a point that a witch, which is not Christian, right? Not that I'm advocating for that. I was making a joke on the
Yeah.
aspect of like we need to start destroying evil again because it's getting too rampant in this country. Now, same thing with the patriotism. Yeah, well, I understand. There's stupid people out there, but I'm not stupid. What do we have with Isaac Asimov? When stupidity is considered patriotic, it's dangerous for basically intelligent people to be alive. Because I'm over here saying, listen, to destroy war, destroy patriotism. That's Tolstoy's basically emphasizing. But if you can't even get rid of the crux of saying, you know what? Because I was so fervently wanting to serve my land, my country, right? I was forgetting who my first and foremost I'm supposed to serve. Serve. Now that's a key word here. You're serving, what did I say the root word for patriotism was? For patriarch? Patri.
Mm.
Father. Now what did Christ say? No man can serve two masters. Which is your Father in heaven? Or are you going to serve Father government? That's literally the root word for patriotism, people. So you're saying you're against the patriarchy hierarchy when it's forced and it's coerced? There is a little bit of a problem, right? And I'm just saying we need to reel it back because the church is led by the fathers, right? The Orthodox, led by the fathers. Oh, call no man father, call no man rabbi, call no man, right? Are we reading this stuff and saying, you know what? I got to be careful. I got to be careful when I use that terminology. That's why I have a hard time saying the early church fathers, because I'm not supposed to call anybody fathers. That's why I try to restrain myself from using that language, right? Because then I'm making it acceptable. So a matter of conscience, I restrain myself, right? But I'm looking into the etymology to see if this checks out, and I'm running it through the Bible to see if that checks out. And people are taking offense. Why? Because you're honestly telling me when you're defending things of this earth, as opposed when somebody's bringing up scripture as the emphasis of their perspective, that tells you that you still love things of this earth. So this is something I've been finding interesting. A lot of boomers, especially with this MAGA mentality, they're all very hyped up on, yeah, let's go to war. Why? The patriotism recruits the young because the old have too much to lose. Again, Tolstoy. And again, I'm equating this because patriotism, nationalism, uniforms, they all interconnect very much in line. If patriotism is good, then Christianity, which gives peace, is an ideal dream, is an idle dream. And the sooner this teaching is eradicated, the better. But if Christianity really gives peace, and if we really want peace, then patriotism is a leftover from barbarous times, which must not only not be evoked and taught as we do, but which must be eradicated by all means of preaching, persuasion, contempt, and ridicule. If Christianity is the truth, and we wish to live in peace, then we must not only have no sympathy for the power of our country, but must even rejoice in its weakening and contribute to it. Wait, you telling me? Oh, yeah, civil disobedience, baby. I reject my consent of keeping this going. If I have to troll a soldier in uniform asking him if he wants to fight for this country or the other country, why? Because I want him to be convicted as a matter of personal conscience over a paycheck. And if you're not convicted, well, then I have full right to keep on trolling you. Now, granted, you can try to be persuasive, you can try to argue, but some people, they actually need a little bit of a... because sometimes a sting from a bee wakes people up a lot quicker than eating honey. If you
Mm.
follow that analogy.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah. Patriotism, in its simplest, clearest, and most indubitable meaning, is nothing but an instrument for the attainment of the government's ambitious and mercenary aims, and a renunciation of human dignity, common sense, and conscience by the governed, and a slavish submission to those who hold power. That is what it really preached whenever patriotism is championed. Patriotism is slavery. He calls it slavery. I concur. I said peasantry because I'm trying to keep with the alliteration concept for some people to help process. I could also say patriotism is paganism, as I do have a shirt, which you can find in the links down below if you kind of want to start wearing that stuff. And I have like a little cornucopia hat on one of the words, and I have the crown, the thorn crown of Christ out of the other. Just little nod there, little nod. And again, you lose your human decency. in behalf of patriotism, in behalf of nationalism, right? I don't even know how to think about what the golden rule. So patriotism, nationalism, whatever you want to call it, uniformity, if that makes you forget about upholding, what did Christ say? What is the greatest of these commandments?
Love thy neighbor as
Love thy
thyself.
neighbor as thyself. And if a uniform patriotism, nationalism makes you forget about that or go and plus, no, you're not supposed to be doing that, right? And this is where on that chart I have existentialism, and then as you keep on going down the line, you have Henry David Thoreau to Max Stirner, and the little inscription that they have underneath these guys, it is conscience over law. At a certain point, yeah, I know that's what the law says, but I'm going to keep praying in this direction because that's what I'm convicted to do, as Daniel would say.
Hmm.
I understand what the edict says, but yeah, I'm gonna serve me today. My and what I mean serve me, I'm going to live my life. That's serving yourself, right? What is he? What? And again, don't say that's bad and that's not biblical. Yes, that a man would love him, like, love his wife as much as he loves himself. Yes, to a certain extent, have some respect.
Hmm.
Made man in our own image. Are you saying I'm God? Not at all, good sir. But I'm saying he has given you the autonomy of
Hmm.
being who you are as an individual. That's why some people are saying, well, anything that we would garner via an interaction would be of the Holy Spirit. 100%, I do agree. I do concur. But some of that is given to me specifically, right? Because I'm a liver, I'm a stomach, I'm an intestine. And other things are going to be given specifically to you.
Hmm.
And when we come together, the Holy Spirit utilizes that so we nourish one another.
Yes.
Because if we were all alike, we would be robots. And God doesn't like robots,
And
right?
would that show the greatness if we were all the exact same? God's great, how great He is? No, we're
We're
all
like
different.
dude, take this in the right light. We're like snowflakes.
Yeah,
Each of us is distinct and individual. Oh, you just melt. No, but when we come together, we're white as snow, right?
we make a
Purity.
blizzard, baby.
Yes. And that's given to us by our Creator. It's distinct, it's special. So even if some of these people I might disagree with, you contributed a verse to a thing called life. Thank you. The best you have for some, because I could never hear your voice because you were born a century before me or something like that. You wrote down what you thought so I could continue thinking what you had to say. Don't tell me that's not important because you could technically argue all the letters that Paul added to the New Testament. Well, it's not of Christ, so what do we have that in there for? It's not done. It's giving instruction of how to live a Christian life, right? You can make that argument. Everybody that continues to contribute. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean Bible, but it's devotion, it's conviction, guidelines, right? Listen, my son, to the words that I say. So you walk divinely with the Lord, as we get in Proverbs. It's the same concept. If you're a brother in the faith, and again, you'll be able to determine because you run through what they say with Scripture, constantly with Scripture. I can't emphasize that enough. You will know the truth. Now, it doesn't mean you elevate these people to be better, right? Or make statues or whatever. But you can quote, you can cite and say, now, what's your thoughts? And have a discussion, have some discourse. That's what I'm saying. These people, they don't want to look into the stuff that I'm doing on these shows and I'm modifying ever so gently. But I'm trying to introduce them to, wow. So I don't have to be in the left box or the right box. Somebody thinks in the middle box, right? Or that's an interesting thing. But as a Christian, do I agree with him? Do I disagree? And if I do disagree, am I able to articulate how? But
Hmm.
you're not even willing to listen. What did I say before? He who answers a matter before he hears it in its entirety, he is a fool. Like it's in Proverbs. And that's what I'm seeing underneath. A lot of people, they're writing their comments. They're not listening to the conversation. Now, I see this all the time. I don't care if it's a Redco. I don't care if it's a Yahtzee from 1930s Germany. I don't care if it's somebody that's, being the opposite of what a Christian's supposed to be. The world is full of ice, and we're called to be the salt of the earth, right? I don't care what your uniform or whatever thing is that makes you feel justified. I laugh when people tell me this, Cliff. Yeah, the government's evil, so you understand that the people that you elect are evil. They're criminals. But somehow you think their enforcers are not. Somebody passes the legislation and the laws, right? And somebody comes out to come after the people who don't abide or adhere to the laws and the legislation that have been passed. Whiskey Rebellion, Shays Rebellion, they objected the idea of the Constitution, or I am not being represented, so I defy it. And what do? You send the federal government, the franchise, you send the federal government to go quash the dissent. Wow. And you don't somehow think, like I saw a stupid comment, real stupid comment. Did you watch the series Andor?
No.
Star Wars series Andor, lovely analogies. A lot of it seemed to be reflecting what was going on in Gaza. It was actually almost thought of 2 years before everything that happened in Gaza. Unfortunately, people didn't like that. Art seemed to be mirroring real life reality. There's a particular portion in there that I think was where was I going with that? Andor, criminals. Oh yeah, somebody writes in the comments. Andor was the first Star Wars series that made me cheer for the rebel forces and not the Empire. I'm reading that, Cliff. I reread it. I triple blinked. I read it again, and then I said, "What the hell?" This, for me, when I'm watching Star Wars, we have a definitive good, hence dark side, and we have a definitive evil. Sorry, good. Sorry, Jedi. Good, and then we have evil. Now, granted, you could argue the fine print of whether the Jedi are good because they're kidnapping kids and stuff like that. I get that, but I'm saying if you're going by the Force and all that, Dark Vader, right? It's kind of how we define it, I would think. And you're siding with the Empire. So this is what means you're a statist. What? So if they get in a uniform, and I call them Imperial bucketheads, you put on the uniform, you pick up your gun, you shoot in that direction. Why? For the Emperor. So you lose your autonomy. And again, we laugh at it where they miss their shots. They're all dressed on uniforms. They all look kind of silly in those little plastic suits of it, right? But are you thinking about what are they doing? They created clones, robotic-like clones, to just do orders because for the good of the Empire. And you are writing a comment saying you sided with the Empire as opposed to the rebellion. Now, in most cases, people would be siding with the rebels because that's where the adventure is. That's where they have the heart and the integrity and the soul to say, you know what? I know that's what the Empire wants to impose, but I defy it. I'm Han Solo. I'm going to do some smuggling today. I know it's what the Empire wants to do and blow up planets, but guess what? I'm going to put a little monkey wrench in their plans and I'm going to blow up a Death Star, right? There's that concept of not today, we're done. And when you see somebody that's saying they align with that, these are the same people that are defending, well, were the cops being threatened? Then they shouldn't have been standing in the way. If they got hit by the cop car, then they deserve to get what This is what we call statist. We defend everybody in the state, everybody that works for the state. Statist codependent Stockholm syndrome. Because you think it's bad when a protester goes crashing into, or somebody that's protesting the protesters goes crashing into a crowd, right? You got a big problem with that. But when the protesters using that vehicle to go into the cops, oh gosh, now we got problems. Now, I laughed because somebody on a libertarian page, when you're supposed to be anti-government, anti-force and authority, right? They're over here saying, well, we don't really have militarized police. What are they talking about? Some of these pictures are of the military, and some of these pictures are of the police. Just kidding. They're all the military. You got armored tanks, you got armored cars. These are cops. What do you need this if you're going to never be deployed overseas? You're doing it against your own citizens. And what's the problem when you're doing that against your own citizens? That means you don't trust them. It means you're scared of them, right? Because if you don't conform, you're a threat. So we get the people, go send a unit over there. Go send a one unit. They all think alike. Go send a unit over there to quash the dissent. Calling all units, calling all people who think like one. Right? right? Do you follow where I'm going with the etymology? Because I know some
Yes.
people they get freaked out because I'm using all these big terms and whatnot. But I'm saying basic etymology. You understand what that says?
And again,
Again,
you're not going to understand if you don't try. Like, he's not doing this to put on a show. He's trying to get you to snap out of that national mindset, that hive mindset, and actually think about what the word means. So before you get angry and frustrated, listen. I mean, it's pretty obvious when you listen, but if you are incapable, they have ears, but they can't hear. Yeah, you don't understand what he's saying because you're not trying to hear or understand it. I mean, if I could understand it, you should be able to understand it, but you got to be willing.
well, again, you just quoted the aspect, but that was quoting for idols. And that's the same thing. People become like their idols. I have eyes to see, but I do not see. I have ears to hear. I do not want to hear. Right? Look at what we just quoted with Orwell. They have a remarkable capacity. I don't see anything. You're choosing that because it's idolatry. You love this world. Now, again, this is another citation. I have this one on another slide from Civil Disobedience, Henry David Thoreau. This is back in the 1848, 1850 something. But a government in which the majority rule in all cases cannot be based on justice, even as far as men understand it. Can there not be a government of which the majorities do not virtually decide right and wrong, but conscience? So we're not arguing based off of the textual. Did they break the law? Did they do this? It's like, okay, was it premeditated? Was there extenuating circumstances? Did they accidentally hurt this person? Right? You argue this stuff in a court of law. What was your motive? Did you actually think about what you did before it happened? Like I accidentally, dropped a thing of tools, it scared the mule. The mule kicked back and kicked my boss in the head and cracked his skull and oops. Or did I plan it? So you know what I'm saying? There's extenuating circumstances. As you got first degree, second degree. So this is that concept that Thoreau's making here. He's over here like, is there a certain point where we dictate this by conscience as opposed to what does the fine print say? Right? And this is where you make that persuasion with as a lawyer before a jury. You can relate to this person, right? You've been there, blah blah blah. Think like Better Call Saul.
Yeah.
You're making this whole case before the jury, and you're like, yeah, I think I can side with this kind of guy. He's making very charismatic points, and yeah, at the end of the day, we're all human. The other person, this is a despicable individual in our society, and they deserve to get locked up because this is the kind of riffraff and filth that we want to make example out of, right? So now we're ostracizing them. We need to demean and denigrate them to the point where, yeah, that's right, lock him up. I never want to see his kind in my streets, right? So there's a moral of conscience. Hence why some people don't like lawyers because it sometimes will corrupt your conscience because you're on a collective board determining whether somebody needs to be punished. So, in which majorities decide only those questions to which the rule of expediency is applicable. But the citizen ever for a moment, in the least degree, rein his conscience to the legislator. So, at a certain point, do I just surrender my own convictions to what the legislation says? So, for instance, if my thing tells me tomorrow to go over and take my mother out because that's what the state told me to do, am I supposed to at least weigh the consequences? Am I supposed to like run it through a conscience diagnostics of seeing if this is something I should do because that's what the legislator told me to do? But there's a certain point as the citizen, do I ask myself, morally, I gotta have to disagree with you on that one, Chief. Government doesn't know, can only hurt them if they come to find out. So why has every man a conscience then? Great question right there. One single sentence. Why are you given a conscience? To think. So don't tell me, well, the guy told me to do it. I told me to do it. So you know how to think for yourself? Well, he told me to do it. Yeah, but you had the right to say no. And this is why when I was doing a debate, what starts wars, I asked the panel, who ultimately pulls a trigger in a time of war? Is it the soldier? Is it the government? Or is it the propaganda?
Mm.
Oh, yeah. Wow, that's a really good question. Yeah. Chicken or the egg? Is it the government that told you had to go do it? Is it the soldier because he's doing the physical action? He's actually there, right? Or is it the propaganda that prompted you by patriotism or whatever it was to go
Mm.
and take somebody's life? who ultimately pulls that trigger? Is this the lie that you bought that was maybe produced by your said government to get you to do it? The correct answer to that question, all of the above, because you can't have one without the other. And you've just admitted to me, okay, so you are telling me the government is using you as a tool via propaganda to go do what they want in a time of war. But you are given a conscience. And this is why you have things called, what do you call it? Conscientious objector. I cannot do it because I have a
Conscience.
thank you. How many people are taught how to think like that, Cliff?
Not many. I mean, even in the public schools, it's the quite opposite. Like you said, they're the teacher. Like even to go to the bathroom. If you're in the second, third, fourth, fifth grade,
We're getting there.
should you have to ask to go take a pee? Like that's. I always thought that was absurd.
Yes.
And then they tell you no. You're like, no. Like I'm going pee later. Like what do you mean I can't pee?
And it shouldn't be. But again, this is why I'm just prompting to promote the aspect of conscience. I think that we should be men first and subjects afterward, right? It is not desirable to cultivate a respect for the law so much as for the right. The only obligation which I have a right to assume is to do at any time what I think is right. It is truly enough said that a corporation has no conscience, but a corporation of conscientiousness, of conscientious men, is a corporation with a conscience.
Mm.
Law never made men a whit more just, right? It's like, well, just because that's the law, is like the bad guys are still going to get the guns, right? Just because you pass the legislation doesn't mean they're not going to obey the law. It's like, well, obviously, I still want to keep doing what I'm doing, and now you might create the law, and if you catch me in violation, now you have the right to prosecute me. But this is where I was watching one of those Jubilee debates, and the guy who's ex-mafia is saying, like, I don't think it's right that cops should be creating a crime in order to entrap somebody. Because he's like, well, yeah, well, we need to catch you doing a crime. He says, right, but you're creating a crime in order to get that accomplished. And the cops, dude, they're not understanding the process that this guy's explaining. I'm like, that's pretty basic. And they couldn't process you are creating a crime that I never would have even considered because I had other things that I'm doing, but you wanted me for a specific crime and you created the opportunity for me to commit said crime. Well, so you are, and technically, what did you do? You put the cookies on the counter and you told me not to eat the cookies. I now, as a criminal, am compelled to eat the cookies because this is what I do. And you provided me with the option of it being in range. So this is the same thing. It's just because the law is passed, it doesn't mean that's what compels me. Same thing with God's word. God tells us not what to do and what to do, and we choose to distinctly disobey. Same thing with Adam and Eve, right? You can go all the way back. But more just. But and by means of their respect for it, even the well disposed are daily made the agents of injustice. A common and natural result of undue respect for law is that you may see a file of soldiers, colonel, captain, corporal, privates, powder monkeys, and all, marching in admirable order over hill and dale to the wars, against their wills, aye, against their common sense and consciences, which makes it a very steep marching indeed, and produces a palpitation of the heart. They have no doubt that this is a damnable business in which they are all concerned. They are all peaceably inclined. Now, what are they? Men at all? Or small movable forts of magazines at the service of some unscrupulous men in power? So just because you have a conscience, right? If you're not utilizing it, you have no right to complain. Well, if you're not voting, you have no right to complain. Yeah, I actually have full right to complain because I'm still a citizen. I still live here. I still have to abide by the laws whether I vote or don't vote. Is that not correct? In theory, if I want to get my driver's license or if I want to drive through these stupid, toll booths and stuff like that, I have to pay it or I'm going to get fined. I'm going to get taxed. I'm going to get locked up.
Jailed. Yep.
right? If I don't capitulate to the state. That's got to be a t-shirt somewhere in there. The mass of men serve the state, thus, not as men mainly, but as machines with their bodies. Now, here's the concept I don't think that people are quite grasping when I'm doing these shows on the Christian Conspiracy Coalition. They keep defending the aspect of institutions and the state, and I don't think they're grasping the evil of the state. Because if I'm now utilizing my body on behalf of the state, what am I, Cliff? I'm a tool.
Yeah.
And doesn't Christ, right, who paid the price for me, right? He paid a price for me. He was sold for the price of a slave, which was roughly 30 pieces of silver at that time, to redeem the slaves from their sin. Now I am voluntarily offering my body as what? A temple.
Mm.
Right?
Yep.
I'm pretty sure that's in the Bible. Know ye not that your body is a temple of the Lord?
Yep.
Greater is he that is within you than he that is of the world, right? We're kind of given a very strong indication, and I think I've covered that in God's Been Divorce, that now the Holy Spirit, when we make that consent of the baptism, right? I want that to be me. I want him to indwell me. I have now given my body to a celestial purpose, right? You made a commitment. That baptism is a pledge. Now, when you're going to go serve your country, right, you're serving two masters. Well, it's only while I'm alive down here. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Only while you're alive down here? Your life is forfeit once you have consented to follow the kingdom of heaven. Do you not understand that, Christian? Do you not understand the terms of agreement of what your Savior is requiring of you?
Mm.
I need to indwell you. I need to speak through you. I am utilizing you as my vessel. You are going to be my mouthpiece. Hence when he's saying to Isaiah, whom shall I send? Here I am, Lord. Send me. Utilize me. I want to be used. Please. Okay. Thank you for your enthusiasm, Isaiah. You look like a fine conduit in which I will utilize as a vessel for my services. Thank you. Right? Holy men of God that were in like the scripture are inspired by the Holy Spirit. Old Testament, New Testament. We get over in Peter in that verse. So if you are voluntarily offering to be a mouthpiece on behalf of what the Holy Spirit lays on your heart because you're in God's word, then you cannot, in good conscience, serve the state.
Mm.
Because you're not a machine. And this is one of the things, dude. When I was working at this industry place, I kept trying to explain to people. I said, I can't work next to these machines. Oh, come on, Brandon. It's good money. No, I can't work next to these machines, dude. I feel like an inside part of me is dying.
Mm.
Oh, you're just like a little John boy. You don't want to do a little, you just want to be a writer. They don't understand, but I'm like, no, spiritually, you can't just put somebody in and plug them in to let them be part of a machine. Some people can do it. More power to them. I love talking with people. I love helping people. I love having that discussion of it. What am I thinking on my conscience today? Right? And we don't really have these conversations because we filter our worldviews for our political pundit soothsayers. You need to be patriotic. Look what this side's doing. Look what that side's doing. Both of them are cuckoo. But no one's saying, you know what? Forgive me, Father, for I'm a sinner. I don't do that in public. I don't have to make a show of it. But I'm going to try to make a little bit of a difference today by sacrificing my life on behalf of the kingdom of heaven, not of the state. Heaven or the state, peeps. So anyways, they sacrifice to the machines with their bodies. You're not a robot. They are a standing army, and the militia, jailers, constables, posse, comitas, I'm going to say committee, and in most cases, there is no free exercise whatever of the judgment of their moral sense. But they put themselves on a level with wood and earth and stones, and wooden men can perhaps be manufactured that will serve the purpose as well. And I chuckled again. This is civil disobedience, Henry David Thoreau. I'm chuckling when he said that, dude, and I don't think that was necessarily his intention. He was very big into being he loved nature. And he uses those terms, wood, earth, stones. I'm like, alchemy. They're sacrificing themselves to this stupid concept of materialism, as above, so below. That's what Kabbalah is. Kabbalah, Hebrew word for traditions of men, like Cliff just reiterated, as we said before. I'm condemning that. And this is what men are sacrificing themselves to. They almost become like wooden engines, right? I
Wow.
don't think for myself. Now I'm just a decor on behalf of my government. Such command no more respect than men of straw or a lump of dirt. What do you mean? How am I supposed to respect you when you don't even. Who are you as an individual?
Yes.
You're now, like I said before, with the soldiers, with the Roman soldiers, we see them marching in legions. What are their names? No one remembers their names. They remember the leaders, they don't remember you. Don't you want to be remembered in the Lamb's Book of Life? Everybody might forget my name on this earth, right? To gain the whole world, lose his own soul. I want my name. If I have to, it has to be forgotten in this world, fine, so be it. I only want to make sure that that name's in the Lamb's Book of Life. And what did I do on behalf of that lamb that did so much for me? I served the state. Like I said before, your Pledge of Allegiance, your flags, whatever, your uniforms, they're not going to be in the banquet halls of heaven. They're not. It's nothing. It all burns in the end. So put your investment in things that are worthwhile. When you're finding that great treasure in the field, that's your obedience.
Mm.
It is worth submitting to the Father because He did so much for me. They have the same sort of worth only as horses and dogs. They're utilized for a purpose for the state. Yet, such as these even are commonly esteemed good citizens. Others, as most legislators, politicians, lawyers, ministers, office holders, serve the state chiefly with their heads. And as they rarely make any moral distinctions, they are likely to serve the devil without intending it as God. What do we get in 2 Corinthians 4:4? Satan controls the minds and hearts of the unbeliever.
Mm.
Government, govern to control or guide meant of the mind control, like he just said, without intending. Lord, Lord, did we not do all of this in your name? Nay, because you served the state and you weren't serving in the spirit. And you couldn't make that distinction because you loved the world. I said to be set apart. That's what a saint is. Set apart. So why are you still serving Caesars? I asked you to serve me, and you didn't even know how to pick up a cross.
Hey, it's something that just came to on my spirit. It's like you brought up obedience. Like, if you're not being obedient, do you really have faith in Jesus and his teachings in the word? You know what I mean? If you have faith and you know and you believe in him and his teachings, you're gonna be obedient. So basically, what I'm saying is, if you don't have obedience, do you really have faith? Could you have faith without obedience? I mean, for me, I have faith and didn't live in obedience, but it was not real. I was going by my own misunderstanding. I was still of the world, but when I started being obedient is when I started having true faith in the teachings of Jesus Christ, and I started to try to live his teachings and be a new creation in him, to be born again. And I think walking obedience is going to help your faith. And I don't know, they just go hand in hand, I feel like.
Exactly, Cliff. It's not that difficult, but when you start becoming obedient, you start understanding the heart of the Father. And therefore you again, heart of the Father, as a Christian, I've surrendered my autonomy. I've renounced my citizenship. That's honestly what that is. When people say, you don't like it here, go move somewhere else. Well, a lot of
Oh
us are going
yeah.
to be going to heaven with our mindset. You, on the other hand, you're going to hear a very scary phrase: depart from me, I never knew you, because you were killing in the name of God, but you were not serving him. Now, remember, what was the first person killed somebody? Cain.
Yep.
And God approaches him and says, I hear your brother's blood crying from the face of the earth. Cain, am I my brother's keeper? Who is
Ooh.
my neighbor? Am I my brother's keeper? Who is my neighbor? Your brother. It's
Just
not
because he might
really.
have brown skin, or it might, It's your brother. It's
It doesn't
another
matter if it's
human
in your
of
family or if it's the guy you find laying in a ditch.
yes.
Golden rule. That's not me. That's Christ. That's God's word. If you can't even master a basic bedrock principle of that, then how do you expect to be serving the kingdom of heaven? You are drawing the borders, but God's hearing the blood crying from the face of the earth, no matter where man drew the border. The seven things that the Lord hates, hands that shed innocent blood, is counted among them. They're not what you call collateral damages. They're human beings, their lives, and you took that from them, and you showed no remorse for it. You laughed at it. You put a ha-ha emoji on the video clip that I posted for kids being called primitive and savages. You found that funny. Woe unto them that mistreat any of the children here.
Mm.
Granted, you may not have touched them. Who knows? There's probably more than a few cases over there of things we'll never know. But guess what? They're Muslim, they're primitive, they get what they deserve. Wow. The
Yeah,
things we
how long have they been using that, the term savage, to so that they could accept the murdering of innocent people? Well, just call him a
Pocahontas, man.
savage. Yeah.
That whole song, savages, savages.
Yeah.
Sometimes, dude, it's like, you know what? The lyrics are pretty freaking profound. But are we stopping to think of what we're hearing? This is part of the problem, is that while I like a lot of stuff of Jacques Ellul, and he's, really made a compelling case about imagery, and I've been convicted on a certain point, and of iconojewel, like if you do acting, is that in a sense creating a iconojewel thing in stars and Hollywood and stuff like that? Yes, I do think there's a little bit of merit of teaching people, and I'm conflicted with this to my soul, I'll admit it, because I love the idea of acting. But at a certain point, I'm noticing a lot of people, they don't know how to sit and do a diagnostic breakdown of what did I just watch? What did I just hear? Did I
Mm,
appreciate the script and dialogue that's being said between these two characters? Am I thinking about what would I do in that situation? Am I trying to humanize this, or am I just consuming and not thinking about what's going on in this world? And that goes with anything, like I was saying before, when they're consuming my content and you're writing a comment before you obviously are hearing why I'm doing what I'm doing. I'm so done and losing my patience with these people, Cliff, because there is a reason we are given a mouth to speak. There's a reason we are given ears to hear, and there's a reason why you're here and I'm here. It doesn't mean we're right, but we have the gift of having dialogue. And you
mm,
can't even have the time to hear your brother out. Do you love me? As Orwell put it, some people not so much wanted to be loved as so much as he wanted to be understood.
mm,
Can you try to understand your brother and being a keeper that way? No. Well, again, what does he say? Christ? Blessed are the peacemakers. Sometimes that's what we're called to do. I don't approve of this war. I feel bad for the citizens being abused by both sides of their government. Wow, what a stance to take. And if more people were Christians, you'd have less people in Caesar's legions.
mm.
Right? That's what the early church was saying. When some guy gave a retort, Rome's falling because Christians won't join the ranks. And if more people became Christians, we wouldn't need to. And they actually lived what they said, right?
Praise God.
A very few, as heroes, patriots, martyrs, reformers in the great sense, and men, serve the state with their consciences also, and so necessarily resist it for the most part, and they are commonly treated by it as enemies. A wise man will only be useful as a man and will not submit to be clay and stop a hole to keep the wind away, but leave that office to his dust at least. So basically, if you want to do something worthwhile, reject the office. What does that mean? Be Zacchaeus.
Say that again, the last part.
The last part says, and stop a hole and keep the wind away, but leave that office to his dust at least.
Okay.
Granted, he wasn't 100, Christian in the traditional sense. Again, appreciated a lot of the Bible. He quotes a lot of the Bible in here, and I'm over here like, dang, dude, you're making a lot of good points. But again, dust off your heels, renounce the office, and the very least, don't contribute to it. Can you do that? Zacchaeus. You took time to come to me? Christian, you took time. You loved us so much. You came time to take time, spend time with man, to actually be in the trenches with us, a god. Whoever, all these other cultures, they've always sacrificed to their gods, and our God's going to sacrifice his word for us.
Mm.
And then again, a wise man, you want him submit himself to be clay. Right? We're supposed to be clay in our potter's hand, the creator's hands. The only thing that as a Christian, I'm submitting to him, right? He's still working on me to
Mm.
make me what I ought to be. Right? We're put in the Father's hands because we understand you can reshape me. You can put together all the shatteredness in my life. That is what God can do. And that's what I want to be transformed. You made me from the dust of the earth, right? So I trust you. But man, what are they doing? I trust industry. I trust the state. Corporate imperialism, let's call it that. Empire of iron and clay. Iron industry. Transhumanism. You want to become a robot. No, I don't. Well, you don't know how to think for yourself, so guess what? You're already a statue. Statues are given the ability to speak, as it says in Revelation. I don't know, man, but it's kind of like man is creating God in their own image, and in turn, we're
Mm.
creating our own demise, right? Because we have technology. We don't need you anymore, God. And peace and safety, yeah, we got convenience, right? We sacrifice so much on the altar of convenience. But how many people we hurt in order to get that? As Medley D. Butler said, I was a gangster for capitalism. What are you talking about? Well, before next time you write a comment, read more, comment less. Right? Try to look into the banana wars if you don't want to look into the whole thing with oil and whatnot. It might convict you that you're basically putting blood in a blender every time you get a banana from the store. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard for me, dude. I'm thinking about that the whole time now because once you know the truth, it's hard to consume something because you're thinking about the people that got hurt. Now, what's the origins? I was asking this thing and I had to kind of poke at it a little bit. This in this computer. Common spiritual interpretations by tradition for uniforms, right? The symbol of authority and order in Christianity, Judaism, Islam, Buddhism, and others. Authority is seen as either a tool for protecting order and justice or a potential source of oppression and abuse. We said before, status codependent Stockholm syndrome. Well, Johnny's really good to me. But Beth, you have a black eye. Yeah, but he still puts a roof over my head.
Mm.
Well, I understand that, Beth, but don't you think you should call the cops? No, no, it'd only make Johnny mad at me. He still pays the rent, but he's hurting you. It's not that bad. The government's hurting me. Killed my grandfather in the war. You know, it just arrested my husband the other day. He's doing this. I'm just saying, at a certain point, it's like the government. They're not really helping me here. They keep wanting to take, they keep wanting to abuse, but they're telling me it's for my own peace and well-being, right? No, no. Because of this,
Fe-
people in uniforms are sometimes seen as guardians of order or agents of coercive power. This is ethical, not supernatural. This is what the computer's telling me. I'm over here like, no, it's supernatural because you're acting as minions for the bad guys. Go ahead.
yeah. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. It's not.
All
It's
right, all
not.
right. Moral testing, not spiritual rank. Now, some religious leaders say positions of power bring greater moral responsibility. Wearing a uniform doesn't make someone spiritually elevated or corrupted. It simply means their choices have larger consequences. This is why scriptures often warn leaders more than followers. Now, again, this computer is giving me very cryptic little things, and I'm chuckling at it, going, okay. But it does give you a sense of elevation because everybody, they're like, oh, look at the person in uniform. Right? Women, oh, I like a guy in uniform. Oh, yeah, well, okay. Well, true. Because what? And I'm chuckling because, again, I'm going to get all these feminists in the comments. And I'm lovely. And I'll organize all your complaints neatly in the trash. You like a guy of authority. You like a guy of power. That's what a security, right? He's got a good job if he's wearing a uniform. And I'm taking even UPS, mailman, fill in the blank, you know? But we've equated that to this, and we're saying, no, I don't think like that. Yes, you do. That's just natural sexual attraction thing 101. That's always been the case, dude. I've heard it all my life growing in a household of 6 sisters, right? 3, psychological projection. Humans instinctively react to uniforms because they signal control, reduce individuality, and represent institution larger than the person. Spiritual language often develops after this reaction to explain it. This is psychology first, theology second. So that thing's greater than its own self, but he belongs to something, right? He belongs to something. Yeah, does he belong to Christ, though? That looks like a shackle of the state. Granted, it looks pretty, but it looks like authoritarian drag if you're a Christian.
Yep.
I can't say that I. Don't worry, I'm serving God and country. Oh, God and oh boy. Okay. There's no and plus once you sign the contract dotted line of serving the kingdom of heaven. You can't serve 2 masters. And you just emphasized when you said I serve. You. Okay. Okay. Spiritual warfare language is metaphorical. In the most serious theology, spiritual warfare means ethical struggle. Dang straight, man. What did I say before, Israel? He who struggles with God? As a Christian, you cannot help run constantly your conscience to Christ, going, ah, my old man really wants to do that again. But I submit. Oh, I really want to go and do that again. I submit. This is really making me mad, but I do it. Is it what I really want to do? No, but I'm killing the old man. I'm killing the flesh. The flesh wants to do that. So again, that's what it should be. But as a person who serves the state, you're not really killing your flesh because you're putting your flesh to become part of a mechanical vessel that serves the state. You can't serve one or the other, man. Your priorities are going to get all goofed up. You and I know. It's going to cost you. You're probably going to be broke. Most people aren't going to like you. You're going to be ridiculed. Your family's going to despise you. We know this. We know this, Cliff. We've had talks.
Yeah. And
You'll
they
know
could
it.
sense it. They spiritually could sense it. Like I honestly believe that cop sees some guy who's walking across the street in a town I live in a pretty wealthy town. Like here I am walking near the highway. Spiritually, he's wearing that uniform. He is part of that system. Now here I am crossing the street, which again, I'm not walking a mile up to go in the crosswalk.
Right.
He senses I am not in his system. And
Right.
he spiritually, I believe it irritates his spirit because he's serving that uniform in this nation.
And everything that it entails.
Exactly.
If you're not conforming to what the state tells you to do, right? You're not doing it like I said you have to do it. Now, granted, I could just as easily go down, oh, there you're being a hypocrite, Brandon, because I do appreciate when people come in through the enter side of the store and the exit side, and they don't come in through the exit side when I'm trying to, I hate when they goof that all up. But granted, they do have the right as an individual to do what you dang well please. I 100% respect that. However, I do think you're a bit of a dummy for going contrary to what is just supposed to be established so we don't have what? Chaos. We run into each other, right? This is what people saying, well, anarchy. Now, granted, it's a recommendation. It's a guideline. You don't have to, but it'd probably be in your best interest to do it. Why? For behalf of the state or the good of the community at large? The good of the community at large. And that, in turn, would veer into what? Golden rule. Do unto others as you do unto you. I'm just going this way because I don't want to be the guy coming in with a cart that's blocking up everybody else, right? It's just basic human decency.
Yeah.
That's, again, do you follow where I'm going? Because one is saying I have to do it because the state tells me I have to walk here. The other one's saying, yeah, but nobody's really around right now. It's 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. at night. I can go through this red light. I'm not going to hurt anybody. I did a little periphery check. I'm not going to hurt anybody because this light's been sitting this way for 3 minutes and there's really no traffic at all. Am I going to hurt anybody if I go through this light after I've stopped?
Not.
Just, you know what I'm saying? If I did what I'm supposed to, it's not going to hurt anybody. Think for yourself. That's basically what I'm promoting here. I'm not saying, just Just think. Common sense, conscience, truth versus deception, justice versus injustice, compassion versus cruelty. Right? And we often see that, like I said, statism is sadism. You like seeing somebody get ripped apart by lions or get beat by a baton because they defied the state or your leader that you elected into office. They deserve to get what they get. So it does not mean uniforms are part of a literal, invisible battle. This is what this thing's saying. I'm laughing. I'm like, yes, it does. Because you're defining yourself, right? What does it say about the two witnesses? They're going to be wearing sackcloth and ashes. God's people are not known by fancy robes. A lot of us are poor, right? We're poor, but it's okay. Because in comparison to eternity, I got riches in heaven. Honestly, dude, give me a fall leaves, give me a nice little river, a little cabin. I don't need a mansion. Give me a little cabin, give me a little pet chipmunk and a couple of squirrels, maybe a few other animals, things. And I'm gonna be happy as a pig in mud. That's it. I would be so happy. Good gracious, man, you couldn't give me anything better than that. But again, what do people want down here? I want a mansion. I want the Mustang. I want this. I want that. Yeah. When people claim that it is usually fear, trauma, mistrust of institutions, or political beliefs expressed in spiritual language, because I was asking, is it a form of spiritual warfare and all this stuff? And they're over here giving me all these roundabout things, and I'm like, but it is, right? Basically, it's kind of to give me a lie, and I understand that. I understand what we're dealing with here. But the ground takeaway is if you strip away exaggeration and fear-based thinking, the only spiritual significance of the government uniforms is that power tests character. Now, I'm not sure if it was D.L. Moody. I think it might have been him. It might have been some other guy. I apologize if I can't remember the guy's name, but he said, character is what you are in the dark.
Mm.
So even when nobody else can see, you know dang well how you act, how you conduct yourself. A uniform tells you how you're supposed to perform on behalf of the state. Right? So it's testing your character. Your character could be an equivalent of your conscience. Your conscience is an equivalent of your honor. Right? That's something that's very important. And a man is only as good as his word.
Conscience.
Trying to make you
Honor.
inclusive. He's only as good as his word, right?
Yeah.
Hence, and same thing. If we are in covenant, we are in contract with our Father. We're only as good as our word because he kept his. Now am I keeping mine? Israel struggles with God. But again, when you're reading Romans 11, a good chunk of them all got kicked out. Why? Because they didn't want to obey the word. That's fine. The rest of you, you have a chance to be grafted in because you keep my word. You keep my commandments. You're obedient to the Son, the word of God. So that is, some people rise to that responsibility. Some people fail. Most are just doing a job. I was just following orders. Do you know how pathetic that sounds in the history books, people? I'm seeing people now literally making that same clause excuse, and I'm like, did you read your history book? I was just obeying orders. Somebody else told me to do it. I wasn't thinking, man. I was wearing a uniform for crying out loud. But they still were punished. Why? Because you had the autonomy to say no. But I would have been shot. I would have been executed. Yeah, I hate to say it, but like I'd rather be remembered as a guy that got shot for standing on principle over submitting to some scumbag in power. Sorry. I'm
Yep.
sorry. So fabric plus symbolism of the uniform that you wear. Thank you for conceding, and I was talking to it. You said fabric plus symbolism. I said you wear a whole bunch of symbolism with all the metals and all the crap that they have sewn into the freaking uniforms. So I'm talking to this thing, and I said thank you for conceding that it is spiritually based as symbolism basks in the realms of the spiritual. Especially if you're an iconodule, right? When we just covered that whole episode, keep the symbols for the symbol-minded.
Mm.
Same thing, dude. It's the same thing. Oh, great. Now I'm part of something because I'm wearing a uniform. You don't think that's spiritually based?
Of course it is.
Yeah. And God's constantly talking about our apparel and the things that we wear. And if we're drawing attention to ourselves, right? I said attempting to ascribe or ascertain certain concepts typically beyond most human understanding. Can't remember what I was writing that for. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think I was trolling this thing. I love trolling it because once in a while I was laughing my butt off because I was like, this thing's trying to give me the roundabout, but I'm like, you just conceded everything because if you're looking into the occult, symbols. If you're looking into the Catholic Church, symbols. If you're looking into Masons, which again is a cult, but if you're going by a fraternity order, symbols. And it's a what? Symbol of my faith. That's not
Mm.
what it means to me. Okay, so it means this to the Buddhist, it means this to this person, it means that to person. It's open to interpretation of what you want it to be. That's sophistry. It's your truth. I identify as this, but you clearly are this. But you know what? For the sake of the community, we accept what you say you are, right? But at a certain point, Christians like, I don't identify myself with a symbol. I identify myself in the spirit.
Mm.
How many Christians are able to make that leap of faith? That's kind of what it is, dude. That which is of flesh is flesh, Nicodemus. That which is of spirit is spirit. It's not about trinkets. It's not about symbols. It's about getting rid of all of that and walking in faith. But you need something to help you remind you? Look at creation. All of this comes from nothing? Okay, you equal nothing. No, I mean something. Okay, but you just told me everything comes from nothing. So if everything comes from nothing and by default you are an offshoot of nothing, you equal zero. Morals, everything else in humanity means nothing. Justice, killing, murder, all this stuff, like, right? It means nothing. But in God's eyes, you mean something. That's
Praise
why
God.
you're sacrifice. Like, again, when you put on the uniform, that's a slap in the face of grace, right? Well, Brandon, what are you talking about? I left 100 sheep to go find you specifically. I got a whole flock of sheep. What's one difference? I came to pick you out. Well, okay, yeah, you got wool on your back and everything else like that. Totally fine. But you are significant to me. You're special. The lady who lost her coin, right? You got to go find it. I got a couple other coins, but I got to go find that one. Significance. Because while they all look alike, you're significant in your father's eyes. So when you put on a uniform, you're literally slapping the face of what God gave you. You, yourself. So I was asking, give me the history of uniforms. This is very interesting because it aligns a lot with Babel. Earliest known origins of uniforms, ancient priesthoods. Earliest symbolic uniforms was 3000 to 2000 BCE. This is around Babel time frame. Before armies standardized clothing, priests did. Ancient Sumer, or Sumar, Egypt and the Indus Valley. Specific garments, colors, headpieces. The purpose? Mark separation from ordinary people. Signal authority to interact with the divine.
Mm.
Create visual order and ritual space. These were purely symbolic uniforms. Status before combat. This is likely the true origins of uniforms as symbolic identity. So again, I'm standing out. I'm better than you. I have connection to the divine because I wear a headdress. Ah! So because you wear some sort of device or the pharaoh's cap or whatever it is, that makes you better than me? Hmm. Okay, so that sounds kind of stupid. An article of clothing makes you better than me. And what do we see with a lot of people wearing a red hat these days?
Mm.
And again, I'm just saying, folks, I'm seeing a pattern just with the idea. You put the cap on, and suddenly you think you're better than everybody else, or they're great again. We're great again. Are you? Because right now, economy's kind of going bad. Ancient Egypt, early state uniforms. So it's either religion or military. 2600 BCE, soldiers, guards, and officials wore standard kilts, specific headdresses, and insignia of rank. Now, when we're going with Christ, there's nobody that's above somebody else. You're all equal at the table. Insignia, rank, something chipped, like, oh, you're a lieutenant. Oh, you're this. Oh, you're that. So I'm better than somebody else because I got a little stripe on my shoulder. I don't know, dude. Can we pause and think and ask if that makes sense? The purpose, loyalty to Pharaoh. Uh-oh. Visual hierarchy. State control. So I need a visual to be like, oh yeah, that's the guy that's in charge. That's the guy that's in charge. Okay, I need to submit and kiss his ass. Really? Egypt tied uniforms to equal divine authority explicitly. Wow. So in essence, if I'm a Christian and I'm now wearing a uniform, whether it's 3,000 something years ago, whether it's present day, and I'm now using this as a connection to what? The divine.
Divine.
Well, Brandon, that's not what I mean when I wear it. Oh, what does it mean for you? See, now we're getting that interpretation. Well, it means this to me. Okay, but what does it mean to the state? How do I know you're an official of the state? Because you're wearing their uniform. You're wearing Caesar's uniform. Oh, so how am I supposed to identify you, right? As a Christian, you're supposed to be clothed in the what?
Blood of Jesus.
Holy Spirit.
Holy Spirit.
Right?
Yep.
That's how you're supposed to identify, and you'll be able to tell, right?
And you can.
You'll be able to distinguish, again, with time, you'll be able to ascertain if they're bearing fruit, if they're living, like you said, you went with this other guy, sounds like a great Christian. Then you're noticing the Rolex watch, $20,000 sitting on his wrist when he could be giving that over to the poor. Granted, everybody has their own little quirks, but you said, you know what, grain of salt, let it slide. And then you keep on pressing. What do you notice? His testimony or how he interacts is starting to speak for itself. Yes, you have the adjective Christian, but is your verb, your faith, actually living it? I would question it sincerely. I would prompt them with conviction, again, to reprove and I'm trying to blank. But what it says in Scripture, to help counsel somebody to basically come back to the living for Christ. He's not doing that. And again, I'm just quoting Scripture. I'm just trying to live by the basics. I apply the same rigidness to myself. Don't think I'm trying to do, spec and beams here. I do the same thing to myself. So, and again, loyalty to Pharaoh, king, emperor. So that's not loyal to God. But no, I'm just saying, this is what this thing's telling me. So you go argue it out with God in your closet. 3, the Assyrian Empire, first military standardization, 900 to 600 BCE. Often credited as the first true military uniforms, standard armor, identical helmets, unit-based insignia, purpose, discipline, psychological intimidation, identification in mass combat. This is where uniforms clearly became tools of state power. Now, what was the other thing? They have flags. Flags were not a sign of patriotism back in the day. It was a sign of ownership. Whose lord are you fighting under?
Yep.
Right? Today, we have people who are literally pledging allegiance to who? Baal means lord, owner, or master. Ironically enough, the guy that's currently the 47th president in the Oval Office has name etymology that goes to Baal. I don't think that's a coincidence. And he takes on the title Prince of Peace as well. Don't think that's a coincidence. He's known as the Assyrian. He likes using a lot of the state to get things done, right? Whether that's the military taking over a country, whether that's using particular armed forces, right, on our streets in order to get something accomplished, to bring what? Law and order, because it's illegal, legal, right? But he doesn't really care about that, right? Whereas in Daniel, by peace he shall destroy many. That sounds like satire. How do you destroy somebody in peace?
Mm.
That sounds like gaslighting to me, buddy. That sounds like gaslighting. Oh, it's peace. It's a board of peace. Yeah, bored. Bored, not Board. You're bored of peace, so you just want to blow everything up. Why?
Mm.
Order out of
Chaos.
That's what they want. This is why Amina and Abramovich will give an endorsement to such a guy. Ancient China, the Qing dynasty, 221 BC, mass-produced armor and clothing, rank marking, strict visual conformity. So if you're wearing a particular, oh, I got to conform because you're wearing that, I'm wearing that, and you're better than me because you're ranked this much. Okay. Here, uniforms reflected legalism, total state order, subordination of individual identity. I got to serve. I got to serve. I got to be. Oh yes. Oh yeah. Sorry for me. Forgive me if you think I was racist. I'm not trying to be. I'm saying this is kind of what we see with that culture. Your loyalty is submission to somebody else in hierarchy.
Who isn't God?
Right. It's man. It's your Shinto as a Shinto shogun, whatever it is, back over in Japan. Legalism. What were the Pharisees constantly getting objectified for? Legalism, legalism. You're not. Stop that, guys. If you are truly my priests, you understand you're flawed too. But your role is to help guide and advise them. Not go, you can't even pick up a handful of grain on the Sabbath. That's like total, like, really, guys? Take a deep look in the mirror. You're not perfect. It's not supposed to be that rigid. But this is how dogmatic you're being, right? There's following God, yes. But sometimes you have to counsel as if they're children, right? And what are they doing? They're not thinking like that at all. Hence why they're getting scolded by Christ. Roman Empire, most influential model. Now, this is one that I think is important because we come off of the Roman Empire into the iron and clay, right? 100 BCE onward, Romans perfected uniforms as identity. We are Rome. I am the state. I am my country. Hence, I am a Roman. Roman. Logistics, interchangeable gear, and psychological dominance. Modern military and police uniforms trace directly back to Rome.
Mm.
Is that Empire of Iron and Clay making a little bit more sense? And as I said before, as I'm quoting Henry David Thoreau with Civil Disobedience, we don't think about every person that's in those ranks. They have a name, they have a purpose, they have a soul, they have an identity, and they become part of a unit. They become part of Rome. We are Romans. Ba 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 ba. But do we really think about them as the autonomy of the individual? No. And again, the leader of Rome or Egypt, like the halos when we did that one, crowns, wreath, and halos, origins of that, they affiliated themselves to be equivalent with sun gods and or a deity. That they would arise to become like that. So everybody else, what does that mean? If he thinks he's a deity, what am I an equivalent to Caesar? I'm a serf. I'm a soldier. I am destined to die for a sun god. Right? So you can
No.
say I'm crazy, but if this is what this means, and I'm serving either Pharaoh and it's or the Emperor of China, or I'm not serving Christ. Especially if I'm wearing their stupid uniform. Why uniforms always appear across cultures? Uniforms arise when societies need one, authority made visible.
Mm.
Why do you need it visible? This is why the people of Israel had such a hard time. Hey, Aaron, where's your brother? It's been a while. There's no authority figure in the camp. We need to build something tangible. What about a golden calf? Oh, like an apis bull like they had in Egypt? That sounds great. At least we'll be able to see something made of stone. Why? Because I don't see God right now, and I don't see Moses. Wah, wah, wah. Give me something to look at. Wow. That's not putting your faith in the Spirit. Second, individual identity subordinated to role. Give me a purpose. Let me serve you. You don't know what to do for yourself, like you're saying with your dad. Give me something to do. Give me a structured order. Because I don't know how to think for myself. I don't know how to apply self-discipline. So give me something, please. Wow, that's so sad.
It's heartbreaking.
It's heartbreaking, dude. It's like I want it. There's like again, there's some people who live with their parents. I get it in this economy, but at least they're doing something. They're working. They're trying to make something of their life. They're putting aside savings. Then you got other people that are playing video games in their parents' basement, and they're doing like a very mediocre job. They have no ambition of getting out of that.
Comfortability.
Right, the comfortability of saying, well, I don't really have to put any more effort because I already have convenience. That's sad. That's very sad because if you're in the family, you try to contribute as best you can to the rest of the family until you're able to cut that off and start your own. Otherwise, I have no problem you staying with the family, but contribute. Trust and fear generated instantly. I need to fear you in order to trust you? Right? Why do I want to build a relationship built on fear? The same thing you could say, well, you do that already with God. In a sense, I mean, honestly, as most people kind of do today, is God even real? And you put him on the back burner and you don't really want to think about it because, too much responsibilities, too much dogma, blah, 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 blah. I get it, right? You have the option of doing that. And I respect somebody for having that option, right? More power to you. Hard for me to do because I see creation and I love humanity. I love my brothers, right? So I want to see the best for everybody. And when you have the Holy Spirit in you, you're convicted. You have to help somebody else. But I don't want to coerce fear for somebody to love me or respect me. That just feels wrong.
Hey, and
Or,
honestly, too, like we are called to fear God because He is all powerful. But I don't, I mean, there is a part of it that I am obedient because of fear, but a large part of what drives me is I love Christ
right,
because I've read because how much he loved us, all he went through. So yes, there is a small aspect where I do fear God and I want to be obedient, but mostly what drives me is I love Christ because he loved us
right.
to such a degree that we don't see that in the everyday life. That's why he came and served. Like he came as,
Came to serve, yeah.
you know what I mean? He's so different than how we treat one another.
Yeah. And again, he didn't come down here with a sword and scare everybody to follow him. He just was gentle. He was merciful. He was healing. He answered questions, right? Didn't come down here to be a jerk. He came here to convict. Convince, convict, convert. Now I'm going to go on my way. And what did we
And he
do?
could have.
You had a visual, like, right? We want a visual king. Okay, here's your visual. And what did they say? They still denied him. You finally get what you've always been wanting. Now I'm here, and you reject me. People are so finicky, but this is why, again, they're expecting a leader to ride in on a war horse. No, donkey will be fine. Donkey be suffice.
The irony. I love it.
Yes. Order maintained at scale, right? No, somebody's in charge. It's all ordered by the government, so it's all official now. This is why priests, soldiers, bureaucrats, and police all adapt uniforms independently. I think that's just sad, dude, in all honesty, is that you need a uniform to establish your identity of somebody as an authority figure. I would prefer to be like, you know what? I respect Cliff. Why? Because as an individual, I know he's going to have my back. He's going to have my back in a fight. Or any thinking of that mentality. He's a guy that's going to keep his word. When he says he's going to be there, I know he's going to be there. Like I was saying before, sometimes I get really pissed at some individuals. They didn't betray me or didn't show up because they were scared, right? It was more of a coming out of a place that they didn't have confidence. They didn't betray me out of bitterness. They did it out of I don't know how to stand up for myself. And you doing that, like for instance, anytime somebody gives the call, okay, I'm there. Let's do it. Oh, I had second thoughts. Stop calling me. And you're like, right? If I'm showing up with my forces, we're gonna go. We're gonna fight the orcs. You don't want to fight the orcs. What the heck do I keep showing up for? It's like the boy who cried wolf. I'm ready to do that because if I love you, I'm gonna show up. That's what we do, especially as men. I'll
Yeah.
represent you. And they get scared. That's where I think as Christians, we don't really appreciate and or put any value in that these days, that a man is a man of his word, whereas God is a God of his word. Symbolism, spirituality, and power. You're correct in one important way, is what this thing's telling me. Uniforms sit at the intersection of symbolism, meaning authority, power, spiritual framing, order beyond the individual.
Mm.
So the order is from beyond me. Now, again, as a Christian, is that order within me as we're thinking in Platonic thought? No. It's from him. I'm not going inside of a cathedral to feel God. I'm submitting to him, right? And by that, and by extension, that means I'm thinking about heaven. I'm putting my mind on things above, not something enclosed within a building, right? I'm thinking about my perfect soul is already perfect. I just need to get rid of the flesh. No, no, it's not perfect. Only redeemed through the blood of Christ. It's not perfect and then it gets released. It's redeemed through Christ.
Amen.
Well, I'm a good person. No, you're not. None righteous, no, not one. Fact check me, that's the Bible. But historically, spiritual symbolism came first, and military state uniforms followed. So you understand what that just summed up? Spiritually, it is established outwardly that it is about symbolism and uniforms, that is prioritizing status above your neighbor.
Mm.
Anti-Christian. Clean conclusion. First uniforms, priest, symbolic, spiritual. First military uniforms, Assyrians. Antichrist is supposed to be Assyrian in nature. That means militaristic, not Muslim. Most influential were the Romans, and core function, visible authority plus collective identity. So that's kind of a sad thing when you look like everybody else, but you don't know how to be yourself. You're like a Russian doll. You all look alike. Which one's the original? This one's shorter, this one's taller, but they all look alike.
Talk the same, think the same, act the same.
Because we were ordered. We all had to do it. We all had to do it, man. We all had to think like that. No, 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 no. Christ, this is what you were inferring to earlier. Christ warns against those who wear religious garb for vanity in Mark 12:38, stating, quote, beware of the scribes which love to go in long clothing and love salutations in the marketplace. Similarly, in James 2:1 through 4, cautious against showing favoritism to those in goodly apparel or fine, flashy religious clothing over the poor. I'm cross-referencing what I'm reading online. You can't trust everything you read online. Cross-referencing with the Bible, right? Because I want to make sure that we're getting this fact-checked. I want to make sure that my life is aligning with God's word, right? Key scripture regarding religious garb and appearance. Again, Mark 12:38, James 2:1 through 4, 1 Timothy 2:9 through 10 encourages women to dress modestly with decency, prioritizing good deeds over expensive clothing and elaborate hair. Do we do that too much these days? I don't think we do
No.
that too much these days. No, we don't do that too much these days. And then 1 Peter 3:3 through 4 states that beauty should not come from an outward adornment such as gold, jewelry, or fine clothes. Think of your guy that you're talking about with the Rolex watch, but from an inner spiritual testimony, basically, is what that paraphrasing. Yeah. Inner spirit should be reflecting who you are as a Christian. You should not be defined by they wear a three-piece suit on Sundays. That's how I know he's a Christian. Right? Psychological effects on the individual wearing a uniform, intrinsic effects, is a de-individuation. Uniforms reduce personal identity and increase role identity. Well, I need to do this. This is my job. Uh-huh. Okay. Like you were saying with that young trooper. Good for you, buddy boy. Glad it makes you feel good at the end of the day. Right? Effects. I am the role replaces I am the person. It's my job. Right? Part of the shoe, part of the ship, part of the crew, part of the ship. Personal moral hesitation decreases. Wait, what? Again, this is psychology. So if I don't know how to think for myself because I'm wearing a uniform, and think of people who also work in prisons, I have a moral hesitation. That's scary. So you're telling me by wearing pieces of clothing, I'm starting to lose my moral compass. Wow. Responsibility feels distributed upward. I'm following orders. This effect is well documented in social psychology by Zimbardo and Milgram. Adjacent research you can cross-reference, folks, if you have such an inclination. Uniforms do not cause immorality, but they lower internal friction against harmful acts if authority approves them.
Mm.
So granted, you could say, well, Brennan, you're making up these semantics and saying that if somebody wears a uniform, it takes away their whole moral thing. And it's like, no, I'm not saying that. But I do think after a time, spiritually, it causes a bit of an erosion. You stop thinking, you know what? I need to serve Christ. This feels off. This feels wrong. And even your early days, it's like, there's no such thing as all the cops are bad apples. Sure. But when you put one good apple with a bunch of rotten apples in a barrel, what eventually happens?
They all go rotten.
Bad company corrupts good
Company.
character. And that's what we were saying before, the uniforms. So, two, moral displacement. The wearer often experiences moral responsibility shifted to institution or chain of command. What does that mean? Well, again, this is what I've been calling the Adamic excuse. It was the serpent. It was Adam. It was this one. Everyone points fingers, but no one wants to take personal responsibility for the part that they distinctly played in something, right? Again, it's easier to fight somebody on a battlefield as opposed to actually sitting down and hashing out the hard truths of, oh, wait a minute, I'm at fault here. What are you talking about? Well, this one's been hitting me. Maybe I'll relay to the audience, but I've been thinking of the analogy of the woman that was brought before Christ for the committing adultery.
Mm.
And everybody's sitting there, and allegedly the best, most plausible case that we seem to be pitching is Christ possibly was writing out their sins in the sand. And it's like, basically, if you're guilty of this one, what about this one? And one by one, they all dissipate, right? So again, it's starting to say, well, my responsibility of reading my Bible is not really mine. I mean, we pay the pastor to go to seminary school and sit there and study for hours to give us a nice little message on Sunday and then help convict me. And then I don't really open my Bible except for Wednesday nights when I do prayer group. But aside from that, yeah, I love Jesus, and we're just waiting for the rapture and protect God's chosen people. Oobra, be a good patriot. That is the average Christian today, and I say Christian in quotation marks, in the churches of the U.S. Why? Because I had a Venn diagram. You have the institution, right? You have the institution. Oh God, institution, individual. Oh gosh, this is gonna make me really mad now. You have the institution, the individual, ideology. You have the ideologies, right? And I put in ideologies like you could say it could be in the same realm. It could go into both spheres, right? The three circles all interlapping with each other. That the ideology comes from some professor at such and so established esteemed school, and you're over here like, well, that's what I believe, and this guy he said everything that I believe in because I watched a 20-minute YouTube video, and I believe in that he was talking about this Gnosticism concept or nihilism concept or whatever, fill in the blank. That he had what I was thinking. Okay. And why do you believe him? Well, he had a lot of credentials and he studied for many years, and that's why I just believe him because he was very smart. Okay. But what do you think? Hmm? Are you able to break that down for yourself? Well, no. I believe it was a good video. Just here, watch the link and you'll understand what I'm talking about. But you yourself cannot articulate anything. This is like my buddy, ex-military, ex-cop. Everything he recites when it comes to the news, half of it is filtered through. Did you hear what the Daily Wire's been saying? Did you hear what Ben Shapiro said about this? I was like, oh my gosh, dude. Can you think for yourself? But you're running it through an institution. You're running the ideology through what makes you feel good because your politics has become part of your religion, and your politics is what basically is the veins of what makes you a patriot, right? And how you interpret and perceive the events of this world. So again, moral responsibility is shifted to the institution. Give a king over us. It's too hard to maintain following Christ, what God has laid out for us. Put a king over us so then we can project and say it's him.
Mm.
That's who you want to blame, right? Ethical decisions reframed as procedural compliance. I was just following orders. Don't get mad at me. This is what this is what the textbook says I had to do. I didn't have any other recourse afforded to me. Okay. So now you're running again, like Thoreau was just saying. They have to run it through the legislator to determine if it was good, as opposed to through your own moral compass of conscience. I don't want to do that, so I'm going to say the textbook said to do this. This is what I did. And if you're asking if I was following the textbook, I did as best as I could. You can watch the cam if you don't believe me. Okay. Okay. Internal narrative shifts from, is this right, to, is this allowed?
Mm.
Like the cop. There you go, citizen. You're not supposed to be crossing the road unless it says you can go there with the stripy stripes on this road. You weren't walking where the stripy stripes are, so therefore I should cite you a ticket. Really, bro? Chill. Chill. But I'm wearing a uniform. I'm doing this for your safety. Yeah, and you're being a bit of a pest while doing it. This is one of the strongest psychological reinforcements of authority structures. Again, you equate the uniform as a symbol of authority, and you're not really asking yourself the question. So now, then you get online. You get all these statist apologists, right, that start defending, well, the cop had to do this, blah, 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 should have just complied, blah, 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 blah. And granted, there are cases where one could say this, others could say that. But at a certain time of day, now it's starting to be filtered. Well, the cop, yes, was following the textbooks, but my conscience, again, as you might say with a lot more liberals, at least they do have a little bit of sense of humanity. Let's grant them a little bit of a bone, right? They at least say, not for my neighbor, not for myself. I'm going to stand up and advocate, whether that means being a keyboard warrior, going to a protest, wearing some merch shirts, so on and so forth. At least they're getting to a basic core premise. I care about my neighbor. Doing more than the average Christian is, right? And saying, I'm not for this side, I'm not for that side. I'm just saying, yo, you don't need to beat them up like that. But again, we're not challenging the state. If you're a good Christian, the state wants to kill you.
Mm.
Emotional armor. Our uniforms function as psychological insulation. A reduced empathy toward outsiders, increased emotional distance, and an increased tolerance for coercion.
Mm.
This is adaptive in emergencies, but corrosive if normalized. So in long term, it's going to cause a problem. It's going to erode you as a character and an individual. It makes you susceptible to being tolerant for aspects of coercion, right? Whether it's because, oh, my sergeant said I had to do this. Oh, this person said this, right? Reduced empathy toward outsiders. Well, I'm enforcing the law, so therefore I'm better than you, and you feel a little bit more elevated because you drive a nice government-funded car, and then you drive, you got the funds, you got the means, you have the authority. You have power. And a lot of people tend to abuse power. And again, if it's creating like a diaper where it's acting as like a binky to make you calm, or it makes you feel a little bit more amped up, like it's swaddling clothes, you're basically getting Mr. Fisk from Daredevil. Baby man got mad, but it's now in a uniform, so it's okay. Relax. He's just following the textbook. 4, empowerment and identity stability. Not all effects are negative. Uniforms can reduce anxiety by clarifying a role, provide belonging, increase confidence and decisiveness. This is why people often feel stronger or calmer in uniform. Swaddling clothes. Like I was saying before, a lot of people tend to be conservative. A lot of conservatives do tend to be in the ranks. A lot of them are coming from poor families. That's just the statistics. Don't get mad at me. And what is this giving you? A sense of security because it establishes what? Order. It gives you a sense of, what was you
Purpose.
saying? A sense of purpose, but it also, like you're saying with your dad, it gives
Oh
me a
yeah.
structure. It gives me a routine.
Yep.
And I just feel bad for people like that. It's not to say that it's wrong, but at a certain point, as an individual, if that's all you know, then what a life, dude. You had so much more potential and you just chose to sit on the sidelines. Don't give me your opinion if that's what you're going to do. I want you to give me your opinion, but for, and I say this with a lot of reverence, for if you love God, take off that stupid uniform. Police.
Well, is it their opinion or is it the state's? You know what I mean? Are they thinking for themselves? Do they really, how, like, do they even realize how much of their opinion is really the opinion of the federal government or propaganda, like it said, you know? They don't even realize that their opinion is somebody put that opinion in their mind. They're basically, like you said, a machine. They're a robot. The government is good. I will kill for them. Sorry, God, my sergeant told me to.
Right. I summed it up. If you don't have a purpose, you become a pawn in another man's game.
Absolutely.
And I want people to have a purpose. That's why I'm promoting the aspect of the individual and these concept of debates that people are not watching as much. Yes, people, I'm asking you, please, if you may not understand it because it's not symbolism Brandon's talking about, I'm trying to promote the aspect of dialogue. And if you're listening to that kind of conversation, it's opening your horizon of hearing about things you may not have contemplated before. Or if you're understanding how to work with civics, right? At least your local community, try to work with that. I don't think most people even know how to do that. They don't even know what the word agora means. This is where the Greeks, they used to have everybody come in, right? If you didn't go, you were considered an idiotes. It means an idiot. Someone who didn't take a part in the affairs of the cities because you're your own private individual. I think that's wonderful. But how do have we rephrased the idiot concept, right? If you're not part of the collective, then you're against us. You're not wearing the blue ribbon. You're the bad guy. I don't want to wear the blue ribbon. I can still walk with solidarity without wearing the stupid ribbon. Same thing with the uniform. It's the same concept, and again, while it's cheesily made fun of, it's the same thing. Psychological effects on observers as opposed to the wearers, external effects. Authority heuristic. Humans are evolutionarily wired to defer to visible authority. Uniforms trigger automatic credibility, reduce skepticism, compliance before evaluation. This happens below conscious awareness. Now,
White
seriously,
coats.
huh?
The white coats.
Yeah, thank
He
you.
got a white coat on. I trust him.
And you watch these commercials, and you've been told for years that this is well, 1 out of 6 doctors recommend whatever. You hear all this jargon on TV, and as you said, wearing a white coat, obviously, they must be very smart, right? Perceived authority. Simply because they're wearing the attire that gives them credibility. Now, seriously, if you want to be a con person, highly recommend wearing a uniform because you're probably going to get away with a lot more because you look like you know what you're doing. I hate to say it, dude, but if that's how you're gauging, right? If what a man is, and I'm saying even the concept of what I really hate that aspect with feminism, is it's other women determining what a man is gauged by other women or by women. And it should be filtered through. And again, this is why I'm looking at all this stuff when they're talking about dating apps. A lot of women are leaving guys on scene. Why? And I'm like, I'm beginning to understand why there was arranged marriages. On the very least, you went to go seek the blessing of the brother, or the father, or the uncle, the grandfather, whatever it was, because you were filtering. Hey, is this guy good for my daughter? I know how other men think. I know he could be bad. I know he could be good, but I'll run him by the filter of me. If I trust his integrity, if I think he's going to be good for her. Why? Because as another man, I know what it's like out there, and I want him to be a man of his word. So if he's going to take her under his wing and protection, I'm going to ensure that he's going to have the same mentality as I have for her, because I care about her well-being. And that's not determined by a uniform, that is determined by his character, his honor.
I said that to my daughter. I said, you're going to do this right. You're going to be a good wife. You're going to serve your husband. And I said, you got to make sure he's a Christian. Well, Dad, how do I know if he's faking? I said, well, I'm going to ask him some questions and I'm going to run him through my standards. And Dad, I'm like, listen, you're 9. Relax. We got at least minimum 9 years to go. But yeah, Dad will be there, God willing.
Good.
And I'll ask him some questions, and we'll figure out if he's real deal.
Yeah. And again, at least give them a couple months before they just get freaking married. And again, like I said, as long as you give them a couple months, I think some people waste so much time, 1 year, 2 year, 3 year. Oh, we've been out for like 5 years. My goodness, really?
Yep.
Anyways, moral offloading. Observers consciously transfer responsibility. They're in charge. They know better. I don't know. Sometimes I look at some of these guys in uniform and I'm like, you know what? I think you're kind of incompetent. You kind of like kissing corporate's butt. You don't know really how to stand up for yourself. And I was telling that to the guys at the factory job. Oh, Brandon, why did you run for the white shirt, which is manager, the guy that walks around, stuff like that. It doesn't matter the department. It's always white shirt to define the guy that's in charge. And I said, I couldn't do it. And they're like, why? It's good money, blah, 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 blah. You're young, good career. And I'm like, yeah, it says, but here's the problem. I don't like the engineers. They sit in the AC all day long, and then they're, go out for like an hour lunch and stuff like that, and they tell me that they're the guys that fix the machines. But I trust the guys that are sweating next to the machines a lot more because they've put in a lot of time, they've been invested, and they obviously care a lot more about coming into work as opposed to the guys that have a degree and they can go anywhere with it, right? I said, because I would get in trouble because I'd be starting to advocate for the guys on the floor as opposed to kissing corporates. But and I said I would get fired within a month or two. I guarantee you, I can't do it, dude.
Without a doubt.
And again, I always did it, especially for people that couldn't speak English. I'd be advocating the question in English. Like, it started to get a bit of a pattern, dude, where most of the people in the room would all start looking at me like, ask a stupid question. Or a question that sounds intelligent where they have to answer, so we waste more time so we don't have to go back to the machines before we go home. Because it'd usually be, like whatever meeting it is right before we go home. So they'd be like, come on, stall for time, stall for time. So I'd come up with some question that sounds really intelligent. Why? Because it's like, you know what? You're going to play corporate BS. Let's play corporate BS. And that's what, again, dude, I can't stand these people, but I do understand how they think. And I'm just really tired of when I'm looking at some people like, you don't have to do this to yourself, dude. Don't do it to yourself. You're so much better than that. 3, it establishes fear plus trust duality, as we kind of established before. Uniforms produce simultaneously fear and trust, fear of punishment and trust in protection. This tension creates obedience, not respect. And this is part of the thing. When the cop pulls you over, are you doing it out of fear? Or is he doing it out of a source of protection? Now, a lot of times when people see cops, they're like, oh, crap. You're not doing it because he makes you feel good that he's there. Heck, half the time we see a violation and we're like, where the hell's the cop?
Yep.
And they're not there. Again, if it makes you feel fear, are they a good thing? Because that makes you feel like it's a predator. Oh, crap, I see a shark fin. I want to swim away from the shark fin. So how does that make me feel like it's a peace officer, right? Again, a warrior can do just the same amount. And again, there's some people that generally are serving as peace, but there's most of them that do not have that mentality at all, and they never will. Symbolic compression. Uniforms collapse complexity. The individual becomes the state. Nuance disappears. Interaction becomes hierarchical. This makes scalpel but impersonal. They do the same thing in churches, dude. Oh, the pastor's coming down here today, blah, 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 blah. And they all, again, I'm at a Baptist church. It's a Protestant priest. Sure, we got rid of the Catholic Mary and the, tainted windows and stuff like that, but you're all treating the pastor like he's some sort of priest guy. And you have all this reverence for him. And I remember one time he came in saying he went to go see one of the senior citizens in the hospital, right? And he's saying that I went there after I got done with the job. I was a little bit, sweaty and stuff like that. But she was en route from where I was coming from. And I decided to go in and peek in and check up on her. And she says, oh, you don't look like my pastor. You're not wearing your suit. Bah, 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 bah. And I'm thinking to myself, he's making effort out of getting out of work to make sure you're a priority, that he comes to see you first. And you're going to criticize the guy because he's not wearing his suit. And then he made a comment, and he was actually in favor of what she was saying. The next time I went to see her, she says, oh, that's my pastor, because I was wearing my suit. And I'm like, what the stupidity, dude? Like, you respect him because of his 3-piece suit or whatever? Because he's wearing a tie as opposed to he's just got off sweating? It's like, if anything, the man who's working is taking time out of his day to come see me.
Yep.
Thank you. I don't care if you're sweaty. I don't care if you haven't had it. Well, granted, you can be a little stinky, but it's the fact that you put an effort to come and see me when you could have just driven past the hospital. You could have just driven past the hospital.
Yeah.
It's so petty, but this is people seriously do think like that. This
I
is why
know.
they don't like people like us that are calling out these things, or at least like I'm the weird one for calling that out. 3, how this fear directly feeds directly in to the statist mindset, somebody who defends the state, statism defending. What statism psychologically requires, statism depends on 3 beliefs. 1, authority is necessary for order. 2, authority is morally superior than that of individuals. 3, responsibility should be centralized. Uniforms visually, psychologically enforce all 3.
Mm.
Chaos out of order, peace and safety. I don't know, man, but I'm not too fond of some of the rulers of this earth, right? Where you're against worldly governors when it's listing in Ephesians 6:12. When you look in the Septuagint in the Geneva, it says worldly governors. The word that they use for rulers, worldly governors is archy. Anarchy, and means to be against, archy means ruler. So anarchy, against rulers. Archy could be affiliated, as we've covered before, to archons, an equivalent of titans and or Nephilim. So spiritually warfare, as you just said, they're using them as puppets of the state. And spiritually speaking, they're working on behalf of the state. And they're wearing uniforms to identify who they are loyal to. And if we're going off of the whole discourse that's between Satan and Christ in the wilderness, Satan offers him all the kingdoms of this world. Right? So by de facto, if that is the case, I can give you all of this, the authority through man's terms, I can give it to you.
Mm.
But Christ said no. And what did he do? I conquered the world. He still conquered the world. The symbol of the cross means the world. In the occult, you fold it up. It's a Kaaba cube, tradition cube, earth. Really what it represents. He conquers that. And did he do it via the sword? No, he did it via the nail. Yeah, talk about nailed it. Not to be crude, but I'm serious. He literally captured him. I conquered the world through love, but I didn't do it your way.
Mm.
Right? Your way requires bloodshed. I did that for you. Right? I appease Satan too. You want bloodshed? Cool. That's part of your terms of agreement. The life force you want it shed? I'm putting my son on the line here. You want it to be of man? Things that you like destroying, God's favorite creation? Here he is, my son. Made, part man, and in spirit, part celestial. But you don't understand what I'm doing here, do you? Because if you crush that, and he comes back to life, that is the only means. That's the key of getting it back into eternity. Oh, crap. Yeah, crap indeed. Thanks for playing, buddy. That's what Christ conquered. And you're still serving Caesar? Get out of here, man.
Hey, and I kind of think, honestly, I think some Christians, I really believe they kind of view it as like, all right, this is life, this is what I'm doing here, but heaven's afterlife.
Right.
So I don't really need to put a lot of effort and time into all that because that's after. But you don't get there if you don't walk obedient in this life. It's not just live willy-nilly, do what you want. Like we're called to be a certain way. Like you ain't getting to that part of afterlife if you don't serve him down here. You know what I'm saying?
Hence the whole argument of once saved, always saved is like, I don't know, because if you're not serving, are you truly saved? Well, yeah, I put in my hours at church. Uh-huh. And what did you do with your community? What did you do with your everyday life? Oh, not like, wait, that counts? Yeah, that's kind of the whole premise of what you're getting into.
Yes. Yes.
That's kind of, in essence, dude, that's what I'm saying. Is like, I don't think people are understanding the severity as dying to self daily. That means, like, wait, when I'm home, I have to, like, still do this? Yeah. When I'm at work, I still have to do this? Yeah. When I'm, this sucks. Yeah. And what are you doing it for? Spiritually, it's the only thing that makes sense. Otherwise, it's like, this is stupid. And as I said before, in Stirner's logic, he's 100% correct. This ain't working for me. I'm checking out. I'm done. I don't like this. And you have full right and reign to do that. However, you're going to lose eternity. Whereas the other aspect is saying, thank you. I know it was hard, but I appreciate your loyalty. You're now on the board of advisors for my next kingdom. Whew. That was worth it.
Hey, I'll take street sweeper. You know what I mean? Like I'm not even joking. Like I just want to be there.
Somebody's got to polish the gold.
You know what I mean?
And honestly, dude, that's what it comes down to. It's like I just I would like to be a writer, scribe, I guess, and then send me for messages once in a while when you want me to do something in the New Kingdom. That's what I would. It's like, oh, ha, got a ring on the bell, gotta go downstairs. Anyways, step-by-step reinforcement loop. 1, uniform signals authority. 2, observer defers their judgment. 3, the wearer defers responsibility upward, just obeying orders. 4, moral agency migrates to the institution. The legislation said I had to do this. The government, whatever, they said this, so I have to do it, despite what my morals say. Which again, dare to be a Daniel, do you know what they're saying? Defy the state. Well, they might throw me in a fiery furnace. Defy the state. Do you not get what they were doing? Men of God all go to jail. They're tortured. They're beaten up. You know, all my heroes, dude, they're in they're in jail suits. Right? Everybody that Peter, Paul, John, Daniel, jail, 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 jail. I like jailbirds that stand for Christ. It's okay to defy the state, people. Remember, in comparison to eternity, it's like I'm suffering persecution because I defied the state on behalf of my values. Kudos. Well done, thou good and faithful servant. I mean, I had to be an a-hole? Not necessarily a jerk for Jesus, but you stood by principle. Come on.
Flip some tables, man. Come on, call out the wickedness.
It's again, what fellowship does light have with darkness? Again, rather expose it, put a little light on the topic of it. It's not that scary and hard, but it is when you realize how much you have to lose in man's terms and success and the way they perceive things in this world. 4, sorry, 5.
Can I say something real quick? Even though
Sure.
you, like you said, people seem to be afraid to have you on or something, because these conversations, I seen you like something on Instagram. It talked about the ICE buildings and they're gonna be putting people in them.
Oh yeah.
And that's what people like. They love the country, but deep down, they know the lengths they will go to cut out people who go against the system.
Yep.
So deep down, it's like, yeah, I'm a Christian, but no, I'm not gonna really, I don't want to speak on that because we don't like doing this, but someone's gonna do it. And it's funny because when I seen you like that post, and we joked about it before, and I'm like, well, I'd rather not get poisoned if they lock me up. Hopefully they put me with the other people that, I was working with, me and you, as long as Brandon's in the next cell and we could, chop it up and laugh at them. I'm cool with it.
It's not so bad.
Yeah.
5, individuals disengage from self-governance. Again, government means mind control. Self-governance means I'm in control of my mind. You know how to guide and dictate your own life. Again, very Stirner-esque. And again, you could say, okay, well, I don't believe with Stirner because spiritually. Okay, spiritually, you may misalign with him, and you'd go with more Kierkegaard. And basically saying, you know what? As an existentialist, as I live my life, it is called to obedience. I submit it of my own willful accord. Whereas with Stirner, you could say the state, the world, is not giving me anything. So I self-designate a terminal clause. I walk away. I am no longer of this world. I am my own being. Great. Now that you're your own being, what are you going to do that spiritually speaking? You know what I'm saying? So you've acknowledged, I'm done with serving the state. I'm done with the spooks of, oh, it's a monarchy. I have to bow to the crown. Oh, it's a flag. I have to do it because they tell me I have to do it. Oh, you don't do that anymore. So now you're your own individual, and spiritually speaking, you say, okay, I'm going to put the reins on and we're going to follow Christ. As for me and my house, we will serve the Lord, as Joshua perfectly phrased it. It's not that hard, but people don't even know how to disengage. And again, I'm just giving you basic words and names of people that's like, you should be being taught about these people in school, but you're not for a reason because they're going to teach you to think outside the system and conformity and uniformity and patriotism. They don't want that. They said that that's going to be domestic terrorist. I am technically a domestic terrorist by this thing. And yes, they're probably going to take a clip of that and use it for
You
my
know we're
trial.
on a list.
Oh,
You
I
know
know I'm
we
on a
are.
list. Dude, the way they censor me these days, it's like, guys, come on. This isn't
Yeah.
really, really. It's because you're scared that if I gain followers, they might start be thinkers. And if they are thinkers, they might be doers. So therefore, we're going to censor the people you're able to reach.
Yes.
So, anyway, 6, authority appears indispensable. Well, if we lose authority, it's going to be Mad Max. The minute you say anarchy, it's going to be Mad Max territory. Oh, you think you're that tough? You think you can make it in that kind of dystopia? We already got warlords in office. How much worse could it possibly be? Go back to the tribes that they wiped out so that we could forge the state? That's a problem? I don't think that's a problem. I kind of like to go back to that. It scares you. Why? Because you've never lived that and you're so used to the consumer culture. I was telling somebody the other day, our culture has devolved into 3 C's: consume, compete, conflict. You always got to be against somebody. You always got to compete against somebody in sports. And you always got to consume constantly. You listen to the radio, your TV, everything. That is what they promote to you. Whereas a Christian, compassion, cooperation, right? Maybe getting a consensus. Work with each other, people. That's what he said. But we don't even want to come to reason together. Nor does people want to listen to the podcast. I'm not sure if that's censorship on YouTube or people are just like, this doesn't look like an episode I'm going to learn anything from because it's not symbolism related. So I'm just going to. And it hurts me, dude. I'm not going to lie. I put just as much equal time in writing up questions and creating some dialogues to have an interaction with people of different mindsets so that people can think. And then they do me the disservice of barely even showing up. You know, it's
Again, because you're talking about really difficult truths
or
that people.
topics that they can't even comprehend because they're really not critical thinkers, even though they say they are, they're really not. I'm trying to evolve. Again, I'm not sure if it's YouTube, so I say that with a grain of salt, folks, but sometimes I really do feel a little hurt because it feels, if I could put myself in a form of parable that's in the Bible, I prepared a whole marriage feast. I invited all my friends because I see you guys as all equals, and nobody wants to show up. Fine, I'll give it to the beggars, right? I see everyone as equals. It's not, I'm Brandon smarter than me. No, I'm not. I was just graced with having a little bit more time to read, and I love explaining it to you. Maybe I have the gift of being a teacher, and you not so much. But that doesn't mean like I'm horrible at cooking. I'm horrible at mechanics. Um, I'm horrible at technology. I mean, you want me to go through a list of where I fall short? I could go through it. I suck at administration aspects and stuff. But where my gift is, I try to give that back to the ecclesia because they put something into me financially, right? So I can keep going on in Caesar's world, but I can keep feeding the body of Christ in the best that I can. You follow what I'm saying? It
Yeah.
goes full circle. So I'm trying to do the best I can from where I'm at, and it sucks, but I feel good. For those
Because
who are
you're serving
retaining,
your purpose. And again,
yes,
Brandon, when I was first doing your stuff, when you were first doing your presentations, I mean, I would have to go listen to them twice, sometimes 3 times because and no, and I'm not, this is not a dig. It's just that
no,
I didn't have the capacity to understand because I was still under that statism,
mindset,
brainwash. I
yeah,
didn't want to let it go because that, like it said, had become some of my identity.
yep,
I'm an American, but listening to what doing the episodes with you, it slowly started to chip away at that brainwashing until the day I had that aha moment.
Yeah.
And it just made sense. And again, I just started seeing the world different. Again, it was your thing, the spirit. I think it's really a spiritual thing. They just don't have the capacity.
I don't even like. Anyways, I don't want to get too much in a tangent, but for me, I
Yeah.
think it's a little bit. I was asking my buddy the other day. I said it's kind of it hurts in the sense is that I'm not trying to use all these big highfalutin words. I'm trying to break down big concepts that sometimes I even have a hard time reading the words.
Yeah.
But I'm settling down, saying, okay, so what are they trying to say? And then I'll literally argue back, and I'll write back this, and I'll write back this, and I'm breaking it down, and I'm like, okay, that now makes sense. I think I understand where they're coming from because I try to not see a debate as an I walk away with a W. It's more of a how can I try to relate and understand what this person is trying to tell me through their
Mm.
text or what they believed and is there any good to glean from this? Did this person have any critiques that are worth hearing, or is it kind of like an 80-20% principle where there's 80% where I disagree, 20% I can walk away with, or vice versa, right? But I don't think even most people know how to do that. And I think in part that's because of the school system. And secondly, because the indoctrination of the institutional churchianity system, which people are now getting out of, but they are now going into some format like myself, which is lengthy at times. I apologize. This wasn't even supposed to be that long. Again, it's only like 50 slides as opposed to 80, 70 that I do. um, and it's not even supposed to be that hard to ascertain, but there are some people like I'll get they're like, well, Brandon, it's really hard to understand when they're looking like, yeah, go all one place, go at your own pace. I'm not expecting you to get it at the snap of a finger, but I'm also trying to break down bigger concepts so it's simple, and I want it to be where now it's applicable.
Yeah.
And if I'm talking that high above, I'm kind of laughing, dude, because I don't have a PhD. You thought it was bad. You dropped out at 10th grade. I dropped out at 6. Come on, people. If anything, I'm on a low rung of the bottom feeders of education. I just applied myself to keep reading a dictionary every night before I went to bed as a teenager. Stupid things like that.
Yeah.
But it paid off because now I'm able to help people today. So, anyways, this loop repeats itself until authority feels ontologically necessary, not just practical. It's a necessity. If we don't have this, everything's going to dissolve. Hence, now we get the second phase of cognitive dissonance, of status defense. Well, if lesser of two evils, we need it. Even if it's bad, we still need it. Okay, so you still want a little bit of cancer, even if I reject or I take out the majority, you still want a little bit because it's good for you because it builds immunity. That's basically what you're trying to tell me. And immunity to what? From your status logic, does this really help at the end of the day? Your internet connection is unstable. Well, I'm mentally unstable, so deal with it. Your personal accountability weakens. Your authority is externalized. Individuals stop rehearsing moral reasoning in their conscience. Ethical courage atrophies. Obedience replaces conscience. Statism thrives where someone else will handle it. Uniforms make that belief visible and constant.
Mm.
So if we're always going to be passing the buck on the responsibility of somebody else, same thing like a pastor. Well, don't worry. Like my aunt, Pastor, could you go talk to my daughter, whatever, and her husband because they're really having questions about the spirit these days and blah 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 blah. Okay, and he never did. He never did get around to it, and I do think it was a little bit sad the way she's describing it. Also, I don't fault him 100% because I understand you get bogged down, you get busy, you might forget somebody here and there. I get it. I get that sometimes even with my stuff. Like, I'm sorry, I'm busy. I had a moment. I had a spasm. I couldn't remember. I didn't remember to text you back or whatever. I apologize. Like I told you, that other lady with the finances.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I took a media fast from my email for a couple of days, and I didn't take down a video quick enough for you. And now you're not going to support me anymore as a ministry. I'm sorry. I try to take a media fast for crying out loud, dude. You see, it's like a never-ending cycle. You're forcing me to be addicted to a freaking computer when once in a while I need a mental clarity. I don't like looking at emails and being bogged down by all this stuff once in a while because I'm kind of depressed a little bit,
Yeah.
right? But people don't want to put themselves in the empathy phase. It's I'm right. I'm not taking any personal accountability how I may have hurt you. 4, critical clarification. It's important. None of this means authority is always bad, which is true. God's authority is not necessarily bad. Uniforms are evil. Well, I would beg to differ. And societies can function without coordination. It means symbolized authority trades moral agency for efficiency. That trade is often invisible and therefore dangerous. I was like, well, at least I'm able to identify the problem, right? If you don't understand a snake has a particular color, that venom might kill me. Grounded conclusion: uniforms reduce individuality, it shifts moral responsibility, it encourages obedience, it normalizes external authority, and it weakens personal accountability over time. Wow. So my honor basically means nothing if I eventually wear a uniform over time. They are psychological technology, not neutral clothing. Your intuition that this sits in a symbolic, spiritual, psychological domain is accurate. Not mystical, but deeply human. So I summed it up with this: singular uniformity creates herd conformity, thus absolving personal responsibility and accountability. So if I'm always just going to blame everybody else in the herd, I'm never going to be my own indifferent person. And what do you see in classic movies? Oh, you're the daydreamer. You're this. You're not doing what everybody else wants to do. Then you're the bad guy because everybody else is saying nobody does that, right? Nobody does that. You're thinking too much outside the box of what we all do. Just keep plugging in, doing the same thing. Don't think for yourself. That's the enemy. Every time you think for yourself. There was a while back when I was going through a depression spell. I was writing a lot of lyrical poems. And towards the end of the final stanza, you get the every beggar calls his king a fool. That line is supposed to be like a double meaning, but especially emphasizing it's funny that the beggar who votes and or submits to the monarchy, right? You call your king a fool when something goes wrong, but somehow the king is the one wearing the crown. Right? He's the one in authority. And when you want to make fun of him, oh, you're stupid. You're right. Somehow the king is now the jester,
Mm.
right? And yet you're still the one in the rags, and he's still the one in charge. Every beggar calls his king a fool. It's because you don't know how to think for yourself, oh beggar. And it's kind of sad because at the same time, nobody understands all the stress that comes from being the guy at the top. Now, granted, we could argue elites and parasites and stuff like that, but back in the day, dude, once in a while, that's pretty heavy. I got to
Yeah.
think about this. I got to think about that. Yes, you have advisors, you have this, that, and the other thing. But a lot of that all comes down to if you say yes, if you say no, if you say stay here, you say go. That's like, really? I got to do that for everybody in my stupid kingdom? And then on top of that, do I want my subjects to love me or do I want them to fear me? Why would you want all that stress? And yet, dude, don't tell me this isn't something that appeals on a psychological level to us because we have things like Game of Thrones, we have things like Lord of the Rings. We like the psychological, monarchical palace intrigue dramas, right? We love it. We honestly love it. But it's sad, right? Because that speaks to a very sad part of our human nature is we like the evil that we see circulating in these spheres just so you can obtain power. And what is that power worth at the end of the day? Nothing. Because even when you obtain that power, you got to fulfill expectations and standards of what others want from you. And or you instill fear and you oppress other people in order to have that power.
Mm.
It's sad. I find it very sad. This is why I feel bad for somebody like Pontius Pilate, as we've covered before. What is truth? I'm living in a real crap situation, and you're standing here quiet as a all get out. And you are supposed to be the embodiment of truth. Wow. So sad. So now we're going to veer into the schools, because again, do you not see a lot of schools, private schools, where you wear uniforms? School as authority, rehearsal, school, structural, the mirror of the state. Bells, lines, permission-based movement, as you said before, with bathrooms, or can I go over here? Can I go over there? Sir, do I have permission to come on board? Yes. Do I have permission to go to the bathroom, sir? Right. Mm-hmm. Rule enforcement by uniformed or role-marked adults. I have to run it through an authority figure. Same thing like I was saying before with the apologizing as the teacher was telling me. Did Mrs. Fox send you over to apologize, or are you coming to your own fruition of accord? Well, she told me to come over here. We don't accept your apology. What are you instilling? I want him to think about what he did, and I want him to be able to articulate why he's sorry and what he is sorry for. If you are telling him to do that, he's doing it because he was told, not because he has remorse. You could be, when doing it that way, creating a bit of a sociopath.
Mm.
I'm told to have feelings here, so I'm going to say I'm sorry. But you really don't know what you're sorry for. Well, I hurt you. How did you hurt me? You're crying, so I flowers. That's not helping me right now, buddy. But where you have a little bit of empathy, you're like, listen, if I was in your shoes, I wouldn't have wanted somebody to say that to me at that time when I was feeling down, brother. Right? But build that relatability and instilling that with something as simple as making the person, again, you could walk over and say, hey, just a couple of thoughts, but this might be something you want to consider. Do you think that would hurt you? Right? Socratically walk them through it. Would you want to be like that? All right. Think about that and think of how they might be feeling right now. If you want to go over and apologize, that's your own choice. If you don't want to, you have the right as an individual to think that you're in the right. But walk them through it.
Yeah.
Right? Walk them through it. Children learn obedience before understanding, compliance before consent. Did you see the video that I posted the other day from Whitest Kids You Know? Kids are doing the Pledge of Allegiance, and they're like, God bless Johnson and Johnson. God bless GD. It's a like, this is not a form of brainwashing. This is not a form of brainwashing. Having little kids recite the same thing day after day before they're even understanding what the words actually mean. Like, they're going through this whole thing, and it's satire, right?
Yep.
And it's true, dude. It's like when they hear the gong. Oh, that's the prayer. That's a prayer mat. We got to, do our bows and pray 3 times, whatever it is. It's the same thinking with the concept. Look at the flag. Look at the authority. And do you even understand it? I didn't understand it most of the time growing up. And
No.
now we program them before they're even able to understand. You got to do this. Why? Your loyalty to the state. Oh, what? I got to pledge to that? You got to reverence it. Why? It's a flag. It's a magic sky cloth. What is it going to do? Well, you got to remember the people that died for that piece of cloth. Wow.
Flag, eagles, jets, flags.
Like, again, people on a field or a court fighting for a ball. And they got to wear armor in order to obtain said ball. And sometimes when they get those concussions, it has long-lasting effects towards their longevity. But it's all in the name of a banner.
Mm.
Did you see? For me, dude, I look at these things going, this is entertaining you? This is what you live for? This seems stupid. The reward structures. Children are always rewarded for quiet compliance, rule following, and deferring to authority. They're rarely rewarded for moral reasoning, constructive dissent, or questioning legitimacy. What does that mean? Questioning dissent, right? Constructive, sorry. Okay, you disagree with me. Please tell me your points on that. Whoa. A teacher's actually going to let me, like, right? When you ever watch the movies, The Substitute, or what, the teacher?
Yeah. Yeah.
Kind of think of that mentality. If people want to get an analogy, those movies is over here like, and why do you think you're, the smartest guy in the class or whatever? I'm using that as a paraphrase analogy of what you see in the movies. Yeah, okay, cool. Let's see you try. Huh? Prove to them that either they are correct with what they're saying or arguing back with you, and they're going to respect you. It's the same concept with the bully. The bully is projecting, right? I like hitting things to look tough, and part of the times I made a little bit of a joke of it with a D&D character. My barbarian likes to hit things because he's scared of being held.
Mm.
It's the same concept for a bully. And a lot of times when you beat up the bully ends up respecting you or they befriend you. Why? Because you stood
Absolutely.
your ground. Same concept. And again, doing that with a teacher, wow, I actually respect you. Why? Because you came to meet me halfway. And you're tough. Cool. I like you too. That's what you want to instill. And I love that. If we can build that camaraderie, cool. Whereas if I'm over saying, you need to obey me because, yeah, get out of here.
Dude, and it's funny you say that because I shouldn't say this, but I'm going to say it anyways.
Do it.
My house and my daughter's mother's house, we have totally different beliefs. So my daughter was saying she felt like she was getting the raw deal. So I said, well, have a conversation with your mother and explain your point of view.
Uh,
And then she came back and she said, Dad, mom said it doesn't work that way. It's her way or the highway. And I'm like, so I have to have a
I've
talk with
heard
my
that.
ex-wife. Like, listen, you're strong-minded. I'm strong-minded. You can't be angry at her because she's like her parents and strong-minded. I get it. You're the mother. You make the final choice, but you're not even gonna let her voice her, you know what I mean? Her opinions, her understanding. Like that, to me, that makes no sense. Like you need to let them be themselves. They're individuals. Like, yeah, you make the final decision, but at least hear her out. Like you can't even hear her out. She's 9. How is she ever going to learn to communicate if you don't allow her to try to communicate? I don't know. It's
Dude, what you're arguing is just saying, like, you know what? She might have a fair point. At least hear her out, or help her where she's wrong, help her where she's right. And I think because we eject that out of the equation, it's just obey me. Why? That's a fair point. Why should you obey me? Because I'm older than you. I have experience. Like again, even articulating that, dude.
yes.
It's like, well, I've been where you're at. I've gone through where what you're arguing with. This could be a possible outcome. Or it's like, you know what? Maybe you don't want to hear what I have to say. Fair enough. Put the fork in the electric chute. Let's see what happens. Like, hey,
Hey,
there's only so much I can do here.
but that's the thing too. And I tried to explain this to my ex-wife. She's like, well, she seems to listen to you. I say, yeah, because I explain it.
Yeah.
I let her speak. She feels like she's involved, so she has that trust. If you're just saying no, 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 she's not. She's gonna stop blocking you out. You know what
Yep.
I mean? You have to have a conversation.
That's all I'm saying, dude. Doesn't
Yep.
hurt.
Yep.
Symbol reinforcement, media and culture, media archetypes. Children's media repeatedly portrays police, soldiers, superheroes in
Uniform.
uniforms.
Action figures.
Uh-huh. Same thing. G.I. Joe. It's like
Yeah.
uniform, 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 uniform. Authority figures as saviors.
Mm.
Huh. Right? When you're watching all those cop movies, whether you want to say it's Dirty Harry or you want to say it's something like Sylvester Stallone with like a combat vet, something like that, right? It's authority, 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 authority. Dissenters as villains or fools, right? Because sometimes we're watching these movies and you watch like a YouTube guy do a analysis of the characters, and sometimes you're like, I think the Joker's actually the good guy in this, and I don't want to say that, but he's actually making a lot of good points as he starts breaking down the analysis and all the good that he did. He kind of cleaned up the crime. Granted, he kind of took control of it, but he cleaned up the crime, and then he didn't do it for the money because he burns all the money. It's like, holy crap, is he technically the good guy? Right? It's like once in a while, Thanos, was he technically wrong? And granted, you don't always have to agree with these things. You'd be like, oh no, but it's true. Somebody who thinks outside the box, right, is usually labeled the villain. And because the movies tell us they're the villain. Now, I'm not necessarily justifying something like Thanos and eugenics and whatever you could say, like long term with that, but it's the concept, like with Civil War with Marvel. You got to wear a mask and you need to have like a secret identity, or you need to be registered with the government. Isn't that kind of interesting how they phrase that, right? You need to conform to the state, or else you're going to be an enemy of the state if we don't have your identity. Wait, so I can't even be a good citizen, like anonymously? Nope. Well, that's stupid. So now everybody's going to know why I'm doing it while I wear my uniform. Isn't that kind of like wearing a Pharisaic shawls and prayer sheets, and everybody looks at me? Yeah, it's kind of silly. It's kind of silly.
Hey, and that thing about what you said about the Joker, in reality, Joker and Batman actually have more in common than Batman and the cops. They are really the same person, but they have the same ideals. They just do it different.
And again, they
They're-
do make some of these things that I've watched. I'm like, dang, that's actually a really solid point. I hate to say it. It's not, it's fair. I like, and again, side note trivia. Not that people really care anything about me. Sometimes I feel like when I'm giving personal trivia, I love noir or getting kind of in that Twilight territory of is it good, is it bad? It makes my gears run of like, this really made me think. And because it makes me think, it makes me like, have to reanalyze how come I've never thought of that before? And is it possible that I've met somebody that thinks like, yeah. These narratives compress complexity into symbolism. I don't want to think about it. So I'm just going to remember the symbols, right? So when you're now watching Doctor Strange do his Baphomet hand opening portal thing, oh yeah, I'm remembering all that stuff. I don't remember too much now about Doctor Strange. I'm now just remembering that, and then when they start doing Project Bluebeam, it's like, oh, cool, different dimension universe, and right, and you're not even thinking about it. Like, wait a minute, am I technically getting
Mm.
into a concept of thinking something that I'm not supposed to be thinking about in a spiritual sense? And if I do think about it, I'm supposed to be thinking how I align with God, and that's really cool to watch on TV. I wonder if I could actually do that in real life, and then I subconsciously submit to getting entertainment and propaganda that's going to make me want to keep succumbing to thinking like that.
Yes. Yes.
You'll know the difference between good and evil is like I'm literally seeing it in real time. It's like I have an open book test of what God's word says I should and should not do. Same time, simultaneously, they're giving me predictive programming and showing me what is in the magician's handbook. They're showing me what's going to come and what's going to happen. The thing is, where do I place my faith at the end of the day? Well, I tend to have security because when I'm home and I'm alone, I watch movies. I entertain myself because I want to feel comfortable because I'm alone. So you keep getting programmed. And then you don't really know how to discern what am I watching with symbolism,
Mm.
right? And then you have somebody like me. This is what that symbolism means. Oh, so there's evil people out there. We'll point fingers at them. What about in your own life? I don't want to talk to you anymore. Okay. All right. See, that's what I'm trying to do is when I do present it to them, I don't want them to be like, well, that's them. That's the juice box people over there. Let's point fingers at them. I'm like, what about you? And I think that's in part, Cliff, a very large part, why they don't want to talk to me, because I point fingers at the people that I'm doing shows with. I'm just saying, and I'm not trying to be better than thou. It's more of a this is my conclusion and conviction based on anthropology. What's your thoughts? I don't want to talk to you. Okay. And granted, they might reframe it in their mind as me being the narcissist, whatever. I get it. Sorry. I'm not trying to be that guy, but I think that's all. As I think about it, is I think that's how it's being rephrased in their interpretation of me, which is fine. I can be the villain in their story. It's okay.
I
Let me.
get you, brother. I just want you to know that. I get you, Brandon. I
I
do.
know you do. That's why I want to do more shows with you, particularly because I feel like we relate. I feel like the audience actually is retaining. The other ones, I don't know. It hurts me, but I just try to stuff it because if I think about it too much, I'll cry myself to sleep every night, as if I don't have enough insomnia issues. Costume normalization, dress up, play as cops, soldiers, firefighters, doctors. This isn't harmful, but it embeds power comes with a uniform. Let's play cops and robbers. Now, interestingly, who plays the cop? Who plays the robber? That's a good psychoanalysis you want to have in the schoolyard. That's what you want to follow. That kid's a psychopath. When I took my criminal justice class down in Florida, I think I ended the class with like a C minus, and it was just as well, dude. Because the whole time I felt uncomfortable as hell. Because the guy was an ex cop, the professor, and I literally felt like the whole time he was staring me down, like I was like he knew, because I'd be in the dean's office quite a lot. When I made dean's list, dude, I legitimately was looking at the thing going, oh great, now I'm on a list for how bad I am. I had to Google what the dean's list was. That's how often I was in the dean's office. So, anyways, adolescence, identity handout, ages 12 through 18. The conscience is subordinate. Teenagers experience rules without moral explanation, punishment for questioning the process, and pressure to follow policy. And this is in part where I'm coming in, and I've told people out of all the Robin Williams characters, I truly feel like I relate most to the Dead Poets Society. Have you ever seen that one?
I haven't seen it in a while.
But you're okay, so you're familiar when he stands up on the desk, and then at the end, a couple of his students do the same in solidarity as he's getting kicked out for breaking the rules, the structure of our institution. That of all the characters, I relate very much to that because I do think he's correct with the concept of carpe diem. Look at that photo. Think of the legacy of these individuals that were here. And every person here contributed a life verse on the stage, the stage of life, and then they exit stage left. You are now that next generation. What are you going to contribute? Seize the day. Do something with that. And I'm a little bit unconventional. I'm not exactly doing it in the format that people appreciate. As we were saying before, I get this guy, I looked up to you. That's your problem. You're not supposed to look up to me. I want you to look within yourself. As like, no, I'm not saying look for God in yourself. What I'm saying is I want you to take responsibility of who you are as an individual. I want to encapsulate on that, and I want you to bring that out into the world. Well, I can't do that. Okay, well, pity on you. I want people to become their own person, dude. I was telling that to my buddy, and he really is like, "Well, you have to understand. Like, once in a while, even when the kid leaves the nest, they got to come back and see mommy and daddy bird once in a while. They look up to you as like a parent figure." I'm like, "That's the problem. I don't have a problem with you coming back to visit the dojo once in a while or coming back home, but I want you to start getting up and doing
Mm.
something. I don't know what it is, but whatever you're good at." Ask God, get in prayer and fasting, do something and figure out what that is and contribute it, whether it's to your community, whether that's in fellowship with another believer. I don't know, but seize it. Stop looking to me for that answer, right? Look to the Holy Spirit.
Amen.
How uniforms specifically accelerate conditioning. Uniforms remove individuality, they signal unquestionable role and create instant legitimacy. Children do not see a person, they see a function. Now, I had some kids back at the church before I was kicked out of there from T-ville. Again, think of the projects every time I mention T-ville. It's a bad part of town. And one of them came over, and I've had this multiple times. I like you because you're not like the rest of them. You're not like the other people and suit people down here in junior church. I feel like I can talk to you. It's almost like you're my big brother. That's what I wanted to have. I said, I've always wanted to be like that because I don't want it to be like, oh, you're the church person and you're better than me. And I want it to be where, like, yeah, what's going on? You want to talk? Let's talk. You can't say it to your mom and dad. I get it. I come from a bad home too. I'm there for you.
Yep.
Whereas the other ones, I feel like they're just hitting the checkbox. I'm serving in junior church. I'm doing my thing. I'm genuinely down there because it's like, I love you. I love seeing you. I'm so happy that you're here. There's a
And they can pick
difference.
up on that for
They
sure.
can, dude. I had another one. When the house I was living at, he says, I like you because I feel like I can talk to you. I can be real. You're one of the real ones. Whoa! 14-year-old comes over and tells me I'm one of the real ones? Cool. What is that in this day and age? I don't really know. But, it's like when somebody comes up and says that to you, dude, and you're only a couple years their senior, that hits big.
Absolutely.
Especially when you come from a bad home yourself. You're like, what do you look me? That's ridiculous. But thank you. I appreciate the compliment, but don't put your emphasis on me as the answer, right? But that's what we can do for each other as the body of Christ.
Mm.
I'm hoping it encourages them to do something and seize it for themselves, not just look for me or anybody for putting their full faith in, right? As a function. I want them to see like, wait, I can do this too? Yeah. Well, how do you do it? Well, this is how I coped through it. Doesn't mean it's necessarily right, but I can give you some pointers, right? I've been through that road before. Long-term effects. Adults conditioned this way tend to seek permission reflectively, or reflexively, sorry. Avoid moral risk, assume legality equals morality.
Mm.
Just because somebody says it's legal doesn't mean it's right. To do the right thing for the wrong reason or the wrong thing for the right reason. Come on, people. Trust the systems over their conscience. That's scary. I think that creates a very antichrist system. And again, what do we see now? That's not true. Cognitive dissonance. You're wrong. I'm showing you a fact. Well, you're wrong. How am I wrong? Because I voted for him 3 times, so you got to be wrong. Okay. That doesn't give you any credibility, but that's basically, in essence, what you're telling me. I'm trying to tell you I'm interpreting the world from a spiritual lens, and this is how I came to my conclusions. And I'm basing it through anthropology to understand more of the Bible, like Baal practice and all this stuff. So I'm making a little bit more of, okay, now that I know how it was when they strayed away from God and the practices that they did, do I see a modern equivalent with the people that rule over me?
Mm.
Yes. Do I see it in Hollywood? Yes. So do I want to follow what they're doing? No. So if I'm already getting the acknowledgement that the state and Hollywood are not necessarily good for me, right? They have my worst interest at heart, then I want to start abstaining from their opinions and how they interpret the world. And suddenly you get somebody that gets mad at you going, well, oh, so you're a Democrat, you're this, you're one side or the other. It's like, no, I'm just a Christian. How is it this hard for you to understand what I'm trying to say? And it's because they're still loving the world. So,
And it's heartbreaking. I
it
have a
is.
friend, and still he goes on with the America stuff. We can fix it, and I'm like, bro, please, man, like, let the world go, dude. Are you a Christian and serving God in Christ, or are you serving him? I mean, I love him to death. He's such a good friend, but I mean, I just take with a grain of salt. I mean, I told him it so many times and try to get him to understand, but he's just not willing to let go of America. I don't know, whatever he believes in, the propaganda and all that stuff you've been talking about. Like, they're just stuck on it. They don't want to come away from it. You don't like America? I'm like, no, I don't. Sorry.
Idols are often binkies, man, and people again, if you're defending that more than Christ, and you have a kingdom that's divided against itself, I'm sorry to tell them.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at the end of the day. So this trust, this is the psychological soil in which statism grows. An important balance, not anti-structure. Some authority is necessary for safety, learning, and coordination. And again, this goes back to what I was saying, thinking forward upstream from where Max Stirner is saying, is like that it's great becoming your own individual, but who gave you the bedrock of how you determine right from wrong? Give credit where credit is due to your parents and or your teachers. But I can't say I give full accreditation to the teachers, right? There's some teachers that are there for the right reasons. It's the same thing with cops, do not get me wrong.
Yep.
But you have to start defining it by per individual interaction and not by singularity of the uniform. That does not mean anything in my eyes, and it should be for most Christians. Hence, this is my case. It is for you to weigh on and wrestle with God with. What do you mean wrestle with God? Because if you're mad at me, you might be mad at some things that are laying with again. So I'm showing you where it's not aligning with a lot of God's principles with Scripture. So final grounding statement: children are taught statism explicitly. They are taught, right? They're not taught statism explicitly. They are taught order comes from outside. Uniforms are simply a visual shorthand that makes that lesson effortless. Build morality from reason, not fear. This is the solution. Replace because I said so with a casual explanation. Even when enforcing a rule, explain why instead of don't hit. Say hitting causes harm and harming others breaks trust. Children internalize reason, not volume. This is in essence as well with animals. My buddy Brian will yell at his dog, and I keep telling him, you have to understand, your dog is not one of your little girls. And just because you raise your voice, and this is how you learned from your military and or your upbringing, raising your voice is not necessarily going to equate to gaining compliance. just because you sound angry and frustrated, right? So this is what they're going to start interpreting. Somebody sounds angry and frustrated, so they might hurt me if I don't comply.
Mm.
As that does not instill empathy,
No.
right? That instills fear. I don't want them to be scared of me, right? But if that's what you're instilling, again, at a very adolescent age, that's what you're doing. And you're the masculine figure in her life. Now, how do you think that's going to reflect when she's starting to seek boyfriends?
Yep.
Toxicity. I like bad boys because you make me feel scared when you yell at me like that, but you must love me because that's how dad treated me. I'm just saying, dude, it's so subtle, but this thing has ramifications. We think it doesn't. Is like, well, that's where half this trauma comes from when people get out of the house. And then you're saying, why would somebody do that? Well, ask moral questions early and often. After conflicts, ask, what do you think was fair? How do you think they felt? What could you do differently? This trains moral reasoning muscles, right? Being
Mm.
Socratic, saying, you know what? Let's walk through that. And they come up with their own answers. Wow, creativity. You're sparking creativity. You're tired of your kid looking on the phone all the time. Now you're getting them to ask about moral questions in life on their own. And you, if you're Christian, you get to walk them through it through a Christian principle, saying that's fair. But what do you think the Bible says about that? Teach consent and autonomy early. Give real choices within boundaries. Autonomy strengthens the conscience. Examples. You can clean up now or in 10 minutes. You can apologize in words or write a note. Choice equals consequence equals responsibility.
Mm.
Choice plus consequence equals responsibility. Sorry. So again, you're saying, hey, I'm willing to compromise with you. It's like your boss. Do it. All right. I understand what you're saying. I got this project that I'm doing right now. Would it be okay if I did that within 10 to 15 minutes? Okay, that's fair. As long as it gets done, I don't really care. Right? You just compromised, you explained your situation, but you articulated that. You could create a scenario, let's say in contrast. You don't explain to your boss that you had other things going on. Your boss comes back. How come this isn't done? And now you attempt to explain. But unfortunately, now you're frustrated because
Mm.
you're sensing that they're telling you you're incompetent because you didn't do something in an orderly fashion, right? In the time that they wanted it done. So then you get explosive. You get angry. You yell at your boss. Your boss fires you in turn because you're acting irrational. Whereas before you semi-negotiated it. Now I'm not saying this is going to be the same in every instance and aspect, but it's like if you instill it early and you start the negotiation process of explaining where you're at, right? I can do it, right? As before, again, as a parent, you instilled that. Now they're in reverse saying this is what I'm currently doing. So I am putting in effort. I am accomplishing something, right? Just basics. And people may not even realize that, but that can have an effect later on in life. 3, make authority accountable. What? Yeah. Admit mistakes as a parent. What?
Yep.
Yeah. Dude, do you know how much I would respect my dad if he simply said, I'm sorry?
Yeah.
He hurt a lot of people. And I keep
Yep.
telling other people, is like, yeah, he abused my sisters. But the biggest thing that I'd want, if they want to settle it out of court, okay, cool. Can he say, I'm sorry to you guys? Can he say, I'm sorry? He can't do it.
Admit you're wrong.
And he's always said, say exactly what you're sorry for. But you can't do it to people that you hurt
Mm.
real bad so that their relationships are still having issues post that point. And then in turn is having an effect on your grandkids.
Yep.
That is what I look for is, you know what? Wow, that took a lot of guts for you to say, I'm sorry, and specify what exactly that is, because that means you thought about how it hurt. Now, I'm not saying not every like, good grief. I understand. Yes, you need to instill a little bit of discipline once in a while. That's not the problem. The problem is when you did hurt people, did you think about it? So when you're wrong, say it clearly, apologize, repair the harm. Like you've stated before with your daughter. I got angry. I had this going on. Cool. I get it. We have moments. I remember I did it with the guy at work, and I felt kind of embarrassed, but I was like, bro, I'm sorry. The other day, I lost my temper. It was stupid. Shouldn't have raised my voice. I apologize. apology accepted.
Yeah,
Shook hands. That was it. And again, Jamaican guy. And I'm not gonna lie, he always irritated me. But I admitted where you know what, I shouldn't have blown up. That was stupid on my part. My bad. But it built respect, right?
absolutely.
And this teaches authority does not equal infallibility, especially as if we're human. Allow respectful disagreements. Encourage children to challenge rules with reasons. What? Teach how to argue without defiance. How to dissent without disrespect. This is critical. What? They're just supposed to obey me. I'm the parent. Yes, but at the same time, blessed are the peacemakers. What would you be instilling by training this? Respect me.
Mm.
I'm not telling you that I'm better than you. What I'm saying is I would appreciate it if you did that because you're contributing to the community, the family, when you do this, right? You're having dissent. I get it. You're angry. Let's talk about it, right? Why? Because I want you to walk through your feelings as opposed to just stuff your feelings. Just stuff your feelings. Don't talk about it. Because I keep talking to all these people. I've been asking people that are 70 years old, 80 years old. So has it always been a thing? Just don't talk about it in the home? I think so. That's 80 years back.
I
Holy
know.
crap, dude. I said, this come off at the Victorian era? The Puritans? When did we establish we just don't talk about that in the home? No, we need to start talking about some things, right? It's okay to talk about it, but because we didn't instill how to articulate your dissent, why you disagree, or how you disagree, right? Well, so what, you're just going to hit things when you're upset and you can't articulate for yourself? Or can you explain? Or better yet, as a man, once in a while, walk away in silence. Do you understand the power that has? I don't have to explain myself to you.
Mm.
I'm not saying necessarily with a kid, but it's like, you know what? Do you want some time out? I'm putting you in timeout. Do you want some time out? What do you mean? Right now, we're both angry with each other. Do you want to go sit and think? And I'll sit and think, and maybe we'll give ourselves 30 minutes, and maybe we'll come and talk after that. Is that okay with you? What did you just instill there? You might be able to do that something with your marriage at some point. I understand we're both heated at the moment. Let's give ourselves 30 minutes, go in corners. We'll come back out. We won't be as mad. Maybe you want to
Simple.
write about it. So, well, again, process something here. Walk
Yes.
them through and establish a pattern. And you want, again, when you start cooling down, it's like, well, as opposed to yelling and raising our voices, right? Don't go to bed when you're angry. You're creating something there. And I'm trying to instill, again, apply it accordingly with your own household. But this is stuff that I would prefer to start seeing implemented as opposed to we're just going to lie to my kid for like 8 to 10, 12 years of their life about Santa Claus. And then you're afraid about having serious conversations of how to instill values. Well, how does society get this way? Maybe because nobody was instilling. Sorry. But he's like, come on. Like, so separate rules from morality, clarify the difference, say explicitly some rules are for safety, some rules are unfair, and some rules can be questioned. This
Mm.
prevents legality and equals morality confusion. Why? It's better to be in confusion, right? Because that means it's going to go process through what? Your conscience diagnostic. You're going to run it through saying, okay, why am I confused? Why does this feel wrong? Does it feel wrong? As opposed to, I have to do it. Why? Because dad said so. Why I have to do it? Because I'm the oldest. You're like, okay, I gotta walk myself through it. Just because this person's the oldest, are they using this power trip now to be a dictator while mom and dad are gone, or am I walking myself through this, going, you know what? I know mom and dad would not agree. I will comply for now, but I will run this by them later. You don't need to necessarily articulate that. Maybe they can write down some notes of what they're observing, but walk them through it. Model the behavior you want internalized. Let them see you struggle morally. Talk out loud. This is hard, but it's the right thing. I could take a shortcut, but I won't. Children absorb the integrity by observation. Demonstrate courage, not compliance. Show moments where you speak up respectfully. Say no to unfair authority. Act kindly without reward. This
Mm.
builds moral bravery. It's just like you, you did the same thing that I did on my last interview. I was applying to work at Barnes and Noble. I figured, hey, I like working with books. I like work, semi-library, also a semi-cafe. I think I would fit really well here. They're asking me about, I don't know. They were asking me some question, and I was saying like, yeah, I just really couldn't stand the authority figures. And again, I wasn't saying necessarily authority figures. I just said, yeah, I left my other job, and I really don't like it when somebody's very stuck up and stuff like that, and when they're in a position of power. And I'm sorry. I was just honest, and that probably cost me my job. But I had to be honest. That's my problem. If the question was asked, I gave what I cost me the job. So, and or she checked out my Facebook, and it was like, yeah.
No, but and people think I'm crazy for doing that, but it's like I'm gonna be truthful at whatever cost it is gonna, whatever is gonna come from it. I'm gonna stick to the truth. Like just because you don't want to hear the truth, you'd rather me lie. Like I'm not doing it. I'm not.
And no feel good. Teach responsibility before obedience. Frame expectations as trust. Say, I trust you to make a good choice. Really? Yeah, I have confidence in you. You, the individual, not some uniform, not because of you, because obedience, because I'm a parent. No, I trust you're going to make the right decision. Okay, wow. Whoa, dad, older than me. He thinks, yeah, big stuff. Trust increases responsibility far more than surveillance. Helicopter
Mm.
parenting, right? Focus on repair, not punishment. When harm occurs, who is affected? What repair is needed? How do we restore trust? This builds restorative ethics. All right? You broke his toy. How do we make this better? Well, I guess we could buy a new one. True. Do we have any glue? Do we have like again? Walk them through it. They'll come to their own agreement. Maybe sometimes some kids will be able to negotiate. Hey, do you want a different toy as opposed to the one I brought? Something again. Whatever the scenario is, walk them through it. How can we restore this without getting insurance involved? Whoa, yeah, right. Little things like that. It's like, hey, if I got the money and I can pay you out of pocket as opposed to going through all this legality and making my insurance shoot up, you might be teaching a valuable life lesson later on down the road. Not to say that insurance isn't wrong or bad, but I'm just saying. Help children recognize authority symbolism. Deconstruct symbols together. Again, folks, when I'm teaching you, this is a for instance. When encountering uniforms or authority figures, say they have a role, but they're still people.
Mm.
Teach children to respect roles, evaluate actions. For instance, yeah, I respect the firefighter, right? I can respect a cop, but we're going to see how he treats me today. So when we're watching these reels and once in a while he's like, yeah, I just pulled you over, blah, blah, blah. Just careful next time, buddy, whatever. I'm not saying every time it's just a warning, like, okay, right. But it's the concept of how did you treat somebody today as an individual? Uniform irregardless. I can respect people, sure. But you need to earn that. Respect is earned. It's a currency. Make sure they earn it. And if they're not, well, stand your ground. I'm going to respect the hell out of that person. Teach moral filters, simple filters children can remember. Does this harm someone? Treat others as you'd like to be treated. Is this honest? Would I still do this if no one knew? These become internal
Mm.
governors, not external. Someone telling you have to do it because legality. It's like, you know what? I'm asking myself these questions on my own. And again, we can speed through most of this. I didn't think we were going to be going this long, dude. I honestly was like 50 slides. I'll be buzzed through this in a heartbeat. Just want to talk a little bit about the education system that you were inferring and how it connects with the Kabbalah, right? They teach you a modern education of creating people smart enough to repeat what they've been told and to follow orders, and dumb enough to think that this makes them smarter than everyone else. Yeah. School taught 3 generations that if you just did what you were told and repeated without question, a better life would arrive. then the ambush of 2020 was organized. And when doing what you were told and repeating without question could cost you your life, it was a well-laid trap.
Mm.
And we're seeing the ramifications still today of that being implemented. And we're literally sitting there. And again, I know for me, I wore a mask first week at church. The minute the pastor came up to me with rubber emergency gloves, wearing a mask, and there was caution tape between the pews, I was like, no, this isn't it. Like, I understand first week, but that's extreme. And as somebody who's a Christian, no, no. Think your way outside the Kabbalah box, whether it's the caps that they got, okay, little box on the head, it doesn't matter. And like I said, it was Jesuit training followed by the Rockefeller education system. They've been dumbing us down for ages. The purpose of learning is to become an independent thinker, not a mindless follower.
Mm.
Be yourself. Well, I don't even know what that is. Crime and Entling. There you go. Come on, man. Don't even know who you are, right? If you don't have a purpose, you become a pawn in another man's game. I want you to claim who you are. I don't know what that is. Have you accepted Christ? Huh? I guarantee you, when you look to Christ, you'll find out who you are. Because he'll give you a reflection. He'll give you a new vessel, and you'll be like, wait, that's my purpose? I
Mm.
mean something? Yeah, you don't equal zero, numbnuts. God made you for a reason, your own individual. Seize that. What does school really teach children? Truth comes from authority. Really? Does it? The pastor wouldn't lie to you. Dispensationalism, making okay for Christmas, I mean, so on and so forth. You're going to get a rapture ready. Once saved, always saved. Spurgeon was a good guy, even though he's a 33-degree Freemason. Oh, I love Franklin Graham, also has a Hollywood Walk of Fame star. But that's where truth comes from. And if somebody comes over and says, the Talmud says Christ is boiling an excrement in hell, that's not true. Well, why do you say that? Because I say it's not true. Okay, but it's still a thing. Yeah, but it's not my truth. Why? Because I'm not your pastor. I'm not your, like my church. 2, intelligence is the ability to remember and repeat. No, 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 no. 3, accurate memory and repetition are rewarded.
Mm.
4, non-compliance is punished. Okay. That sucks. I've never been good. Dude, I remember one of my first times I got in trouble at school. I was in public school, I think first, second grade. They told me to go stand out in the hall, wherever it was. I got out into the hall. I looked at the wall. I said, you know, it'd be cool if I put my legs up against that wall. So I laid down. I put my legs up against the wall. This teacher comes walking down the hall. She looks down at me. She's like, goes into the class. The other teacher comes out, and they're both still surprised that I'm still in the position with my legs up against the wall. They're like, what are you doing? I'm like, resting.
Getting comfortable.
Like, I couldn't understand in my head, dude, why this was bad. Because she told me to go stand out on the wall, and I made do with where I was put.
Yeah.
But it's the concept that, oh my gosh, I can't believe you're doing that. 5, conform intellectually and socially. This is why sometimes I might feel a little bit like I'm not smart enough to be stupid. Guys, like I'm trying to connect with you guys. Like I said one time, I was at a game night. I said a pun. It was a 3-way split pun, and I'm thinking to myself, wow, that was really good. It was interpreted 3 ways in that particular instance. Nobody at the table got it. It was all a bunch of cringes and shrugs, and I was like, yeah. A couple minutes later, somebody pulls out their phone, and there's a big fat chubby kid that's scooting across the floor. Wasn't wearing a t-shirt, but he's making these suction fart sounds with his fat, and they're laughing their butts off. And I'm like, are you what? And it's not a matter of jealousy. It was a matter of absolute confusion that that's what you find funny, but words, you don't understand them. And I think this is kind of where I'm at, dude, where I'm like, I'm not saying that that was like, genius humor, but if this is the primitive comparison that you find funny, no wonder you're not ready for adult food, in essence. Does that make
Mm.
sense?
Absolutely.
I just couldn't. It really threw me for a loop. I was thinking about it for almost a week. I was like, I don't get it. I don't. Anyways, you will never see an educated person with pattern recognition and critical thinking skills talk about trusting their government or worshiping authority with blind obedience because they understand that politics is an illusion and only useful idiots jump on the common logical bandwagon fallacy. Well, everybody else agrees with me in the group. So you have to be on the other side of that group to be stupid. What? That's their reasoning, dude. Like the other day, I was watching this clip. This like 90-something-year-old guy. And Democrats, they're just like born inferior. They're born stupid. They had a dumb person mate with a dumb person. What? And then he's actually advocating for his senator to basically like ensure that they can't like reprocreate because I'm like, that's eugenics. That is eugenics. And you think you're the smart guy. You scare me, good sir. Mencken said, he was an author back in the day, the aim of public education is not to spread enlightenment at all. It is simply to reduce as many individuals as possible to the same safe level, to breed and train a standardized citizenry, put down dissent and originality. John Dewey, if education doesn't teach you to resist injustice, it has failed. Do we not see that with Alligator Alcatraz? Or even the concept of the Constitution, right? When you're talking about due process per person. Well, now it means only citizens. No, it says person. That means anybody has that right. In the very least, if you're in our country, you have that right. No, I don't want that. So you don't even want to be represented. Do you hear what you're advocating for? Because you're stupid. And it's an injustice. One justice for him is injustice for all. That's the way you should look at it if you're truly embodying the golden rule. Right?
Yeah.
If you trust the government, you obviously failed history class, Don Freeman. Now, Lucy Parsons, this is where the anarchists are fun, and I have some reading material at the end for people who might want to purchase some books. Anarchists know that a long period of education must precede any great fundamental change in society. Hence, they do not believe in vote begging nor political campaigns, but rather in the development of self-thinking individuals. Concentrate power can be always wielded in interest of the few and at the expense of the many. And anarchism has but only infallible, unchangeable motto: freedom. I'm not going to coerce you to do what I do, but I'm going to advise you that this would probably be in your best interest. Same thing with Christ. I'm not twisting anybody's arms to do what I have to do. Rich man, you want to ask me a question? Here's the answer. I don't like that answer. Okay, well, I'm telling you, this is the way you want to do it. If you want to obey all these laws ever since you were a kid, this is the one last one you got to do. Can't pass that level, can you? Not going to force you, not going to threaten you, not telling you you're going to hell. Just, it's sad. He walks away and tells his disciples what he sees. Same thing that you do today as a Christian. Public school, freedom equals dangerous. Government equals good. Questioning equals extremism. Oh, we're extremists. And I always tell people, storytellers. I don't think people really realize, like, again, for instance, what we're doing right now, you could technically say I would be a scholar, the tutor in the castle, as it were. And you would be acquiring me to teach and pupil your children, whatever, with astronomy, with history, with musician, fill in the blank of all this stuff. I would be giving you my abilities and my field of expertise, and you would be paying me a patronage for doing so for your children, right? A stipend, if you will, as opposed to going sending them to a federal school and stuff like that. This is where patron. This is where Patreon comes into play because you are funding your education based off of what you are gauging off of me, right?
Mm.
That's why I don't like monetizing it because it feels very much like you're turning into a den of thieves. I'm not in this for money. I just want enough to get by. But I feel like people aren't appreciating what the modern equivalent of what this is, right? I'm trying to get you to think for yourself. But anyway, storytellers are the most powerful people in any culture. More than military leaders or political figures, storytellers exercise control by shaping the ideas people believe. Daniel Schwabamer. So, concept being, what am I saying? Is like, well, I wrote something as well back in the day. It says a poet and a philosopher are a politician's worst nightmare because they understand the meaning of words and the mortality of our lives. What does that mean? Well, a politician uses a lot of rhetoric to get people behind him. The poet is over here thinking like, yeah, but that's not what that word means. And in fact, I can actually call you a political prostitute. What did I just do? I made an alliteration to make people think about you in a different light now. They don't see you as the guy that's going to save me. They see you as somebody that sells yourselves out for a corporation as opposed to helping your constituents. Right, poet? Philosopher. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but in the long term, is that really good for humanity or eternity? Right? The mortality of our lives. I hear what you're saying, but in the long run, I don't think I can morally justify what you're promoting from your platform. Hence, storytellers. I'm going to give you a parable. Let me know what you think about it. That's what Christ would do. So don't be afraid to utilize that in your teaching. Don't be too impressed by college degrees anymore. Graduates are no longer the most educated, they're just the most indoctrinated.
100.
Guileless education, guileless entertainment, lukewarm churches equals a great falling away. The police are a mafia, politics is theater, lawyers are liars, doctors are crooks, cancer is business, presidents are puppets, popes, priests are, I can't say that word, education is indoctrination, governments are corrupt, freedom is an illusion, news is propaganda. The injections are poison, science is fiction, taxation is theft, work is slavery. No, it's not. Look what they did, dude. Like you said before, either you're going to go into the military or you're going to go into a prison. And they've been training you since day one of an authoritative structure, loss of individual freedom, no part in decision making, settled times for walking, eating, dress code, and rules of conduct. Focus on, right? And as my aunt was saying when my birth mother was incarcerated, people hit pause at the age that they went in, and when they come back out, it's hitting play. And there's sometimes you're looking at somebody like, dude, you're like 36, 38 years old. You went in for such and such. You should be thinking better now. No, I just went back into the institution. I didn't conform the way they wanted me to. So now I'm coming back out, right? That's all you know. The problem is not people being uneducated. The problem is that they are just educated enough to believe what they've been taught, but not educated enough to question what they've been taught. Conformist, anti-conformist. Little satire. Had to throw it in there, a little levity. I know this was me, dude. I was the guy always trying to look out the window. I'm becoming more convinced that those of us who struggle to listen at school, we're just instinctively tuning out the programming. This was me in college in Florida. You gotta learn this first. You gotta learn that. I'm like, for what? Tell me why I gotta learn it. Where am I ever going to use that in a discipleship equivalence? Couldn't give me an answer. And I might have gotten a D or a C here and there. It's like, I don't care because I'm not learning anything in this classroom. You're teaching me for the wrong reasons. You are not crazy. You're awake in an insane world. For that exact reason, most people will call you crazy. Yeah, we covered that. Self-educated people cannot be fooled by institutionalized propaganda. And again, embrace capitalism or I will break your kneecaps. Okay. So I can't go and protest. And again, not communism regulated by the state, not capitalism regulated by the state. Anything regulated by the state is the problem, not necessarily the currency when it's regulated by the state. There's no problem with Joe Schmo making a trade with somebody. I get that. I respect that. There's nothing also wrong with a family working with each other saying we're going to help Billy get through college and everybody's going to come together with a pool to help that to be a possibility. It's regulated by the community, not the state. Otherwise, Imagine what things could happen. But because Caesar says no, it's got to be this way or that way on whatever hemisphere you're on. Obedience is important, Billy. If you don't obey me, I might have to kill you. Okay. Murder, theft, the, kidnapping and assault are wrong until I put on my magic suit. They have really high records of a lot of abuse in the statistics of America, and we don't talk about that too much, but I think it's important to start pushing. The Amish men in 1955 reporting to jail for refusing to send their children to public schools. We don't talk about that too much, do we?
I wonder why they had that stance. Maybe because they read the Bible and they actually tried to be obedient to God. They seen something was a little off.
Yeah, we don't do government. We don't do government. I'm just saying, dude, it's again, pair rents, you're renting your kids. And you're fighting. What did I say? Patriot? Because Brandon, you can roll your eyes and be like, this guy's just making up pseudo fallacies of etymology. What do they call you when you join the ranks? Infantry.
Wow.
Foot soldier, a youth, and you're fighting for your father because you're a patriot. No, again, you're known as children of God, or are you infantry? Because Paul
Mm.
makes a very good distinction that, if you're soldiers of God, you're going to be fighting like this. Yes, there's a comparison, but spiritual warfare, we don't fight for Caesar anymore. I call you infantry, and you wear dog tags. As if that wasn't a smack in the face that you're owned by the state. Right? You can skip some of that. Yeah, the Bellamy salute, aka the Yahtzee salute. This is what you recite every time. This was after 1930s, 1940s, after they were like, oh crap, that kind of looks bad. They stopped doing it. But this was originally what our Pledge of Allegiance looked like. Hail Caesar much? The social contract. I never signed this. A contract you never signed isn't a contract. It's an excuse. Just like with a Christian. I didn't sign the Constitution. You didn't sign the Constitution. But you know what the Constitution translates to from Latin?
What's that?
I agreed to this.
Wow.
I didn't sign jack shit, so no, I didn't. But they say you did. And then you consciously are programmed to say that you did based off of how you go through schooling, how you're told to respect authority figures, how you're told to to respect the uniform, get into the uniform, because you don't know how to think for yourself, because government means mind control. You're trusting the government. And again, why are you making that decision? Spiritually speaking, did you sign the Constitution? No. Spiritually speaking, did you sign the Bible? No. You are making that decision
Mm.
based off of your own personal conscience and voluntary submission, whether to the state or to the spirit. Yes, there is a distinction, folks, and you need to start drawing lines in the sand. So I can skim on it. And again, governments don't want a population capable of critical thinking. They want obedient workers, people just smart enough to run the machines and just dumb enough to passively accept their situation. George Carlin. Once you leave the womb, conservatives don't care about you until you reach military age. Then you're just what they're looking for. Conservatives want live babies so they can raise them to be dead soldiers.
Ooh.
Like, well, yeah, I am pro-life. No, you're not. All you did is raise your kid to be 18 years old and put him in a little bow tie and packaged them all up for bail to be shot overseas. And for what? Corporate greed. The merchant class. Oh, don't worry. They died for their country. Here's a flag. Toodles. Wow. All of that for a piece of cloth? That's so sad, dude. The obedient always think of themselves as virtuous rather than cowardly. Yeah, we're pretty much wrapping up. But again, danger, conformity hazard. Don't be a conformist, folks. How to tell if you're brainwashed? You think you're free, don't ask questions, watch mainstream media, think your vote matters, think police exist for safety, think there's a difference between political parties, blindly trust big pharma companies, think public schools are good, believe in state created borders, recite the Pledge of Allegiance, blindly support the troops, think your politicians are the best. I think there's this in one more slide. Toolboxes. And I know people are going to be mad at me. Probably were already mad in the beginning, but this is biblical. People get mad at you for speaking the truth rather than being mad at the people who lied. Am I therefore your enemy because I tell you the truth? Galatians. I think there's one more. Okay, sorry. So again, cops. A lot of them are wearing Masonic stuff. Even the badge used to be slave catchers. Yeah, how it started. Let's going. You think you're not a slave? Officer, overseer. Kind of wonder. I had some guy get really mad at me with that one. It's like, okay, I was only doing a hypothesis with that etymology, but the fact that you're mad, I think I'm getting spiritual confirmation because you're really mad. Now, I got this in one last slide. Uni means one. Verse means row. Universe, one row. Marching in a row. Right. Cathode, universal. Catholic,
Mm,
church means universal church. You think that's a coincidence?
wow.
Uniform, universal, one row, all one thinking. Here's the difference here. A saint is set apart. They're not from this world once you're baptized. Antichrist makes war against the saints. That's not the Catholic definition. Oh, he's going to go to war against statues and great church cathedrals. No, saints is an equivalent of Christians. And if you're going by the original Greek, it means someone who's set apart from society, an idiotes, if you will, a private person. I'm in the world, not of the world. Those who are set apart from this world, who are out of line, not part of the universe, the uniform, they are going to be the enemy of the
Wow.
state. Romans
Wow.
12:2, be not conformed to things of this world. Philippians 3:20, our citizenship is in heaven. James 4:4, he that is friends with the world, statist, patriot, bordertarian, is at enmity with God. That's all I got, Cliff. I was hoping to be done way earlier. I do apologize.
Bro, that was great. It was a great layout. I'm gonna rewatch it back, but I think that was well done. I mean, all your presentations are really well done. Again, for people who can't see because their eyes are closed, I pray to God that instead of getting angry when you watch this, maybe watch it twice. Watch it once, take a deep breath, and watch it with an open mind. I mean, you can't make them any clearer.
I'm just showing etymology, and again, I could be wrong, but I was trying to walk it through where you even mentioned it prior to even getting, excuse, excuse me, before we even got there, talking about how it's done in the school system, how it's in the prison system. We see it. What I was trying to do is draw a straight line from A to B of seeing when you comply with the state, it's just the little minutia things. Then you comply with the symbolism, and it creeps into our lives that we don't even realize it. God, I'm sorry. I didn't realize. Yeah, Father, I forgive them. I know not what they do. I didn't understand that. I get it now. Oh, sorry. You know what? Screw it. People want to know. I'll probably try to put the links in the below. It's just some resources. Because I was saying if you don't put the visuals on the screen of books that they could buy, can I do that?
Yeah, go ahead.
If I can pull it up. Again, they can screenshot it. I'm sorry, people. I should have done that. I'm so sorry. Um, yeah, here. Can you see?
No.
Oh, sorry. I gotta go over to you first before I do share screen or whatever. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. There we go. Can you see that now?
Yeah. but
Okay.
nothing's up yet. Oh, here it comes.
Dumbing Us Down by John Taylor Gatto, American Education. And he's just breaking it all down how he was a former school teacher and he was seeing things occurring within the classrooms. And he started pulling away because he was starting to be the guy saying, no, I got to teach like this, like some of the stuff I was reading. The Anarchist Education and Modern School by Francisco Ferreira Reader. Again, this is just resources for parents who might have been listening to us. And then these last two. The Modern School Movement by Paul Avrich, Anarchism and Education in the United States. Again, these are just some stuff that you might want to get as a resource to rethink of how you teach your kids. Anarchist pedagogies, pedagogies, I don't know. The collective actions, theories, and critical reflections on education. So everybody now can say I showed some visuals on screen for them with that.
Brandon, brother, thanks again. I got a bunch out of this. Everybody, again, go support the Man of Daily podcast. Go check out my Instagram, True to Faith. I do a lot of positive videos, Bible verses. It's for the soldiers in the trenches. It's to motivate you, to strengthen you during weakness. Again, I'm not nothing. I'm a sinful man that was born again, saved from Christ, and we're just trying to elevate him and wake the population up to. You may be brainwashed. You know, a lot of people are, and it don't feel bad. I was too until Brandon started coming on, doing his things, and at some point the switch came on and I started to see my eyes open to the reality, and it changed my life. So God bless you, brother. I appreciate you.
My pleasure, Cliff. Thanks for everybody for tuning in.